The first chapter, 1 advancement per second, this is too much. Wind City. Northern District, Job Change Square. At this moment, the square is packed with people. Today is the annual Awakening Day. Here, everyone gets a chance to awaken on their 18th birthday. Life, support, combat, all kinds of professions are available. Chu Ran, Beast Master. The cry of the staff responsible for the awakening echoed through the entire square. Before the broadcast even faded, a wave of noise surged through the crowd. Beast Master. As the name suggests, it is a profession that enhances combat power through a contract with a beast. As one of the top combat professions in the later stages, Beast Masters are indeed well known. There is even an ancient saying here, all professions are inferior, only Beast Master is supreme. This shows how high the status of Beast Masters is. But there are still divisions within the Beast Master profession, not every Beast Master is highly sought after. The claim of being the strongest later stage profession is true, but it's hard to reach that stage. Because of the uniqueness of this profession, the focus of a Beast Master is more on nurturing their beasts, which is far more difficult than nurturing humans. This is because beasts also have another name, gold-eating beasts. They are true money eaters. And simply throwing money at them doesn't necessarily make them stronger. So, nowadays, very few people would go to great lengths to cultivate this profession just because of its strength in the later stages. Investing in this profession is like stock trading. There are many families who have lost everything investing in a Beast Master. Is Chu Ran awakening as a Beast Master? That's really too bad. I remember he doesn't seem to have much money. I heard he's a top student, but his tuition fees are all earned by working part-time during the holidays. His family really isn't wealthy. What? Then isn't this wasting a perfect profession? If it were me awakening, how great would that be? My family could definitely buy me a golden level young beast. Such a pity, the early training of a beast is really expensive. Without a good beast, this profession is basically useless. What a shame, this kid was so close to living a good life. But if Chu Ran really becomes a top Beast Master, I'll still be happy for him, ha ha ha. As a top student and handsome, Chu Ran was very popular with the girls in school, which naturally made him the target of jealousy for some boys. When they saw that Chu Ran awakened a useless profession, those jealous students seemed to have found a way to attack him, throwing sarcastic comments back and forth. The eyes of the others around him also showed a hint of sympathy. For a Beast Master, talent isn't as important as it might seem, because the growth attributes of Beast Masters are the lowest among all professions. No matter how high the talent, it doesn't make much difference. What matters most is having a strong beast. This profession is considered super powerful because every 20 levels, a Beast Master can acquire a new contract. Later, at the same level, a Beast Master can summon multiple high-level beasts at once, each one powerful enough to rival other players at the same level. How could anyone compete? However, the profession is incredibly hard to develop in the early stages. Training a beast from level 1 to max level consumes resources equivalent to training 2 or 3 other professions. And even a bronze level beast, with the worst growth attributes, costs tens of thousands of coins each. Without a good beast, the Beast Master profession is a joke. It's truly a useless profession. That's why ordinary people don't want to awaken as Beast Masters, while the young masters of wealthy families hope to awaken as Beast Masters. They don't have to work hard. With money and resources, the difficulty of training is much lower compared to other professions. I hate rich people. Chu Ran cursed silently in his heart, listening to the sighs around him. He slightly furrowed his brow. Do they think I don't have money just because I don't take loans? I just awakened, and yet it feels like they're talking as if my life is already over. But as a traveler, it's fine not having money, but can I really afford to lose the system? With a thought, a panel appeared in front of him. Occupation, First Tier Beast Master. Level, LV.1. Strength, 5. Agility, 8. Spirit, 12. Combat Power, 16. Skill, Contracting Technique. Beast, none. Advancement points, 3006, 3007, 3008. Note, advancement points increase by 1 every second and can be used to advance beasts. Advancement points. He had crossed over to this world 3 years ago, and finally, about an hour ago, he had waited for the familiar ding sound. Chu Ran's gaze lingered here as the advancement point number continued to increase. He knew this was likely his system. In the Tianxian continent, the ranks of Beast Masters were divided into Bronze, Silver, Gold, Commander, Monarch, Holy Spirit, and Totem, 7 ranks in total. Each time a rank is improved, the various attributes of the beast will undergo a qualitative change. But the advancement of beasts is uncontrollable, no one knows when they will advance. Some highly perceptive beasts might advance during their leveling process, while others, even after reaching max level, may never improve in rank. The appearance of advancement points, however, allowed Chu Ran to control the advancement of his beasts. He was eager to see the use of these advancement points. As for the small mocking voices still lingering in his ears, Chu Ran didn't care at all. Kids from school, they love to compete and show off, but at their core, they aren't bad. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Ran ignored the curious gazes around him and quickly left the awakening square with a calm expression. He had something far more important to do now, to obtain his first beast. Soon, Chu Ran arrived at the largest trading pavilion in the northern district. The 1,000 Gold Pavilion. This place had dedicated sections for all types of professions, and Chu Ran walked into the Beastmaster section. Bronze and silver beasts were available for sale here. Sometimes, there would even be some gold beasts, but those were auctioned. The beasts that could be publicly sold in Linfeng City were mostly freshly hatched and had not yet signed any contracts. A level 1 gold beast could easily be auctioned for hundreds of thousands to millions. The higher the rank of the beast, the higher its perception, and the greater the chance it would advance during the leveling process. So, the price of beasts increased exponentially with each higher rank. As for the even higher ranks like Commander or Monarch, these were legendary beasts that took the most experienced masters years of effort and countless resources to cultivate. Each of these beasts could stir up a storm in Linfeng City or even the entire northern region. Most ordinary beastmasters would only ever be able to raise a single silver beast in their lifetime, and if they were lucky, it might even advance to gold. Chu Ran followed the saleswoman to a beast hatching room. Here, there were freshly hatched bronze beasts, priced between 30,000 to 100,000, with slight fluctuations depending on their vitality. Black Eagle. Rank, Bronze. Combat Power, 10. Price, 60,000 Dragon Country Coins. Spirit Cat. Rank, Bronze. Combat Power, 10. Price, 60,000 Dragon Country Coins. Chu Ran noticed a box in the corner placed on the ground, quite different from the other elegant boxes on the shelves. The box on the ground looked somewhat worn, like a trash bin. Inside was a small snake with a wound on its belly. Azure Dragon. Rank, Bronze. Combat Power, 11. Price, 30,000 Dragon Country Coins. This one. Chapter 2, The First Beast. Starting to evolve. Are you sure about this one? The saleswoman asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. She had worked here for years and knew that those who entered this hatching room were usually young professionals with little money. But, there was no need to buy a defective one just to save money. I must remind you, its vitality is very weak, it might die tomorrow. Although a Beastmaster's contract can help restore a beast to some extent, even if it recovers from such a severe injury, it may still suffer lasting consequences. Besides, if the beast dies after signing the contract, that would be a wasted contract. If a beast dies while under contract, it will cause irreversible backlash to the Beastmaster. I know, I just want it. Chu Ran showed a hint of pity on his face. I can feel its vitality is not as weak as you say. The saleswoman, seeing that she couldn't persuade him, could only nod. I'll wrap it up for you. This young professional in front of her, although he might not become a top-tier Beastmaster, would certainly be a competent one. At least he has a kind heart. Tang Qian thought to herself. At the end of the hallway, there is a free contract room. It can help you contract faster. Tang Qian smiled and pointed to a spot not far away. Good luck. Chu Ran was about to leave when he heard this, and suddenly froze. Thank you. This 1,000 Gold Pavilion, being the largest trading pavilion in the northern district, undoubtedly excelled in customer service. No matter what grade of item was being purchased, the staff always served with a smile. There were no clichés of looking down on others here. After all, what if a big shot in disguise came here for a surprise inspection? You wouldn't want to mess that up. Picking unnecessary fights is something only a fool would do. But Chu Ran was still surprised by the other party's attitude. He didn't expect her to say such a blessing. Though it probably wouldn't change much, it still made Chu Ran feel a little happy. But the reason Chu Ran was doing this wasn't only because he had a kind heart. Apart from the fact that his wallet wasn't thick enough, with only 40,000 Dragon Kingdom coins left in his card. He also saw something special about this beast. Other beasts, full of vitality, had only 10 battle points, but this little one, though severely injured, had 11 battle points, a little higher than other beasts of the same level. Though it was only a 1-point difference, it was enough to show that its fighting will wasn't weak. Arriving at the contract room. After closing the door, Chu Ran took out the little creature he had just bought. Looking at the wounds on its body that were already starting to scab over, Chu Ran couldn't help but feel a phantom pain. However, the little creature kept glaring at Chu Ran fiercely, flicking its tongue. Being so full of fighting desire despite such serious injuries made Chu Ran curious. You're unwanted, I can't afford anything else, so maybe this is fate. How about joining me to sweep through the heavens? The little creature's pupils narrowed, curiously observing Chu Ran. Contract. Almost instantly, a stream of light containing obscure symbols shot into its body. Then, a mysterious symbol appeared on its forehead. Bronze-grade beasts have a 95% success rate for contracts, and unless extremely unlucky, a failed contract is almost impossible. As the obscure symbol completely merged into the blue Zhao's body, its visible wound began to heal right before their eyes. Contract successful. The blue Zhao, which had been in the box, suddenly disappeared. Then, Chu Ran felt a contract space appear in his mind. Current beast, blue Zhao. Grade, bronze. Level, LV.1. Strength, 11. Agility, 13. Defense, 10. Spirit, 9. Combat power, 11. Skills, none. Can evolve. Evolution points required, 3,000. Current evolution points, 4,098, 4099, 4100. Reminder, the first evolution of a beast master may trigger a critical hit. With the contract complete, only Chu Ran remained in the contract room. After a beast is contracted successfully, it enters the beast master's exclusive space. That is a vast and boundless world, and when not summoned, Beast Tamers all live in the Beast Tamer space. In front of Chu Ran, all the information about the Azure Dragon appeared. A bronze-level beast, its combat power is indeed weak. It's almost like the small monsters in the basic dungeons. Even he, a newly awakened Beast Tamer, has a combat power of 16. But what he guessed was true, his beast can indeed evolve. At school, Chu Ran is considered excellent in both academics and character, and he knows the basic knowledge of various professions. No matter the bloodline, in principle, whether a beast can evolve depends on fate. The most humans can do is give it rare treasures to enhance its comprehension. It looks like this is a cheat. Chu Ran secretly rejoiced in his heart. Since it can evolve, at the very least, it should be able to evolve the bronze-level beast to silver level, and the panel shows that the first evolution has a chance to trigger a critical hit. Maybe there's even a chance to evolve to gold level. Start evolving. Chu Ran looked at the Azure Dragon in the Beast Tamer space, suppressing his excitement and spoke. Before his words could fall, a shocking sound erupted in the Beast Tamer space. He saw the coiled Azure Dragon suddenly shake its massive body. Gradually, a dense mist began to rise around it. The vast Beast Tamer space instantly turned gloomy, with a heavy darkness enveloping the area. The mist wrapped around the Azure Dragon, and the vision in the Beast Tamer space became dim. Chu Ran could no longer see the changes within. It felt as though some terrifying creature was evolving. This sound, it doesn't seem like a silver-level beast. Chapter 3, Monarch Level. Kanglan Thunder Dragon. My god. Looking at this massive commotion, Chu Ran was stunned. The evolution process was so magnificent. As time passed, and the mist still didn't dissipate, Chu Ran couldn't help but feel his heart tense. Roar! A giant roar shot to the sky, and the mist in the Beast Tamer space was shattered by the sound. Ding! Critical effect triggered. Evolution complete, Azure Dragon Kanglan Thunder Dragon. As the mist inside the Beast Tamer space dissipated, a huge figure appeared. The once tiny Azure Dragon had completely disappeared, replaced by a massive dragon nearly 100 meters long. Greenish-blue scales covered its entire body, its massive form coiled on the ground, faint arcs of lightning flickering from its body. A domineering aura spilled from its breath. It lifted its head and cold vertical pupils stared at Chu Ran's phantom, which was now visible outside the Beast Tamer space. The oppressive feeling was so intense that it was hard to breathe. Chu Ran was dumbfounded. Because he could sense the contract mark on this giant beast. Current beast, Kanglan Thunder Dragon. Tier, Monarch Level. Level, LV.1. Strength, 23,500. Agility, 27,200. Defense, 21,360. Spirit, 20,850. Combat power, 28,666. Skills, Thunder Net, Bite. Next evolution requires 900,000 evolution points. I can't believe it. The dazzling stats left Chu Ran in a daze. Monarch Level. He had never seen, nor even heard of any master having a beast of this level. And it was only level 1, with almost 30,000 combat power. What kind of concept is that? Recommended level for basic dungeons under level 20, that is, the boss in the beginner dungeon only has a combat power just over 1,000. While those highly intelligent silver level beasts, at level 180, with max level combat power, can barely break 10,000. Is this the power of Monarch Level? With this one beast, Chu Ran could easily clear most dungeons in an instant, even many 5th or 6th turn dungeons could be cleared in just a few minutes. Not to mention the improvement to combat power through leveling. The higher the tier of the beast, the better its growth potential. And one must know that in the early stages, the leveling of beasts is quite fast. Clearing 2 dungeons can level up quickly. For Chu Ran, a single beast could still evolve more than once. The next evolution only requires 900,000 evolution points. The number is big, no doubt. But don't forget, evolution points are something Chu Ran can get in just 1 second. 60 points per minute, 3,600 points per hour, and in 1 day that's 86,400 points. Only about 10 more days to go. The Kanglan Thunder Dragon will evolve again. It's already reached the Monarch level. Next time, won't it be at the Saint Spirit level? In just 10 days, he can get a Saint Spirit level beast. This is too outrageous. Chu Ran felt his body shaking from head to toe, and the pounding of his heart was making him feel a slight dizziness. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. A Monarch level beast is already invincible, and in 10 days, he might get a Saint Spirit level. If other Beastmasters find out, won't they be so angry they'll spit blood and restart their progress? With his awakening, Chu Ran came with a contract, and as his level increases, at level 20, he can gain 1 more contract. At level 180, the 9th turn, wouldn't that mean he could have 10 contracts? As the number of beasts grows, their coordination in battle won't just be a simple stack of strength but a massive exponential increase. Imagine, countless Saint Spirit level beasts, and perhaps even totem level ones. All summoned at once, that would block out the sky and the sun. The sense of pressure would be off the charts. A few minutes later, Chu Ran finally regained his calm. Although Monarch level beasts are incredibly powerful, he still needs to grow cautiously. After all, he is still weak, and although his beasts are of high rank, they don't have much combat experience. In the beast space, the Kanglan Thunder Dragon was also in a daze. It looked at its body, its eyes full of confusion. But this was normal. When your body suddenly grows hundreds or thousands of times, who wouldn't be confused for a bit? Interestingly, Chu Ran noticed that a large part of the dragon's scales were darker than others. This area, when connected, resembled the shape of its previous wound. Sure enough, the scabbed wounds grow into stronger armor. Since he had already gotten his first beast, Chu Ran didn't hesitate and left the 1,000 gold pavilion. Because this world is unstable, with beast invasions happening at any time. So humans have a rich development of combat awareness. In the past, professionals had to leave the city to go to secret realms or directly enter the wilderness to hunt beasts and level up. But due to rapid technological development, countries have gradually built leveling dungeons within city areas, just like the beginner's welfare stages in games. After all, every profession is the most dangerous in the beginner phase. If you directly face beasts, the death rate for some professions can be as high as 50%. So compared to outdoor training, the virtual dungeons created for leveling are much safer and more effective. Soon, Chu Ran arrived at a dungeon. He didn't consider any dungeons for absolute beginners, as they were too slow. The dungeon in front of him was the highest reward dungeon he could enter at his current level. It was also the hardest one among the first turn dungeons. Lava Volcano. Entry level, below second turn. Although anyone below first turn can enter as long as they don't do the second turn tasks, in practice, most of those who enter this dungeon are professionals who have reached level 20 or are about to reach level 20. Recommended level, LV.15 LV.20. If your combat strength isn't enough, entering would be torture. You might waste a lot of time trying to defeat minor monsters with insufficient attack power. Failing a dungeon challenge won't result in death, but there will be a 24-hour cooldown period. You won't be able to enter any dungeon again within 24 hours. However, these suggestions were nothing for Chu Ran. With a Monarch level beast under his command, he could clear any dungeon at this level in a single second. What held him back wasn't his combat power, but his level. Without much hesitation, Chu Ran directly walked towards the dungeon located 20 meters away. Chapter 4, One-Click Instant Kill, Experience Harvester. A crowd had already gathered in front of the dungeon, mostly small groups of 2 or 3. Since the Lava Volcano was the most profitable dungeon at the first job transfer level, many players approaching level 20 would choose to team up for a quicker dungeon run, allowing everyone to level up faster. Experience points could be distributed freely, so it was inevitable that carry teams would emerge. However, those teams focused purely on making money were usually done in secret. If caught by the patrols, they would be educated, at best, just a lesson, at worst, arrested. In the beginner dungeons, having someone carry you could indeed level you up quickly, but such players were destined to be inadequate. A character raised in such a way would suffer greatly when facing secret realms or real demon beasts in the future. Please set a nickname. Just as Chu Ran was about to enter the dungeon, a sudden message stopped him. The dungeon not only served as a place for players to level up but also recorded the time each player spent clearing it. If a good route was found, it would be made into a tutorial video for others to learn. This was the result of technology changing lives. It was all a consequence of countless clashes between humans and demon beasts over the years. Demon beasts were constantly evolving, and if humans didn't work hard to improve themselves, they would eventually be harmed by the beasts once again. Every time the demon beasts invaded, the number of deaths was counted in terms of entire cities, so no one wanted such a tragedy to happen again. Break. Chu Ran typed his nickname. There was no special meaning, just because the character Break happened to be carved on a large rock nearby. Then, just as Chu Ran was about to enter, someone suddenly called out to him. Handsome. Chu Ran turned around and saw 3 people not far from him. One of them, a muscular man, was the one who had called out. Next to him were another man and a little girl? Chu Ran didn't know how old she was, but she was definitely short. Handsome, you're here to break through after reaching almost level 20, right? I'm just wondering if going alone might be a bit risky. The muscular man said with a smile. This handsome guy. The 3 of us are a professional carry team, and we've helped dozens of players clear the lava volcano dungeon. The little girl said, smiling, as she reached to grab Chu Ran's arm. Chu Ran shook off her hand and looked at the 3 of them with a blank expression. The other man noticed the awkward tension and quickly spoke up, don't misunderstand, we mean no harm. We're just carrying for a little extra cash, and right now, our team holds the fastest clear record. Chu Ran looked at the dungeon information, and indeed, the fastest record was displayed. Lava Volcano fastest record, 807 seconds. Team composition, LV.20 Mage, LV.20 Warrior, LV.20 Healer. Nicknames, Sweetie, Ironface, Cold Maple. Chu Ran's expression remained unchanged as he guessed in his mind. It seemed these 3 were experienced players, not continuing to level up, but instead running carry teams for profit. But this was within the rules. Once a first job player reached level 20, they would begin their second job transfer quest. If they didn't do it, they would be stuck at the first job forever, unable to level up further. The muscular man revealed a goofy smile. Hee, I'm Iron Face. We only charge 8,888, and we'll clear it in 10 minutes. You don't have to do anything. Give all the experience points to you. I do not need it. Chu Ran said lightly. Once you change class, even if your talent is very good and your gear is filled to the max, you will at most have a few hundred combat power. Those who can break 1,000 are geniuses among geniuses. Chu Ran going in with them, it is hard to know who is escorting who. Then he stepped into the dungeon vortex with 1 foot, and his trace was gone. TCH, what is he pretending for, a first change class job coming alone to fight this dungeon? I do not believe he can clear it. The little girl curled her lips. I bet he will come out in 5 minutes, the kind of challenge failure, Iron Mask said calmly. I bet 8 minutes, I bet 5 yuan. Cold Maple showed a smile. Go to hell, even a bowl of noodles costs damn 8 yuan. Lava Volcano. The moment Chu Ran stepped into the dungeon, he felt a thick burning heat, as if the air itself was boiling. Lava Volcano is not a common dungeon, every team enters an independent virtual dungeon, but the number of monsters and experience inside each dungeon are fixed. That means, right now in this dungeon there is only Chu Ran alone. Right in front of him, there was a small lava river flowing. Some firebirds were circling at low altitude. As long as Chu Ran took 1 step forward, he would enter their attack range. Firebird. LV.16. Skill, Peck. Combat power, 134. Explosive Firebird. LV.19. Skill, Powerful Peck. Combat power, 221. Chu Ran looked at the monsters in front of him. This combat power is not a big threat to job users of level 10 to 20, but they cannot endure the fact that there are many of them. Plus these are only basic monsters, later there are even stronger elite monsters and the dungeon boss. So most job users need to form teams to pass this dungeon. Daring to enter here at level 1, and still entering alone, I am afraid only Chu Ran is like this. Come out, Kanglan Thunder Flood Dragon. With one order from Chu Ran, the sky that was full of red clouds suddenly thunder roared loudly. Right in front of this piece of sky, a huge dark cloud suddenly appeared. Roar! The moment the Kanglan Thunder Flood Dragon only slightly stretched out a bit of its dragon whisker, a sky full of thunder net split down without any warning. Those monsters did not even have time to react before being struck by the thunder net and turned into ashes. Minus 24,760. Minus 36,052. Minus 17,666. A string of damage numbers suddenly appeared. Chu Ran's whole person was dazzled by what he saw. You killed Firebird, gained experience 360 points. You killed Explosive Firebird, gained experience 640 points. You killed Fire Snake, gained experience 160 points. Just the moment Kanglan Thunder Flood Dragon appeared and brought out that bit of passive thunder net, it cleared all the small monsters of the entire dungeon. Holy shit. Chu Ran looked at the Kanglan Thunder Flood Dragon circling in mid-air. That huge scene impact just now shocked him so much that even his speech stuttered. The Thunder Flood Dragon was also looking at Chu Ran at this moment. but it had a face full of doubt, like it was asking, "Where is the opponent?" At this moment, a sound suddenly appeared from the distant volcano crater. What could be heard was the roar of some kind of demon beast. But the sound compared to the Kanglan Thunder Flood Dragon was not even close in momentum. Very quickly, a giant python dozens of meters long, with magma flowing all over its body, appeared in front of Chu Ran, and then it felt the aura of the Kanglan Thunder Flood Dragon, so after stiffening for a few seconds it desperately drilled toward the bottom of the lava, wanting to escape from here. But the Thunder Flood Dragon did not give it a chance. It launched Thunderbolt Lightning Net. The electric net smashed down, magma splashed everywhere, and that magma giant python turned into ashes in an instant, completely merging into the lava river. You killed boss lava giant python, gained experience 6,000 points. Lava volcano challenge successful. Clear time, 36 seconds. Chapter 5 Crazy Level Up. The Light of the Right Path. Chu Ran did not even react yet. This dungeon had already ended. Just now the hundreds and thousands of small monsters that filled every corner of the lava volcano together with the boss all turned into ashes. Now the entire lava volcano was frighteningly quiet. And from beginning to end, the only action Chu Ran did was stepping one step forward. After the dungeon is cleared, it doesn't immediately disappear, but there will be 5 minutes for settlement. This time can be used for distributing experience and items. After all, once you leave the dungeon, no more resource distribution can be done. However, the settlement period won't be recorded, meaning anything happening during these few minutes won't be monitored by the Alliance. It's an absolutely vacuum time. So this is the battle power of a Lord-level Beastmaster. It's simply an experience harvesting machine. Looking at the scattered materials and equipment on the ground, Chu Ran felt dazzled. These materials and equipment are the finest for a first-tier adventurer. Other adventurers would be thrilled to get 1 or 2 pieces, but now Chu Ran is filling up sacks. One-click pickup completed. Although it was one-click pickup, the items dropped in this massive molten volcano still filled several sacks. Chu Ran stored the equipment and materials into his personal space. Based on what he had learned, equipment was also classified into 7 levels: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Commander, Lord, Holy Spirit, and Totem. Though most of the dropped items were Bronze level, there were still a few Silver level ones inside. And such a large batch of equipment and items would still fetch a hefty price. But the drop rate is only this high when adventurers clear the dungeon for the first time. Afterward, the drop rate will be much lower, and repeated runs may even only give experience, with no more equipment or materials. After all, it's a virtual dungeon, and these things didn't appear out of thin air. They were placed in by the guild or the alliance to support newbies. This is also one of the main reasons for resisting carry groups. Most carry groups just take advantage of newly awakened adventurers who don't know the rules to farm new player drop rates. What they want to earn is not the carry commission, but the huge sum of money from equipment and materials. Your level has increased, you have gained 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased, you have gained 10 free attribute points. Your level has increased. Your level has reached LV.20. Level cap reached for the first promotion. No more experience will be gained from killing monsters. Second promotion job task has been issued. Chu Ran's thoughts moved, and a panel appeared in front of him. His profession information instantly unfolded before his eyes. Profession, first promotion, Beastmaster. Level, LV.20. Strength, 246. Agility, 318. Spirit, 460. Combat power, 541. Free attribute points, 190. You can choose to upgrade any attribute. Skills, Contract Art, Summon Spirit Diagram. Beast, Kanglan Thunder Dragon. Promotion points, 5,681. 5682, 5,683. The Beastmaster's level increase is indeed not as high compared to other professions. Normally, other professions' combat power would be close to 1,000 at this level. But this is reasonable. After all, Beastmasters mainly rely on their beasts for combat. It makes sense that they are relatively weak themselves. Every profession has its own strengths and weaknesses. The Beastmaster profession is very broad, with an incredibly high upper limit, but also a very low lower limit. After thinking carefully, Chu Ran decided to allocate all his free attribute points to Spirit. For a Beastmaster, the most important thing is their spiritual ability. The higher the spirit, the faster they can control their beast and release some of their skills. Spirit, 460-650. Feels great. Chu Ran felt a burst of satisfaction. But when he opened the beast's attribute panel, he was immediately stunned. Beast, Kanglan Thunder Dragon. Grade, Lord level. Level, LV.18. Strength, 33,800. Agility, 37,400. Defense, 31,560. Spirit, 31,050. Combat power, 45,866. Skills, Thunder Web, Devour. For every level the Kanglen Thunder Dragon rises, each attribute increases by 600 points. So this is the power of Bloodline. Chu Ran doubted life for a moment. The gap between humans and their beasts was truly this large. This shows just how difficult it has been for humans to win against demon beasts over the years. As expected, in the face of absolute Bloodline, all efforts seem insignificant. Most professionals spend their whole lives and still never reach the combat strength of a level Kanglen Thunder Dragon. But fortunately, Chu Ran is not one of those people. The Kanglen Thunder Dragon is Chu Ran's beast. Although Chu Ran's mental strength is low right now, he doesn't need to worry about beast backlash. Because he made a contract at the Thunder Dragon's level, such a thing could never happen. The contract between them has already deeply intertwined with their souls. If either side tries to break it, they will suffer the purest soul punishment. And the examples where beasts backfire on their masters are usually because the beast is of a high level, and such contracts are extremely unstable. The higher the beast's level, the stronger its beastly nature, making it more difficult to submit to humans. As long as the beast is raised from a young age, backlash is impossible. So, the alliance requires that a beastmaster's first beast must be of a low level. But despite the regulations, in some large family clans, the new generation, eager for success, secretly contracts high-level beasts. This kind of thing happens again and again, but no one can figure out the details. After finishing up, Chu Ran left the instance. When Chu Ran came out, he saw the three people who were leading the team still there, seemingly waiting for their prey. They were not surprised to see Chu Ran, instead wearing expressions as if they had expected it. Handsome the girl who looked like a little girl stepped forward, smiling and saying, "Don't be discouraged, big brother. It's always like this the first time." Timion stretched his neck and smiled, saying, "Tomorrow we'll charge 8,000. After the cooling off period, just come find us. We're here every day." Chu Ran looked at them, smiled, shook his head, and left without saying a word. Watching Chu Ran leave, Timion said, "I bet he will come looking for us tomorrow. This kind of stubborn rookie is too common." Lung Feng, who had been silent, turned around and said lightly, "I think he won't come tomorrow. He looks like a freshly awakened newbie. He'll probably be crying in bed tomorrow, and only come the day after." As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Not long after leaving the instance area, Chu Ran suddenly remembered something. He took out his phone and dialed the Alliance Guard team's number. "Hello, I want to report that someone is boosting in the lava volcano instance." "Okay, can you tell us your name?" "I don't have a name. You can call me the light of the right path," Chu Ran said, smiling. Chapter 6, Instance Bug? Buying a second beast. The Alliance Administration Bureau. Zhang Xiao was leisurely sipping his tea when suddenly a hurried knock came at the door, followed by the door opening, and a man with a grim expression rushing in. The man was Administrator Wang Sheng, responsible for recording and analyzing the data from virtual instances. "Director, something's wrong," Wang Sheng said urgently, sweat dripping down his face, falling onto the desk. Seeing the sweat splashing on the desk, a hint of disgust appeared in Zhang Xiao's eyes. He slowly picked up a towel from beside him, wiped the desk, and said slowly, "You better have a huge issue, or I won't let you off." Zhang Xiao picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip, showing a satisfied expression. Everyone in the Alliance Administration Bureau knew that from 12 to 1 o'clock every day was the director's tea time, so no one dared to disturb him during this time. "The lava volcano seems to have a bug." Wang Sheng spoke, clearly not wanting to harden his resolve and knock on the director's office door, but this time, the situation was simply too strange. Zhang Xiao slightly furrowed his brows. "The lava volcano record has been refreshed." Zhang Xiao's face showed displeasure. "But, the new record is 36 seconds. PFF. Zhang Xiao couldn't hold back and sprayed his tea out. He stared wide-eyed. How many seconds?" 36 seconds. Wang Sheng took 2 steps back, trembling as he spoke. "What the hell?" Zhang Xiao quickly stood up. "Take me to the data room." 36 seconds? Are you joking? 15 level 20 fully equipped first-turn professionals might not even be able to do it. This kind of carry boost team, are they also openly bold now? You are taking this lava volcano record as a merit certificate, right? 5 minutes later. Data room. Zhang Xiao looked at the video replayed twice on the screen and fell into deep thought. Just now he did a round of tests and found that the dungeon had no bug. This should have been something worth feeling lucky about, but there were also not 15 fully equipped professionals, not a carry team. Going in was only one person, and he looked like a Beast Tamer. A very short 36-second video, what could barely be seen was that he seemed to take only one step forward, all other images were mosaic-like blurry messes, seeming to be affected by interference. Why is it so blurry? This person's beast is lightning attribute. The electromagnetic field affected the recording signal. One person, one beast, 36 seconds, lava volcano cleared. Now there was only one question in Zhang Zhao's head: is this person still a person? At first he thought it was a carry team making eye-catching stuff to attract customers, but after watching the video, Zhang Xiao felt a wave of fear. The condition to enter the dungeon is limited, it can only be a first-turn professional. That means the person in the video at most was only level 20 and already had such a powerful beast? This instant kill full map battle power, it looks like at least a commander level beast above level 90. Whose big young master came out to train this time? A first-turn Beast Tamer dares to let him contract such a level of beast, this courage is truly beyond limits. Check which family this Beast Tamer with the nickname Pa belongs to. I need to go back and inform the Northern Region Alliance. You keep an eye on this Pa, best to find his information within today. Zhang Xiao said seriously. Just the strength this beast showed in the fragments is already not something he, a fifth-turn professional, can resist. Such a time bomb hiding in Linfeng City made his heart as a director hang in the air. Such a powerful beast, once a master devouring situation appears, it would be a huge disaster for the entire Linfeng City. 1,000 Gold Pavilion. Chu Ran came this time to the material trading area. Materials, equipment, and various enhancement stones from dungeons are all sold here. Besides that, professionals can also do self-trading here. 1,000 Gold Pavilion, as a notary office, will charge a 1% handling fee. Sir, the total is 1,800,000, please check. The Cheongsam lady showed a standard smile and respectfully handed the alliance card to Chu Ran. A 1,800,000 business is also a big client for her, she can get quite a lot of commission from it, her face full of relaxed smiles, her attitude toward Chu Ran stayed warm the whole time. Chu Ran slightly nodded and took the alliance card. 1,800,000 is also sudden fortune from heaven for him now, if not rushing to sell, he could probably earn another 1 or 200,000. But he also found it troublesome, after all selling piece by piece costs time and effort, with that time he could have already run a few more dungeons. Just as he was about to stand up and leave, he suddenly saw a cloak placed at the highest spot of the nearby counter, and the skill description instantly caught his attention. Shadow Cloak. Type, Item. Effect, the wearer of the cloak will be covered by spiritual energy and cannot be inspected for appearance by professionals below 7th turn. Additional attribute, mental power plus 10. Use level, LV.1. Price, 200,000. Shadow Cloak? Chu Ran slightly frowned. This is an item, not belonging to the equipment category, but this effect is indeed very attractive. To avoid unnecessary trouble, hiding his own information is very necessary for the current Chu Ran. Sir, as my customer, if you want to buy this item, I can give you a 20% discount. Sales is all about reading the room, and the Cheongsam lady smiled as she walked up. I can take it down for you to try on. No need, just swipe the card. Chu Ran didn't waste any time and placed the card directly on the counter. This swift and decisive action left the lady momentarily stunned, and after hesitating for a few seconds, she said, okay. 5 minutes later, Chu Ran arrived at the beast taming section. He had already put on the shadow cloak, and a black mist enveloped him, making it impossible for anyone to see his face from the outside. He had over 1.6 million Dragon Kingdom coins in his pocket, and Chu Ran had never been this wealthy before. He walked with a newfound air of affluence. Sir, please come in. Tang Xian noticed Chu Ran from a distance and smiled as she led him inside. In her eyes, someone with such a unique aura and who had a special tool to hide their presence would definitely not be interested in buying a bronze-level beast. She then took him straight to the silver-level beast taming counter. After browsing for a while, Chu Ran couldn't help but think. The silver-level beasts were indeed much stronger than the bronze-level ones. Not only in terms of combat power, but even the price had increased several times. Flame Sparrow. Tier, Silver. Combat power, 360. Price, 650,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. White Wolf. Tier, Silver. Combat power, 345. Price, 590,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. The various beasts on the display table made Chu Ran feel dazzled. Most of them had combat power around 350, with the difference being no more than 10 or so points. Thinking about the upcoming large dungeons and special secret realms being far from the city, Chu Ran decided to get a flying beast. This one. Chu Ran said casually, then handed over his alliance card. Tang Xian took the card, vaguely feeling like she had heard that voice somewhere before. Ding. Payment successful. She only wondered for a moment, and after swiping the card, she handed it back to Chu Ran, smiling, welcome, feel free to visit again. There's a free contract room, which will help me contract faster, Chu Ran interrupted her and said. Tang Xian froze for a moment, a slight awkwardness appearing on her face, yes. Chu Ran walked straight ahead, pushing open the contract room door he had opened earlier that morning. How did he know what I was going to say? Tang Qian watched Chu Ran's departing figure, a puzzled look on her face. This scene felt strangely familiar. Chapter 7, The Second Monarch-Level Beast. Taking the second-class profession task. After entering the contract room, Chu Ran placed the flame sparrow on the contract table. He had now reached level 20 and could contract his second beast. Lingfeng City was just one of many cities in the northern region. After reaching second class, many high-level virtual dungeons and real demon beast areas or secret realms were located in other cities or the outskirts. Having a flying beast would also make travel more convenient. A small city like Lingfeng could not hold him. Thinking this, he no longer hesitated, and directly reached out to wave his hand over the flame sparrow's forehead. Contract technique. Mysterious runes gathered in the air and gradually merged into the flame sparrow's body. This contract was surprisingly smooth, which made Chu Ran a bit surprised. Normally, contracting a silver-level beast would be somewhat difficult, and the flame sparrow was a fire type, which meant it would likely have a wild personality and would usually take some time to calm down. Being a beast tamer doesn't seem that hard, Chu Ran smiled slightly. After a few seconds, the flame sparrow disappeared from the contract table and reappeared in Chu Ran's beast space. Contract successful. In the contract space, Chu Ran saw a small flicker of red flame beside the massive body of the thunder serpent. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was the beast he had just contracted. Lei Zhao tilted his head slightly, looking at the new little guy with curiosity. The fire flame sparrow stood there, not daring to move, its body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing how frightened it was, Chu Ran found it a bit funny and comforted it. Don't worry, you'll soon be as strong as brother Lei Zhao. Current beast, fire flame sparrow. Tier, silver rank. Level, LV.1. Strength, 285. Agility, 456. Defense, 240. Spirit, 320. Combat power, 360. Skills, none. Can evolve. Required evolution points, 4,000. Current evolution points, 8,650, 8651, 8652. Hint, the first evolution of a beast has a chance to trigger a critical hit. Another prompt. Does this mean that every beast has a chance to trigger a critical hit during its first evolution? Chu Ran immediately became excited. He had originally thought only the first beast would get this newbie benefit. Without hesitation, he spoke up. Start the evolution. 4,000 evolution points were immediately deducted from the panel, turning into little star-like sparks that drilled into the fire flame sparrow's body. Boom! The sky within the contract space suddenly changed dramatically. This commotion was almost identical to when the Qing Jiao evolved. The sky was instantly filled with a crimson fire mist. A strong and intense heat began to erupt throughout the entire beast space. The fire flame sparrow, standing on the ground, was now engulfed in blazing flames. The flames continuously rose, wrapping its small body within, then transforming into a giant fireball that kept expanding and burning. Bigger. Brighter. The Kanglan Thunder Jiao coiled nearby seemed to feel the intense heat, moving a little farther away from the red bird. The entire beast space seemed to turn into a blazing fire sea. If it weren't for the fact that this fire couldn't harm Chu Ran in the slightest, he should have already turned to ash at this distance. Damn! Chu Ran's face was filled with shock. This momentum was just as intense, if not more so, than when the Thunder Jiao evolved. Chu Ran's chest rose and fell violently, swallowing hard without realizing it. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the fireball, having expanded to its limits, began to boil. Caw! A sharp, fiery scream echoed through the sky. At the same time, a cold notification sound also rang in Chu Ran's mind. Ding! Critical hit effect triggered. Evolution complete, Fire Flame Sparrow Scorching Flame Dragon Sparrow. As the flames gradually dispersed, Chu Ran saw a giant creature before him. It was covered in a layer of bright, dazzling red fiery feathers. Its sharp beak was straight and pointed, and its claws, resembling eagle talons, exuded a cold, stern, and majestic aura. Its head wore a long, streamlined crown made of fiery waves, resembling a burning fire crown, shining with scorching light. Its tail, made of fierce flames, looked like a swirling fire tornado. Current beast, Scorching Flame Dragon Sparrow. Tier, Lord rank. Level, LV.1. Strength, 28,600. Agility, 46,720. Defense, 26,450. Spirit, 34,580. Combat power, 38,658. Skills, Scorching Flame Rain, Dragon Sparrow Scream. Next evolution points required, 900,000. Damn! Another Lord rank. Chu Ran was immediately ecstatic. The Beastmaster profession cares the least about the practitioner's level. If the Beast's tier is high enough, it can crush any other profession. Generally speaking, a 5th tier Beastmaster, as long as they have one fully leveled Commander tier Beast, can easily enter dungeons that only 7th tier body refinement warriors can access. Not to mention, as a Beastmaster progresses, the number of beasts they can control increases. For any city, having a top tier Beastmaster is the ultimate sense of security. And now, Chu Ran already had 2 Lord tier beasts, which was quite rare in the entire city of Linfeng. Even the geniuses of the Beastmaster families couldn't compare. So strong. Chu Ran closed the beast space, unable to hold back his joy. Opened the career panel. Career, 1st tier Beastmaster. Level, LV.20. Strength, 246. Agility, 318. Spirit, 650. Combat power, 749. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, Contract Magic, Summon Spirit Map. Beast Taming, Kanglan Thunder Dragon, Blazing Dragon Sparrow. Advancement points, 5086, 5087, 5088. Current quest, 2nd profession quest, pending. Check the quest. Chu Ran said lightly. Immediately, a light screen appeared before him. On the other side, at the entrance of the lava dungeon. The trio of Iron Mask was still looking for clients. Hey, handsome, our strength is guaranteed. Look, our team holds the fastest dungeon record. The adventurer who was stopped by them glanced at the record and said with irritation. Your storytelling skills are so bad, even your lies don't match the number of people. Are you really trying to scam us with a carry? After that, the adventurer turned and walked away without a second glance, leaving Iron Mask with an embarrassed face. Ah! Sweet screamed. What's wrong? Cold Maple hurried over and saw Sweet pointing at the fastest record display with a face full of disbelief. Lava Volcano fastest record, 36 seconds. Team members, 1. Class, Beast Tamer. Nickname, Break. The three of them looked at each other in silence, suddenly finding themselves at a loss for words. The record for this dungeon updates every 10 minutes. They had been here for more than 2 hours today, and in the meantime, they had taken a group through once. The rest of the time, they had been guarding this spot, and every time they checked the carry record, it had still been theirs. They had held this record for several weeks now. But just now, in the blink of an eye, the record had been updated. Not only had it been updated, but the update was so outrageous. A single person finished it in 36 seconds? They had entered this dungeon over 100 times and even knew where every firebird spawned. They were fully familiar with the dungeon. They knew this record was impossible. Even a top-tier fully equipped adventurer could only be a first-class player to enter this dungeon. A first-class adventurer in 36 seconds. Bug. There must be a bug. The three of them came to this conclusion. This dungeon was very popular, with dozens of teams entering every hour, so it was normal for the server to crash and cause errors. After regaining their composure, the three of them continued searching for targets. Soon, they saw a cold girl alone. The girl was wearing a light blue long dress, with blue hair, and her cold eyes gave off an icy feeling, making it clear that she wanted no one near her. Hello, miss, you're alone. Do you need a carry? Sweet started her sweet attack again. The girl showed a hint of confusion in her eyes. We're a professional carry team. The girl was momentarily stunned, then asked, a carry for Lava Volcano? Yes, we're really professional, 10-minute guaranteed clear, all you need is. Iron Mask was actively promoting when he saw the girl take out something that looked like a camera from her sleeve, and she coldly said. I'm Tang Shu Arrow, I found them. Should we arrest them now? A voice came from the electronic device. Arrest. Oh no. A body camera. Upon realizing the girl's identity, the three members of the carry team instantly turned pale. They immediately turned to flee in all directions. But in the blink of an eye, they felt an icy aura in the air. Snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Then, their feet froze in place, unable to move a single step. Ice Domain. Chapter 8, Could he have a golden tier Beast Tamer? The Alliance Management Bureau. In a detention center, the three members of the carry team were sitting on small benches being interrogated by an officer. Li Tian, Wang Dadi, Lin Feng. The interrogating officer looked at the three in front of him, picked up a teacup beside him, and said slowly, Come on, tell the truth, how long have you been doing this? Carry teams like theirs were not rare. In Linfeng City, there were few dungeons that could be considered popular without a few carry teams at the entrances. So the interrogator was not surprised at all. The first time being caught is at most just criticism, education plus a fine. Uncle, we just started, we have only done this for a few days, this time please let us go. Tian showed a weak little face and begged softly. Alright then, go pay the fine, and you can leave. The interrogation uncle took a sip of tea and said slowly. If there is a next time, you will be locked up, the kind that leaves a record. Then if you want to enter places like the management bureau to work, there will be no chance. They kept doing this kind of repeated farming, and the materials and equipment they sold were all things the Alliance put inside virtual dungeons for new beginner job holders. How could they be allowed to keep grabbing like this without stopping? Several people nodded with resentment. They also knew this kind of thing is not serious the first time, at most it is taking sideways to gain improper profit, but if they want to leave they still have to return the money they earned. These few days were all for nothing, just thinking about paying the fine made Iron Face feel heart pain. I wanted to save more money to buy a few secret realm invitations after second transfer. Cold Maple also looked depressed. After the second transfer, the income from beginner virtual dungeons becomes less and less, more strong job holders choose to enter monster secret realms with higher entry limits. Compared to virtual dungeons, secret realms not only give more experience but the materials are also more valuable. To enter a secret realm you need an invitation. One basic secret realm invitation is already sold for 100,000 Dragon Nation coins, and even the most basic secret realm requires job holders of second transfer or above to enter. Just as they were about to honestly pay the fine and leave, the interrogation room door was pushed open. A wave of icy cold air rushed in, and the interrogation uncle felt the teacup in his hand that was boiling hot instantly turn warm. The blue-haired girl who arrested them walked in. Deacon Tang. After seeing who it was, the uncle said respectfully. The Alliance Management Bureau is specially set up to handle all kinds of matters inside the city. Almost everyone in the Alliance Management Bureau has joined the Job Holder Alliance, so in the eyes of common people, the Alliance Management Bureau is basically the same force as the Job Holder Alliance. The Job Holder Alliance does not have many official rank divisions, but the ranks in the Alliance Management Bureau are roughly divided into 5 levels: outsourced, trainee, deacon, captain, director. Old Zhang is an outsourced interrogator, and the one who just came in is the youngest deacon in Linfeng City, just turned 20 years old. The 5th young lady of the Tang family, Tang Xuero. Born domain, a domain that some job holders cannot unlock even after reaching 5th or 6th transfer, she had it the moment she awakened. She has only been a job holder for 2 years, and she has already reached 4th transfer. And not an ordinary 4th transfer job holder. With top resources, her 4th transfer level has already exceeded 10,000, even stronger than some 5th transfer job holders. Tang Xuero glanced at the interrogation uncle and nodded lightly. I want to ask you some things. Tang Xuero looked at the 3 people sitting properly opposite her and said calmly. The expressions on the 3 faces were a bit unnatural, clearly afraid of this ice-like woman. I won't tell you anything. Cold Maple said angrily. During the arrest just now, as a mage, the top fragile job, he was hurt the most. Even with Tiantian's healing skill, that icy power was too pure. Right now there was still a bit of frost injury on his but that had not healed. Seeing Cold Maple full of resentment, Tang Xuero felt a bit at a loss. That was her first time doing this kind of mission, so at the start she did not control her output well. This time I won't fine you, but you must answer my questions. Tang Xuero said. When he heard there was no fine, Cold Maple's face changed instantly. Please ask. The speed of this attitude change stunned Tian and Iron Face beside him. Sure enough, as long as it is related to money. The usually aloof man would show his true self. Tang Xuero took out the video recording of the lava volcano and asked, this person, have you seen him? After arresting the brush group, she returned to the management office, and the administrator Wang Shang mentioned this matter to her knowing she had just come back from the lava volcano. Wang Shang searched through all the instance records in Linfeng City and found that only the lava volcano had a record. The lava volcano appears to be the first instance of broken. With just a nickname and a video record, the Alliance administration couldn't find this person for a while. According to regulations, professionals must register with the local professional alliance within a month of awakening. After checking all registered names, they found no information about him, as if this person had just appeared today. And Director Zhang went to the Northern Domain Alliance, and there is still no news. Isn't that handsome guy? Although the picture was so blurry, Tian could still see that it was a young man. Wow, it really looks like that kid. The 3 of them had been guarding the entrance of the lava volcano, and they would have a certain impression of people coming and going, especially someone they had interacted with, Chu Ran. Are you sure? Tang Xuero asked. Sure. Because he was quite handsome, we talked to him for a bit, and I paid special attention to him. Tian said with a smile. The lava volcano instance is not easy, few people would come alone. Tai Mian added. He didn't stay long before coming out, we even teased him a little. Tang Xuero nodded, can you describe his appearance? In the 36 seconds of the recording, she was shocked when she heard this news. She really wanted to see what this broken genius beast master looked like. Lang Feng was frozen in place. To make the professional alliance take it so seriously. That means, this is not a bug in the instance. That kid really set a record of 36 seconds. And the beast he summoned in the footage was something Ling Feng had never seen in his life. So strong. What level of beast could that be? Gold level? Lingfeng City. This is at the boundary of the Northern District, where Chu Ran awakened this morning at a transfer square 2 kilometers away. The second transfer task is draw-based. Among many first-level instances, one is randomly drawn, and the lava volcano is among them, but Chu Ran did not draw it. He drew another instance. Ice Cave. Entry level, LV.20. Recommended level, LV.20. This is also considered a relatively popular newbie instance. In front of the instance, many professionals gathered in small groups. The transfer task is limited to solo entry, but it doesn't require clearing, just lasting 5 minutes inside to complete. The second transfer job is not too hard, after all, it is still in the beginner phase. Ice Cave fastest record, 274 seconds. Team size, 1. Profession, LV.20 Mage. Nickname, Tang Shuero. Chu Ran knew this girl, she was 2 grades above him. Natural domain, Miss Tang family, a complete genius template. From this terrifying fastest record, one can see her extraordinary strength. Chu Ran didn't hesitate and directly entered the ice cave. Chapter 9, Break the record again. Where did this top genius beast master come from? Minus 46,355. Minus 35,698. Minus 46,998. You killed the ice snake and earned 350 experience points. You killed the Xianbing mouse and earned 360 experience points. You killed boss 1000-foot frost centipede and earned 5,800 experience points. Ice Cave Challenge success. Clearing time, 27 seconds. Because fire has a natural restraining effect on ice, and Chu Ran also wanted to see the power of the blazing dragon sparrow, he simply summoned the dragon sparrow. The blazing dragon sparrow only released a skill, blazing fire rain, and the icy ice cave instantly turned into a sea of fire. 1 key pickup complete. Second transfer task completed. Your level has increased, earning 20 free attribute points. Your level has risen, gaining 20 points of free attribute. A series of messages appeared before Chu Ran, and he hadn't even had time to be shocked. Then a thought crossed his mind, and the profession panel appeared before him once again. Profession, second transition, Beast Master. Level, LV.20 LV.26. Strength, 246485. Agility, 318642. Spirit, 650820. Combat Power, 54111025. Free Attribute Points, 120. Skills, Contract Technique, Summon Spirit Map. Beasts, LV.18 Azure Thunder Dragon, LV.15 Blazing Flame Phoenix. Advancement Points, 7065, 7067, 7069. Still in his old habit, Chu Ran continued to allocate the free attribute points to Spirit. Spirit, 820940. So awesome. The information for the Blazing Flame Phoenix also appeared. Current Beast, Blazing Flame Phoenix. Rank, Monarch Level. Level, LV.15. Strength, 2860037280. Agility, 4672055400. Defense, 2645035130. Spirit, 3458043260. Combat Power, 3865854243. Skills, Blazing Flame Rain, Phoenix Cry. Next required advancement points, 900,000. So this is the growth attribute of a monarch level. Chu Ran felt a bit emotional. He originally thought that the Azure Thunder Dragon increasing by 600 points in various attributes for each level was already very strong, but unexpectedly the Blazing Flame Phoenix could increase by 620 points for each level. Chu Ran's combat power at level 26 is still less than the increase from leveling his 2 beasts by 2 levels. Others rely on their mothers for higher status. I really didn't expect that one day I, Chu Ran, could rely on my beasts for higher status. The combined combat power of his 2 beasts was already close to 100,000. In Linfeng City, there seemed to be very few professional fighters with over 10,000 combat power. The new clan leader of the Tang family, Tang Xiaotian, was known as the strongest 6th transition professional in Linfeng City. He also served as the city guard and the Grand Elder of the Alliance. Even he had only recently, nearing 50, broken through the 30,000 combat power barrier. Chu Ran seemed to have reached this level in less than 1 day. He had just awakened in the morning, and by the afternoon, he had become the top person in Linfeng City. This upgrade is just too powerful. Moreover, Chu Ran was amazed to find that after becoming a 2nd transition professional, the rate of advancement points, which was previously 1 point per second, had now become 2 points per second. Wow! This means that the original 10 days needed to advance to the Holy Spirit level beast has now been shortened to just 5 days at this pace. After tidying up everything, Chu Ran left the ice cave. He quietly passed through the noisy crowd and walked straight into the tea house across the street. After drinking 3 cups of hot tea, he finally calmed down. Then he looked through the window and saw an interesting scene. Wow! 27 seconds. Is this cheating? Again this break. I saw someone on the professional forum say that the record for the lava volcano was also broken by him in the morning. The fastest record for the dungeon had been updated, and those professional fighters rushed forward to look at the new record in disbelief. 36 seconds for lava volcano, 27 seconds for ice cave. Is this a joke? You're telling me this is the achievement of a first transition professional? The fastest record for the ice cave had been dominated by the genius girl Tang Shuaro for over a year. People thought Linfeng City would never see another prodigy like Tang Shuaro. Yet now, another break has suddenly emerged, creating another astonishing record. For a moment, everyone in Linfeng City was discussing who this break really was. Some said he was a divine descent, others said he was a new generation genius from a hidden family. Not far from the entrance of the ice cave, there was a tall castle heavily guarded. 2 golden characters hung prominently above the main gate. Tang Mansion. This is the residence of the Tang family. It is also the junction between Linfeng City and the wilderness, thus serving as the office for the guard team. Inside the walls of Tang Mansion is a peaceful community life. Outside the city walls are ferocious foreign beasts prowling. They are not the kind of virtual projections found in dungeons, but real, terrifying beasts full of animalistic instincts. Tang Xiaotian stood on the city wall, his expressionless face gazing at the fierce demon beasts beyond the wasteland. He heard the noise at the entrance of the instance and casually asked his attendant beside him, "Why is it so lively today?" Today, a beast master nicknamed Break has consecutively reset the records for the lava volcano and the ice cave. A look of surprise appeared on Tang Xiaotian's face, and he immediately smiled, saying, "This is great news. Shuaro should be very happy. It seems like she hasn't had a decent opponent in a long time." When Tang Shuaro was born, the phenomenon it caused was hailed as the most promising event in the Tang family for breaking the 7th transition in 100 years. Plus, her innate ice domain gave her immense support, allowing her to create the record for the fastest time in the ice cave. Even some other 3rd transition professionals couldn't achieve such a remarkable feat. Having someone break this record only proves how many geniuses there are in Linfeng City. However, the attendant's expression did not look good. "Why do you look like this?" Tang Xiaotian asked in confusion. "It's true the record has been broken, but the time is too short." The attendant's face showed reluctance. "Isn't a shorter time a good thing?" Tang Xiaotian smiled lightly. "The new record for the ice cave is 27 seconds. Tang Xiaotian's pupils trembled as he tilted his head to look at the attendant. "What did you say?" Chapter 10, Demon Beast Whirlpool. Furious Beast Tide. City Destruction Disaster? 27 seconds. After learning that this new record was only 27 seconds, the over 50-year-old Tang Xiaotian, who had seen many major events, still felt incredibly shocked. The record of over 270 seconds set by Shuaro was already extremely close to the limit for a first transition professional. It's fine that the record was broken, but even if this person is a once-in-a-lifetime genius, they shouldn't be able to shorten that speed to 1/10 of the original. However, if it's a beast master, there are some methods to achieve such a data. Tang Xiaotian quickly came up with a possible method. This beast master likely contracted a high-level beast. But that would be too crazy. A novice beast master dares to contract such a powerful high-level beast? The consequences of backlash would be unimaginable. Of course, there is also another possibility, which is that he contracted a lower-level beast of the commander rank or above. Because even a golden-level beast, which is extremely rare, would not have such combat power at a low level. However, the class of the beast can elevate its power more than its level, with the general disparity in power between different classes being over 10 times. If it is a commander level or even a monarch level beast, it could very well reach that combat power at level 1. However, Tang Xiaotian quickly dismissed this speculation in his mind, as it was even more absurd than the above one. Currently, among the young beasts findable in the entire northern region, the highest class available in the market is the golden level. Commander level beasts are ones that high-level beast masters have invested countless resources and efforts to upgrade from golden level. A level 1 commander level? There might not even be 5 in the entire northern region. If this were to appear in the public eye, numerous beast families would undoubtedly fight over it, even risking injuries to get one back as a town guardian spirit. A level 1 commander level beast, even without any auxiliary materials, has a probability of 3 to 4% to advance to monarch level after reaching full level. Moreover, with various auxiliary materials, it could basically reach monarch during full level. A fully leveled monarch beast is powerful enough to dominate more than half of the northern region. Is there any news about him? Thinking of this, Tang Xiaotian felt a hint of unease rising in his heart. Looking far away, he noticed that, for some reason, the demon beasts in the wasteland seemed angrier than usual. The Bureau has no information on him yet, only that he is a young man, and that he appeared out of nowhere today. Everyone, stay alert. If this is truly a risk contract, it won't be good for Linfeng City. Tang Xiaotian originally thought Linfeng City had produced a great genius. But after considering the usual circumstances, he realized the potential danger was more likely. 10 minutes later, Chu Ran appeared again at the entrance of Qianjin Pavilion. With his current strength, there were no more basic dungeons in Linfeng City that he could explore. After the second-class transfer, he could enter higher-yield secret realms, which would bring even greater rewards. What he needed to do now was sell the equipment he collected from the ice cave and get a few high-level secret realm entry tickets. 1,600,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, please take it. Tang Xian's face was full of smiles as she handed the alliance card to Chu Ran. After work this morning, a colleague from the material trading zone came to her, excited, asking her to cover for a shift. Seeing how happy she was when leaving, it seemed like she had earned a hefty commission. Tang Xian felt envious, and unexpectedly, this fortune had come upon her in the afternoon. Chu Ran nodded and took the alliance card. He remembered that the saleswoman in front of him had previously been in the Beastmaster section. Sir, have a safe journey, and we welcome you to visit again. Tang Xian sent Chu Ran all the way downstairs. We've met twice today already. My name is Tang Xian. If you need any more beast purchases, you can contact me directly next time. I'll make sure to offer you the best deal. Tang Xian said with a bright smile. 3 times. Chu Ran said calmly, then turned and left. Tang Xian stood there, dazed, murmuring to herself, 3 times. Chu Ran had not walked far after leaving Qianjin Pavilion when suddenly, a low, ominous alarm rang out. Chu Ran was startled and turned around to look at his surroundings. He realized that every speaker around was now blaring the alarm. Level 2 alarm. This alarm sound only goes off when monster invasions happen. What's going on? Chu Ran suddenly stood up, his gaze turned to the sky, and he noticed a crack hundreds of meters long had appeared in the air where the ice cave dungeon was located. Sky crack. Chu Ran lifted his head and looked into the crack. Then, he was suddenly shocked. In the pitch-black crack, pairs of glowing eyes were staring down at the people below. Monster Vortex. It's the Monster Vortex. Someone screamed in panic and collapsed to the ground. What the hell? How could a Monster Vortex appear in Linfeng City? Everyone was in a state of panic, running around, and the entire northern district was in chaos. Chu Ran furrowed his brows. His teacher had mentioned the Monster Vortex in school. Every time a Monster Vortex appeared, it was guaranteed to bring a terrifying disaster. On Tianqian continent, aside from the safe zones where humans lived, most of the land was actually controlled by monsters in the wilderness. As soon as they got the chance, they would try to invade the human territories. Although the safe zones had protective barriers, some monsters with space abilities might find weak points in the barrier and break through. Then, they would gather large numbers of monsters and invade the city, massacring everything. Although the size of this monster vortex wasn't big, it would be a devastating blow for a small city like Linfeng. If those monsters got in, Linfeng City could face a citywide massacre. Alliance Bureau. Half of the screen showed Zhang Zhao's face, and the other half showed the image of the monster vortex. Zhang Zhao was still on his way back from the northern region, his face full of anxiety. Damn it! How could the monster vortex appear without warning? The protective barrier was broken. Although we're handling it urgently. It is simply impossible to fix it before the vortex of the demon beasts is completed. If it were only the vortex of the demon beasts, we could hold on for a while, but we are right next to the wild realm. Once too much power is mobilized to deal with the vortex of the demon beasts, the beasts in the wild realm will come. The strong ones from Shanyuan City will take at least 15 minutes to arrive, but 5 minutes is enough for these beasts to slaughter Linfeng City. The high-ranking officials of the Alliance Management Bureau were discussing among themselves, all with troubled expressions. As a small border city in the northern region, Linfeng City has no ability to withstand these demon disasters. These beasts. At Tangnanshan, a furious shout echoed from the city wall. The worst outcome had occurred. Behind him, the crack that had suddenly appeared was still continuing to expand. In front of him, the demon beasts had somehow entered a rampage mode and were climbing up the city wall ceaselessly. Inside was the vortex of the demon beasts, outside was the raging beast tide. Everything seemed planned, someone wanted to destroy Linfeng City. Snowflakes gradually began to fall from the distant sky, and the icy cold air enveloped the sky, as if the expanding speed of the vortex of the demon beasts had slowed slightly. It was the ice domain. Tang Xiaotian saw the calm girl who had suddenly appeared beneath the vortex, his eyes igniting with fierce flames. An ice crystal bow appeared in his hand. Beasts, as long as I am still alive, not a single one will cross this wall. Tang Xiaotian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Whoosh! The giant ice crystal arrow shot out like lightning. Where it passed, the air was frozen into a thin layer of frost, radiating a bone-chilling cold. With a loud bang, the giant ice crystal arrow struck fiercely into the dense mass of demon beasts below. In an instant, the whole space trembled, and the ground cracked open deep crevices due to the immense impact. Then, the giant ice crystal arrow exploded, transforming into countless tiny but incredibly sharp ice arrows, like a cold torrent surging in all directions. These ice arrows, with unmatched momentum, pierced through one ferocious and brutal demon beast after another. Great! The defending envoy has made his move. We are saved. This giant arrow seemed to ignite hope, and suddenly someone in the crowd shouted. In a corner of the crowd, a black-faced hunchback glanced at the figure on the city wall, revealing a faint smile. In the end, you still choose to fight to the death on the city wall. Then the vortex will surely come falling down. In the next moment, the speed at which the crack of the vortex expanded increased again. Tang Xiaotian could not manage both sides alone. And only the fourth transformation Tang Shuero still seemed too insignificant in such a large-scale battle. She could only watch helplessly as countless black beings poured down like a waterfall from the crack. Overwhelming, densely packed. All alliance members. Hold your ground until the last moment. Wang Shang stood directly beneath the crack, shielding the weak Tang Shuero behind him. Professionals within the alliance stepped up one by one, forming walls of defense. If the demon beasts fell, they would be the first targets, buying some time for the ordinary people. Voluntarily join the professional alliance, protect the citizens until the last moment. This was the joining declaration of the professional alliance. At this moment, the black-faced hunchbacked figure appeared atop a tall tower at the back of the crowd. It was an excellent vantage point to watch, capturing every detail of death for each person in the city. In his right hand, he held a special brush emitting black smoke. If anyone noticed him, they would realize that the vortex of the demon beasts appearing in the sky was connected to the brush in his hand. He continuously waved the pen in his hand, listening to the group of professionals speak their passionate words, and couldn't help but feel a bit amused, mocking. Do you really think that shouting a few words can stop us? Naive. Then a hint of displeasure appeared on his face, as someone suddenly blocked his line of sight up ahead. Hey, kid in front, you're blocking my way. If you're fleeing, get out of the way. The dark-faced, hunched man yelled at the young man approaching him. Chu Ran's footsteps did not stop, and an eerie smile appeared on his face. Finally found you. Chapter 11, The Prowling Sparrow Burns the City. The Mysterious Beast Tamer. The appearance of the monster beast whirlpool was too sudden. Someone must have destroyed the protective barrier inside Lingfeng City, while also using spatial tools to artificially create a monster beast whirlpool. Chu Ran quickly figured this out. Oh, you're quite clever. The dark-faced man showed a hint of surprise, wanting to see the appearance of the person, but the hidden aura of the other party's item made it impossible for him to see clearly, and he immediately mocked. So what? What can you change? Do you still want to be a hero? Do you see that gorgeous black sky above? A brilliant smile appeared on his dark face, as if he were admiring a perfect masterpiece. He made an explosive gesture in front of Chu Ran with his hand, laughing. As soon as it lands, your Lingfeng City is done for. Ahahaha. Chu Ran didn't say anything more and silently raised both hands. Then two vast contract spirit diagrams, engraved with ancient patterns, appeared behind him. On the other side, most of the professionals from the Alliance had already stood up, but under this terrifying waterfall of monster beasts, they seemed too small. It's the powerful ones from the Professional Alliance. Can they do it? So many monster beasts. They are going in with a determination to die. So what do we do? Can we only wait to die? The giant black sky, as dark as ink, poured down from the cracks, as if it swallowed half the sky. Looking at the densely packed monster beasts, despair surged in everyone's hearts. There were too many. Iron Claw Beast. Level, LV.48. Combat Power, 2380. Black Wing Crow. Level, LV.51. Combat Power, 3410. As the monster beasts were about to land, hundreds of professionals had already arranged their formations. But this massive number still made them show difficulty. In the face of this raging tide of beasts, even if they fought to the death, they could only delay for a few dozen seconds at most. Once those beasts reacted, their defense line would be torn apart in an instant. I didn't expect this old bone to still be useful one last time. My life has been worth it. The retired former chief of the Alliance, 5th Turn Mage Lu Shan, shouted as he staggered to the front of the crowd. Kill one, earn one, kill two, earn a pair. If there's a chance, remember to help me carve the achievements on my tombstone. He leaned on his cane, his eyes shining with fierce light, slightly raising his hand. A spell wrapped in an energy storm shot out, crashing heavily into the beast horde. But it only produced a muffled sound, with only a dozen monster beasts dying, and the remaining damage spread too thin across the other beasts. For the whirlpool containing nearly 10,000 monster beasts, these dozen or so were like insignificant fur. The speed of the entire beast horde did not slow down one bit because of this. And Lu Shan expended a lot of energy releasing this strike. Given his current condition, he could cast such a spell at most 10 times. This was a powerful strike from a 5th-turn professional. If the target were this building in front of him, it would be enough to turn it into dust instantly. But in this turbulent tide of beasts, not even a splash of water was stirred up. This undoubtedly poured a bucket of cold water on their freshly ignited passionate hearts. Humanity has struggled for decades, yet when faced with true crisis, it feels so small. Just like ants beneath an elephant's foot. It's over. Some people felt overwhelming helplessness as they saw even the strong in the alliance unable to withstand it. At this moment, it seemed that the fear of death wasn't so strong anymore. Numb. Helpless. Crumbling. Who can come and save us? A woman tightly held the child in her arms, praying. Mom. A tender voice broke the silence. There are dragons in the sky. Suddenly, 2 array illusions appeared in the sky. Screech. Accompanied by a mournful cry. In the left array, fiery flames erupted, and a head crowned with flames emerged first. Wings covered with fiery feathers suddenly spread open. Every feather flowed with blazing red light, and the tail feathers fanned out like flames. Wherever it passed, the air was scorched, making a sizzling sound, and even the light was twisted into dancing flames. Roar! In the right array, purple lightning danced wildly, and the mighty thunder dragon broke through the array. Its body glimmered with a greenish-blue cold sheen, and delicate lightning patterns were engraved on each scale. With each breath, electric light flickered in its eyes, and the power of thunder surged within its pupils, while dark clouds rolled violently as its tail swung. In an instant, fire and lightning collided in the sky, and torrents of golden fire rained down, igniting towering flames upon hitting the ground and melting rocks into magma. Purple lightning snakes whirled, and the creatures struck by lightning were instantly charred black, while even the clouds were torn into shreds, exposing the dark sky behind. The clear cries of the dragon and the roars of the thunder dragon intertwined, shaking the world and causing echoes to rumble. Where these two forces clashed, the space crackled with fine fissures, and even the wind carried a dual aura of burning and paralysis, creating a scene of destruction. Meanwhile, the terrifying beast that had covered most of the sky appeared insignificant in front of the celestial phenomenon brought by these two divine beasts. Impossible. The man with a black face was filled with horror, his eyes nearly popping out. How could such a powerful beast master appear in this small Lingfeng city? Who exactly are you? He roared. Chu Ran slowly retreated to the edge of the tower, smiling and saying, just an ordinary person, I can't possibly be a hero. While there's still time, guess whose divine punishment will come first, yours or Lingfeng city's? After speaking, Chu Ran turned and leaped forcefully. The man with the black face stared at his action, eyes wide with shock. The next moment, a blazing dragon burst from beneath the tower, and a wave of heat rushed toward him. Chu Ran, who had just jumped down, now stood atop the dragon's head. In that moment, he resembled a deity, and said lightly, your divine punishment has arrived. These 6 short words felt like a soul-binding chain, and an icy dread instantly burst open from the black-faced man's heart. The dragon soared into the clouds, trailing endless flames behind it. The fire of the dragon immediately engulfed the black-faced man standing frozen at the tower's peak, transforming him into a man of fire. At the same time, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the tower above. On the ground, Lu Shan, who had already resigned to death, still stood in place. The wave of beasts that should have devoured him slowed down. No, it should be said that they stopped and were now retreating. The suddenly appearing net of thunder and the torrent of fiery rain relentlessly struck down on the densely packed beasts. The once ferocious crowd began to retreat under this relentless bombardment. The black-winged crows, with their flying ability, were able to escape quickly into cracks. But the iron-clawed beasts without flight could only succumb to the slaughter of the 2 fearsome beast masters. Have the powerful from Shanyuan City arrived? In an instant, Wang Shang felt the pressure ease a lot, and looking at the fleeing demon beasts, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The strong ones from Shanyuan City are still on their way, and we haven't heard of such powerful beast masters in the nearby cities. With such terrifying skill damage, the 2 beast companions in the sky must be of a high rank. In the dozens of cities in the northern region, besides the Domain Lord, there are no other powerful high-level beast masters. Everyone knows that the Domain Lord's main beast is the gold-devouring mammoth. So whose beast is this? Wang Shang said in surprise. It's him. Tang Shuiro pointed to the blazing dragon sparrow circling in the sky break. Everyone looked up and realized that there was a person standing on top of the dragon sparrow. Oh my god. Are these 2 terrifying creatures the beasts of a certain strong person? In front of the Qinjin Pavilion, many people gathered after fleeing earlier. Some also noticed the blurry figure standing on top of the dragon sparrow, and it was certainly a person from the silhouette. Tang Xian sat on the ground, having fainted when she saw the whirlpool of demon beasts just moments ago. At this moment, everyone was discussing the magnificent blazing dragon sparrow, but she, recovering her senses, focused on the other thunder dragon filled with arcs of electricity. A hint of confusion appeared in her eyes as she muttered, "The area with deeper colored scales on this thunder dragon's abdomen, why does it look so much like a wound?" Then she turned her gaze back to the silhouette on the other dragon sparrow, and her pupils suddenly widened. "Isn't that the mysterious person who came to buy goods earlier? He said he had seen him 3 times. Could it be him?" Not knowing if it was her imagination, she subconsciously merged the image of the beast master standing on the dragon sparrow with the boy from her memory who came to buy the near-death beast at half price earlier in the morning. So, she fainted again. Chapter 12, Chasing the Kill. The Fury of the Beast Master. Under the frenzied bombardment of 2 monarch-class beast companions, the whirlpool of demon beasts gradually stopped dropping more beasts. Instead, more demon beasts were trying to escape, hoping to vanish with the last moments of the whirlpool. In the eyes of the black-winged crows, the terrifying dragon sparrow engulfed in fire looked like a soul-reaping inferno. Wherever the fire went, those demon beast brethren were left with no corpses, their ashes swept away by the wind. What was supposed to be a grand feast for the brothers had turned into someone else's feast after they came in. The iron claw beasts below had even more grievances. They were like dogs locked in a room, unable to escape without wings. Chu Ran initially thought these were just manic, irrational, furious demon beasts. It turns out they also felt fear. "We can't let these friends from afar leave with cold hearts." With a smile, Chu Ran spoke to the 2 beast companions underfoot, "Let the rain of fire and the thunder net come more violently." Immediately, the crackling sounds echoed in the city below. Minus 35,689. Minus 46,888. Minus 48,690. Minus 35,806. You have killed the Iron Claw Beast, gaining 1,800 experience points. You have killed the Black-Winged Crow, gaining 2,000 experience points. 5 minutes. From summoning the beast companions to the end of the battle only took 5 minutes. The whirlpool of demon beasts disappeared, and the cracks in the sky also vanished. The previously damaged protective array was also being repaired with great effort, gradually restoring itself. Your level has increased, gaining 20 free attribute points. Your level has increased, gaining 20 free attribute points. Level has reached the 2nd transition limit, killing monsters will no longer yield experience. 3rd transition job task not yet opened, please wait patiently. With a thought, Chu Ran opened the job panel. Job, 2nd transition beast master. Level, LV.26 LV.40. Strength, 48511180. Agility, 64211378. Spirit, 82011640. Combat power, 10252469. Free attribute points, 280. Skills, contract technique, summon spirit map. Beast companions, LV.47 Kanglan Thunder Dragon, LV.45 Blazing Dragon Sparrow. Advancement points, 11,680, 11682, 11684. Remaining contracts, 1. This exhilarating battle. For Chu Ran, it felt like he had cleared a higher-level experience dungeon. Just after breaking through the 2nd transition in the dungeon, he suddenly reached the level cap of the 2nd transition. Materials automatically collected, Iron Skeleton. Materials automatically collected, Blackwing Raven's Claw. Collection complete. Awesome. Not only could he level up quickly, but he could also gain materials from monster beasts. Chu Ran felt a wave of happiness and thought that perhaps the appearance of this monster beast vortex today was not such a bad thing. He then checked the data panels of his 2 summoned beasts. Current summoned beast, Azure Thunder Dragon. Rank, Ruler Level. Level, LV.18 LV.47. Power, 3380051200. Agility, 3740054800. Defense, 3156048960. Spirit, 3105048450. Combat power, 4586671865. Skills, Thunder Net, Bite. Next upgrade points needed, 900,000. Current summoned beast, Fiery Dragon Sparrow. Rank, Ruler Level. Level, LV.15 LV.45. Power, 3728055880. Agility, 5540074000. Defense, 3513053730. Spirit, 4326061860. Combat power, 5424385366. Skills, Fiery Rain, Dragon Sparrow's Call. Next upgrade points needed, 900,000. The upgrade of summoned beasts is not limited by the level of beast masters. This means that as long as there is enough experience, summoned beasts can level up to the maximum. The Azure Thunder Dragon increases all attributes by 600 points for each level, while the Fiery Dragon Sparrow increases all attributes by 620 points for each level. At level 180, the maximum level, the increase in attributes alone could exceed 100,000 points. That combat power would surely soar. Chu Ran shifted his gaze to the Tang family's city wall not far away. Over there was the Wild Realm. As the name suggests, it is a savage land, one of the most terrifying places in the Tianqian continent. Up to now, humanity's exploration of the Wild Realm has been built on the countless corpses of fallen professionals. Most secret realms are situated between the Wild Realm and human cities. Professionals have mapped out areas of the already explored Wild Realm, adding various human defensive weapons and having strong protectors stationed, creating secret realms. Professionals hunting monster beasts in secret realms have a certain level of protection. However, secret realms are not completely conquered by humans. Monster beasts will continually attempt to reclaim this land from humans, even invading human territories. Thus, the monster beasts that die within the secret realms are constantly replenished from the Wild Realm. Every secret realm has a fixed opening time, so invitations are required to enter. The Wild Realm is purely a savage place, filled with all kinds of ferocious monster beasts. Many strong professionals do not dare to tread lightly. The monster beast vortex that appeared in Linfeng City earlier had thousands of monster beasts, which was probably only a small-scale beast tide from the Wild Realm. Not to mention that deeper in the Wild Realm, there exist even more terrifying things: the Abyss. Tang family. On the city wall, Tang Xiaotian dragged his weary body, looking toward the direction of the monster beast vortex that had just appeared. With the disappearance of the monster beast vortex, his pressure suddenly lessened. The beast herd outside the Wild Realm had also gradually calmed down. Their offensive was no longer as fierce as before. He stared in shock at the two terrifying summoned beasts in the sky. Ruler level. In such a short time, to instantly wipe out a small-scale beast tide. Only a ruler level could achieve this. The fiery dragon sparrow was flying towards him. Tang Xiaotian looked at the figure above it, ready to express his gratitude and get a glimpse of its true form. After all, if it hadn't been for that mysterious beast master stepping in today, Linfeng City might have faced the risk of being annihilated. Senior, Tang Xiaotian called softly. The next moment, the dragon sparrow flew over his head without any intention of stopping, directly rushing over the city wall toward the direction where the beast tide was retreating outside the Wild Realm. And the master above the dragon sparrow had never shown any intention of turning to look at him. Did he really want to chase into the Wild Realm to kill monster beasts? Tang Xiaotian watched the fiery dragon sparrow gradually shrink into the distance along with the Azure Thunder Dragon following closely behind, his eyes filled with shock, his entire body frozen in place, unable to speak. This is just too fierce. Chapter 13, The First Beast Master of Linfeng City. In Linfeng City, after realizing the crisis had been lifted, smiles of survival bloomed on everyone's faces. But they all knew that the resolution of this crisis depended on Commander Tang and that mysterious beast master with powerful beasts. Some noticed the direction in which the dragon sparrow had left and exclaimed in shock. What the hell, where is he going? A few people had suddenly realized, and disbelief spread across their faces. Is he going to chase and kill? This beast master is just too fierce. Master, you're amazing. You're my god. As the northernmost city of the Dragon Kingdom, Linfeng City is one of the closest cities to the Wild Realm. Thus, it has long suffered from the invasion of monstrous beasts. However, because of the protective barrier and the annual military deterrence by the northern region at the boundary of the Wild Realm, Linfeng City has not experienced significant casualties. But in the past, the strong from the northern region would come to deter by forming teams, just like Commander Tang did, standing on the city walls performing spells. No one had ever had the courage to enter the Wild Realm alone like this master. But Chu Ran's actions undoubtedly ignited the passion in the hearts of countless civilians in Linfeng City. In most situations, it was always the human cities that were invaded by monstrous beasts. Watching their fellow companions and family being devoured by them, the hatred for monstrous beasts had seeped deep into everyone's souls. That is why everyone wanted to become a professional. Only by being strong enough could they protect those they want to protect. Only by becoming strong enough would they have the right to choose. So handsome. So incredibly handsome. If I were that strong, I would definitely charge into the lair of those beasts and kill them all, said Lung Feng. In the group of professionals, Taimian looked at the area in the Wild Realm where the dragon sparrow was located, his face full of admiration, as a rain of fire rained down there. Just moments ago, facing the vortex of monstrous beasts, the few people in the carrying group stood in line with the professional team safeguarding the public, and although making money with the carrying team might seem a bit shameful, when faced with such a significant matter, as professionals, they would always stand up without hesitation. Yet in the end, they ended up not having the chance to act as the situation concluded. If that master is truly breaking, Tiantian's face was full of disbelief as she said. Does that mean when we encountered him, he was still a first-tier beast master? As soon as this was said, many professionals turned their heads in surprise to look at her. Suddenly being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, Tiantian felt a bit uneasy. It really does seem so. In order to prevent inexperienced participants from taking advantage of the Union's resources, every instance would impose strict level restrictions. Wang Sheng's expression didn't look too pained. After all, they had already been shaken when viewing the completion records of the instance before. However, the others around him could not hold their expressions together. A first-tier beast master can have such powerful beasts? Though beast masters don't observe level, the fact that a first-tier beast master has contracted such high-level powerful beasts is simply unbelievable. Moreover, from this battle, the opponent's control over the beast showed. This beast master's contract is extremely stable, unlike the risky contracts they had previously speculated. Could it be that he is a genius from some prestigious clan, contracted the beasts since low levels, and then was brought by the strong in his family to the wild realm to specially hunt beasts to level up his beasts? Looking at the master's ease, he doesn't seem like a first-time visitor to the wild realm. The level of beasts is not restricted by the beast master, so as long as the contract with the beasts is solid enough. Even if the levels differ greatly, there will not be any backlash situation. Do you mean his beast has been capable of high-level group farming since level 1? In a dangerous place like the Wild Realm, he can still accurately leave the final blow of every monster to a low-level beast? What kind of confidence in one's own strength does a strong person need to dare to take such risks? People began to speculate, each contributing their own thoughts. In the end, no one could come up with a definitive guess. We can just wait for him to come back and ask him directly. Due to the influence of the Frost Realm, Tang Xuero still maintained a cold expression, but her heart was already incredibly shocked. She really wanted to know what this beast master truly looked like and how they raised such powerful beasts. Tang Xuero had awakened for so long, always called a genius by others, but it was only today that she realized that her name as a genius was nothing compared to real geniuses. Outside Linfeng City, a team of professionals riding beast mounts flew towards the city. That was a team of professionals sent by Shanyuan City. Zhang Xiao was also among them. Although Linfeng City had already reported safe news, the worry on his face had not completely faded. As the director of the Alliance Management Bureau, he was very clear that Linfeng City's strength was insufficient to withstand such a vortex of monsters. The shocking scene created by those two powerful beasts was so clear that even people far from Linfeng City could see it. It's been some time since I last came, and you Linfeng City actually have such powerful beast masters. Vice Envoy Wang Hao, who guards Shanyuan City, had a look of shock on his face as he patted Zhang Zhao's shoulder and smiled. This year, the title of the first city in the Northern Territory might be yours, Linfeng City. Zhang Xiao showed an awkward smile. I don't even know where this beast master came from. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Just to let this old man see the power of this beast master? The elderly man with some grace standing atop the beast mount stroked his beard and said lightly. This old man was Lun Yan, the chief elder from the Fengming Guild. Fengming Guild was the first beast guild in Shanyuan City, and Lun Yan was a fifth turn, level 100 beast master. The flying beast they were riding was his strongest beast. A 140 level commander level white feather flying pang, its combat power had already surpassed 25,000. In addition, he also had a level 100 commander level beast and 3 golden level beasts, 2 of which had already reached the maximum level. Recently, he was looking for another golden level beast to make as his 6th contract. Now, his overall combat power had surpassed 100,000, making him one of the few professionals in Shanyuan City with such strength. Oh, no, don't tease me, Elder Lu. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao hurriedly interrupted to explain, you saw how I was just now, I was about to lose my mind. If that's the case, let's go to Linfeng City together to pay a visit to this beast master. Sigh. Lun Yan sighed, gazing into the distance, and lamented, a person guarding a city. I'm afraid this old man can't do it. Chapter 14, Everything Can Evolve. Minus 56,587. Minus 64,337. Minus 59,864. Kill Blood Wolf, gain experience 1,400 points. Kill Black Claw Rat, gain experience 1,300 points. Kill Hidden Evil Pig, gain experience 1,450 points. After entering the Wild Realm, the two beasts let go of all constraints and completely released themselves. Various skills bombarded wildly, with the fragrance of grilled meat filling the air. On the panel, the experience points for the beasts were rising rapidly. Chu Ran turned back to look and found that he had already chased several miles in the blink of an eye. Yet ahead still lay endless desolation. The wasteland area is too vast. Chu Ran has been here for 3 years and has a certain understanding of the Tianxian continent. The land area of this continent is about a quarter of the blue planet, but the places truly occupied by humans, known as the In Realm, only make up 30% of the continent's area. The remaining nearly 70% is occupied by demon beasts in the wasteland, and there are countless demon beasts within, including 4 great lands of death. The Endless Sea has terrifying underwater demon beasts. The Menghala Desert has powerful desert lords. In the southernmost extreme ice area, it is said that ancient demon beasts are sleeping. Deep within the wasteland lies the most terrifying place known as the Land of Death, the Abyss. It is a place that has never been entered by any professional. In contrast, humans are truly the weaker side on this Tianxian continent. In the realm where humans reside, there are more than 50 countries, and the relationships between these countries are not entirely peaceful. There can also be friction and internal conflicts. The Dragon Kingdom is the largest country, divided into 5 regions: Southeast, Southwest, Northwest, Northeast, and Central. Lingfeng City is the northernmost city among dozens of cities in the northern region. The geographical position is considered the borderline between the Dragon Kingdom and the wasteland. If you go north from this direction, you will see yellow sand all around. Ahead is the Menghala Desert, which is one of the 4 great lands of death on the continent. The beast tide has been dispersed, and now the density of demon beasts is much lower than before. Chu Ran was not arrogant enough to think he could roam anywhere on this continent, so he simply stopped. This is about enough. Leveling up is something that needs to be done slowly. Controlling beasts also requires stamina. Seeing that his 2 beasts also looked a bit tired, Chu Ran decided to let them rest. Let's go back. The dragon sparrow turned around and flew towards Lingfeng City. The thunder dragon circled around it, protecting Chu Ran in the middle. Now he somewhat resembled a king inspecting his territory. The sky gradually darkened. Usually, this is when the demon beasts would be most spirited. In the past, at this time in Lingfeng City, one could hear the roars of demon beasts from 10 miles away. But now, while Chu Ran is in the wasteland, there isn't a single demon beast in sight within 100 miles. This is the deterrent power of dual monarchs. Current controlled beast, San Lan Thunder Dragon. Rank, Monarch level. Level, LV.47 LV.81. Strength, 5120071600. Agility, 5480075200. Defense, 4896069360. Spirit, 4845068850. Combat Power, 718651098865. Skills, Thunder Network, Devour. Next promotion requires 900,000 points. Current controlled beast, Blazing Flame Dragon Sparrow. Rank, Monarch level. Level, LV.45 LV.77. Strength, 5588075720. Agility, 7400093840. Defense, 5373073570. Spirit, 6186081700. Combat Power, 853661200365. Skills, Blazing Fire Rain, Dragon Sparrow's Cry. Next promotion requires 900,000 points. If it weren't so hard to strike accurately because the beast groups scattered, the levels of these 2 beasts could have easily increased by 10 more levels. This is simply too refreshing. This is the benefit of being a beast master. As long as the beasts work hard, the master can just lie down and relax. At this moment, Chu Ran's combat power was even lower than the half of the strength of the 2 beasts. To avoid drawing attention, Chu Ran sneaked into Lingfeng City. He slipped into an experience center he had never entered before. What did that saying go again? Leisurely, one listens to tunes in a brothel. On stage, most of the performers were also awakened professionals like Chu Ran. Although everyone in the Dragon Kingdom has the qualification to awaken, only a small portion can awaken to combat professions. A considerable number of people awaken to life professions, such as artists, musicians, and dancers. Or elemental control abilities like earth, light, and water. The elemental control ability can be considered a half-combat profession. After reaching a high level, its combat power is indeed not low. However, at low levels, it is more used in daily construction, such as water and electricity maintenance, and building construction. Today, the beast vortex that appeared in the city was solved by Chu Ran before it could spread, so most of the buildings in the urban area were operating normally. Chu Ran sat on a lounge chair, and the massage from the technician sister completely relieved his fatigue. Ah, so refreshing. Chu Ran had never been this extravagant before. This experience cost over 200, which used to be enough for his living expenses for a week. But now, as he swiped his card, he didn't even blink. Having money means being willful. He was still a poor student in the morning, but by the afternoon, he had become the first beast master of Lingfeng City, saving the world while leveling up his beasts. This shift in identity made Chu Ran feel somewhat dreamlike. Third transfer profession task has been opened. While Chu Ran was still dazed, a notification popped up on his panel. Check task. Without hesitation, Chu Ran clicked to view the task. Third transfer profession task, go to the level 2 Black Mountain Canyon, kill boss Phantom Wolf, and obtain the material Phantom Wolf's Fong. Can advance. Required advancement points, 10,000 points. Current remaining advancement points, 21,680. 21,682, 21,684. Chu Ran read it several times, and after confirming he wasn't mistaken, a big question mark appeared in his mind. What's going on? Now even profession tasks can be advanced? It turns out, these advancement points can be used for anything. But after thinking carefully, the higher level the task, the more rewarding it is. With Chu Ran's current strength, the rewards from such low-level tasks were really not enough. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ran made a decision. Advance. Task advancement successful. Current task, go to the level 6 Secret Realm Withered Wood Forest, kill boss Ancient Tree Spirit, and obtain the material Withered Wood Vine. Task duration, 3 days. Secret Realm countdown, 17 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Chapter 15, What? The Beast Master only awakened yesterday? The next day. Chu Ran slept until noon before getting up. There was no way, it was just too comfortable. After eating the breakfast included in the package. Oh no, lunch, Chu Ran left the experience center. On the street, various vendors called out as usual. A second-hand dealer shamelessly pointed at a little electric scooter without a seat, claiming it was a girl's personal use, like new for just 99. An old man carried a dark bag, saying it was a beast enhancement pill that could turn bronze into silver when eaten. It seemed as if nothing had happened yesterday, the city was peaceful. Chu Ran passed by the transfer square and noticed it was still packed with people. Some were awakening, seemingly those who missed out yesterday and came today for a second chance. The designated awakening day was once a year. However, as long as the awakening guiding stone hadn't been collected, the Alliance Management Bureau would turn a blind eye for a day or two. After all, more professionals meant more power for humanity to fight against beasts. Of course, not everyone there was just there to watch the awakenings. A larger group was standing at the Tang residence entrance, wanting to see the city wall. Because last night, they only saw the Beast Master go out, but didn't see him return. Tang residence. The wilderness is extremely dangerous, do you think the master? Wang Hao looked serious. Chu. Downstairs, a handsome young man sneezed. Everyone's eyes turned towards him, and Chu Ran could only touch his head awkwardly. He was not wearing the shadow cloak this time, just an ordinary handsome guy image. Because this time he was here for serious business. Pa, look at what you're saying, you're scaring the children. Lun Yan lightly tapped Wang Hao's shoulder with his feather duster. Deputy Minister Wang's worries are unnecessary, I have seen how powerful the Beast Master is. With ease, I killed my way in and out 7 times. I am undoubtedly the best Beast Master in Linfeng City. Tang Xiaotian said. Oh? But I heard from Director Zhang that he doesn't know this Beast Master is from Linfeng City. Wang Hao smiled slightly, and said calmly, if this Beast Master has not yet joined the forces of Linfeng City, then our Shanyuan City Professional Alliance. In that case, the Fengming Guild is a good place to go. As fellow Beast Masters, I must have a face-to-face talk with this master when I find him. Lun Yan stroked the duster in his hand and said. Crap. This is bad, he's here to steal people. The annual selection of the North Region's #1 city is about to begin. If we can get such a Beast Master's support, Linfeng City really might have a chance to take first place. Every year, the Dragon Kingdom allocates a certain amount of development resources to the North Region, which is then distributed to each city, and the ranking of the selection will affect the amount of resources allocated. The smile on Tang Xiaotian's face started to fade. He had originally wanted to see if he could develop this Beast Master and have him become an honorary elder of the Tang family. But now, before meeting the person, Shanyuan City is already coming to steal him away. No, I must delay. Not discussing it now, we will talk later. Tang Xiaotian smiled and changed the topic. Young man, do you have any business? Tang Xiaotian looked down at Chu Ran and asked kindly. Chu Ran indeed had business. His third transfer task Secret Realm, the Withered Wood Forest, was within Shanyuan City's area, and intercity passage required proof except in necessary situations. The guard team managed by Tang Xiaotian was responsible for this area. I have a task that requires me to go to Shanyuan City's Secret Realm, so I'm here to get a passage document. Chu Ran said with a smile. Transfer task? Tang Xiaotian laughed, not bad, young and promising, huh? Chu Ran smiled, not really, just normal. Name? Chu Ran. Occupation? Beast Master. Beast Master, good. Beast Master, good. He must have really liked the Beast Master occupation after seeing the fierce battle of those 2 ferocious beasts yesterday, almost wishing he had awakened as a Beast Master himself. If you have any financial difficulties, you can apply for a student loan from the Tang family, interest-free for 5 years within 1 million limits. The servant quickly prepared the passage document and personally handed it to Chu Ran. The Tang family was the largest clan in Linfeng City. Basically, every poor professional had received their family's favor. Even the current head of the management bureau, Zhang Xiao, rose up by borrowing the Tang family's student loan in his youth. Moreover, Tang Xiaotian was also the guard's leader, which gave the Tang family a good reputation in Linfeng City, unlike other domineering clans. Chu Ran indeed thought about borrowing a student loan from the Tang family back then. Good. Chu Ran took the document. He heard them discussing him just now. He had also heard about the city selection they mentioned, as for which city he would finally choose. He still needed to go and take a look at other cities first. He hadn't been out of Linfeng City his whole life. It was just right to visit Shanyuan City, see the world, and see what this Fengming Guild was really about. Chu Ran turned and left the Tang residence. 2 hours later, Tang Xiaotian and the others were still on the city wall, peering into the distance, trying to find traces left by the Beast Master. An urgent voice broke the silence of the space. Guard Commander. The servant who had just opened the document looked shocked, staring at the message coming from the screen, his voice trembling. What happened? Why so anxious? What a mess. Tang Xiaotian's face remained calm, and he said lightly. The Alliance Management Bureau just sent news. The real data of Break, who has repeatedly broken instance records, has been updated. Is that the ice cave from 27 seconds? Yes. Tang Xiaotian put down his teacup and asked, what is his name? His name is Chu Ran. The system shows he just awakened yesterday, and he is right next to the job transfer square. Ha! Tang Xiaotian and those around him, like Lun Yan, looked in shock towards the direction the young man just left. And Sister Shuero also said that according to the records of those 2 dungeons, this breaker is very likely the same person as the Beast Master from yesterday. The few of them, not young anymore, were still struggling to recover from the shock of the last sentence when they heard this long, complicated statement, feeling a bit dizzy. Tang Xiaotian's expression stiffened. He spoke, can you say that again? I didn't hear clearly. The young Beast Master who just left is the same Beast Master who created records for 2 dungeons yesterday and saved Linfeng City. The older men exchanged glances in disbelief. Damn. Hey, should we go ask him for some money? Of course. Since our duo, the Black and White Knights, opened the way, do you think it's possible we won't take any toll? Behind a haystack 200 meters in front of Chu Ran, a fat man and a thin man whispered to each other. They were half-hearted professionals on this road, only looking to extort money if they thought the person passing by was someone they could bully, ranging from hundreds to thousands. Chu Ran walked on the road, suddenly thinking he should go buy a flying item at the Fortune Pavilion before leaving. At his level, a Beastmaster is basically like an ordinary person with a good physique. Comparing to other professionals is impossible, especially when it comes to traveling. One word, weak. After walking for an hour, he had only covered a few dozen miles. He still had 2/3 of the way to go to Shanyuanqing. If I have the Dragon Sparrow, why am I walking? Chu Ran slapped his forehead, realizing he must have slept too well last night and was still a bit dazed. Blazing Flame Dragon Sparrow, come out. In an instant, the dragon shot up from the ground, the next moment appearing under his feet. It seemed as if there was a bright red whirlpool moving rapidly in the sky. This terrifying sight left the 2 men frozen in place. Bro, should we still rob him? The fat guy asked dumbly. Rob you, you big-headed ghost. The thin man jumped up and hit the fat guy on the head. You fool, didn't you see that terrifying beast? The thin man spat, still looking shaken. The fat guy, however, wore a silly smile, drooling from the corner of his mouth. What is that smell, so nice? Your hair is on fire. The thin man pointed to the back of his head. Chapter 16, this is what I found. Shanyuanqing. In non-emergency situations, beasts and summon creatures are not allowed to appear in the city, so before entering the city, Chu Ran returned the blazing flame dragon sparrow to the beast space. Yet many people still noticed the terrifying phenomenon in the sky. What is that? It looks like some big shot's beast. Beast? Why does it seem even more powerful than Elder Lu from the Fengming Guild? You haven't seen Elder Lu's flying peng in battle, how do you dare say his beast is weaker? Power isn't always visible, you know. Elder Lu is the #1 beast master in the Fengming Guild. His strength is among the top 5 in Shanyuanqing, he shouldn't be weaker than this big shot. It's hard to say. I've heard there is a beast master from Linfeng City, and the commotion outside the Wild Realm last night was caused by that master. Ha! I thought someone was setting off firecrackers for the new year in advance. At the entrance of Shanyuanqing, several professionals noticed the dragon sparrow and were chatting among themselves. Wow! That's just too awesome. Several professionals had seen the trending video and exclaimed. Yesterday, a small vortex of demon beasts appeared in Linfeng City, suppressed by a beast master accompanied by 2 top-notch beasts. What happened last night in Linfeng City was partially recorded by some people. Sent online. It has already spread to several cities around here this week. No wonder those strong ones from Shanyuan City hurried toward Linfeng City yesterday. Chu Ran walked into the city area and checked the task, finding that there was still more than an hour until the secret realm opened. So he decided to stroll around Shanyuan City. Shanyuan City is much larger than Linfeng City. Linfeng City has about 20 basic dungeons and more than 30 secret realms, while Shanyuan City's dungeons and secret realms are basically doubled. The number of professionals also increased significantly, leading to the emergence of various professional guilds. Professionals of the same craft gather together to form guild organizations. The most famous one is the Fengming Guild, which is made up entirely of beast tamers. There are many high-level beast tamers inside, who exchange experiences and trade materials. Moreover, major guilds also organize competitions. The winners will receive bets put up by other guilds. Every time, the guild that ranks first in the competition can usually get at least 80 million in prize money or an equivalent replacement. Of course, this kind of competition is not only open to guild members. Freelance professionals who haven't joined a guild can also participate by just paying a registration fee. Indeed, some things can only be reached by standing at a higher position. Before yesterday, Chu Ran had never known these things. Unknowingly, he walked to the entrance of a trading pavilion. Wanbao Building. This place, no, to be precise, this trading pavilion is just a short distance from the secret realm area, convenient for professionals coming out of the secret realm to trade the materials they have. Chu Ran just happened to have a large pile of materials. He planned to take this time to sell them and then buy a flying item to avoid having to walk in the city later. Oh, right. I almost forgot to buy a few secret realm invitation letters. Chu Ran entered Wanbao Building and was immediately stunned by the scene inside. Wow. So lavish. So extravagant. Looking at the decorations inside, Chu Ran felt like his alliance card balance was about to burn at any moment. A beautiful woman dressed in a cheongsam immediately approached, patiently explaining the various sections of the trading pavilion to Chu Ran. Where is the place to sell materials? Chu Ran interrupted the woman's explanation. Although the woman was a bit taken aback, she quickly recovered and smiled, saying, "Sir, please follow me." After yesterday's battles, Chu Ran collected quite a few things. Some were materials dropped in dungeons, but those were just a small part, occupying only 1/10 of his current wealth. It must be said that while there were many monsters in the monster swirl, the materials dropped were not few. Moreover, a considerable portion of them are relatively high-level materials. These can be used to forge some advanced equipment. For professionals, besides leveling up, equipping weapons, items, and artifacts also accounts for a large part of enhancing combat power. The equipment's levels are also divided into 7 ranks: bronze, silver, gold, commander, monarch, sacred spirit, and totem. Items do not have so many level divisions, and most do not restrict wearing levels, so the combat power increase is not much, mainly providing some special effects. For example, the shadow cloak that Chu Ran is currently wearing provides a concealment effect. As for artifacts, they are even rarer. Generally, only professionals above the 7th turn are qualified to touch them. They are immensely powerful but come with a huge cost each time they are used. Therefore, professionals with artifacts are generally great figures, and they do not easily reveal or use them, mainly serving as a final life-saving means or a powerful tool to turn the tide in critical moments. Soon, the woman in the cheongsam led Chu Ran to a small room. There is an old man over 60. "Uncle Zhang, there's a guest." The beautiful woman smiled at Chu Ran and said, "Sir, you can recycle materials here." "Beautiful lady, do you have any invitations for the Withered Wood Forest secret realm for sale? Please help me check." Chu Ran called out to the woman who was about to leave, speaking faintly. "Okay." Chu Ran walked up to the old man and sat down on a chair. "Withered Wood Forest? That's a level 6 secret realm." The old man adjusted his reading glasses and said faintly. Chu Ran smiled. But since he was wearing the shadow cloak, the other person couldn't see. "How much are you planning to sell? If it's too little, the recycling price won't be high. Usually, young people like you can't bring out." Bang 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 bang. In the next moment, a pile of materials immediately appeared in the room, stacked into a small mountain. The old man on the opposite side was completely stunned, quickly walking over to confirm again, swallowing hard. Are these all for sale?" Chu Ran nodded. "Water, water." The old man smiled joyfully, his attitude towards Chu Ran doing a 180-degree turn. So many materials, aside from some low-tier bronze and silver equipment, most of the others seemed capable of being forged into gold-level equipment, and some could even be tried for forging commander-level gear. The profit from recycling materials and reforging equipment could reach 50%, so the trading hall was very happy to have professionals selling materials. especially clients like Chu Ran, who bought in bulk. But despite his joy, the old man was experienced and soon became suspicious. He asked, "I just heard you speak, and you sound very young, no more than 20. Where did you get so many materials?" Such a large amount of materials was something even a 5th or 6th turn professional might take a year to gather. This young man in front of him really didn't look like he could. "I need to confirm the origin of these materials." The old man adjusted his glasses. "Feel free." Because the profit from materials was huge, but accumulating them bit by bit was too difficult, some evil professionals with bad intentions would ambush others for their treasures. To prevent this situation, Long Nation had set a rule that every professional could receive a free space item issued by the Professional Alliance after awakening. This space item could mark the items stored within it, and each space item had a unique marking. This way, the number of times an item was marked could be used to determine how many hands it had passed through. Long Nation also set a rule that, except for officially certified trading halls, no one could sell second-hand goods, meaning materials that had been owned by two people. Space items were very expensive, costing hundreds of thousands for even the simplest ones. When every professional first awakened, they were poor and seldom would anyone spend money on space items. Therefore, almost all professionals in Long Nation used the issued space items. This greatly reduced the occurrences of murder and looting within the country. All of them only have one mark. This meant that the young man in front of him was the first collector of these materials. "How did you get them?" the old man asked in shock. "I picked them up. Yesterday, equipment fell from the sky in Lingfeng City, and I picked up a lot," Chu Ran said faintly. Yesterday, during the battle, Chu Ran had been in a hurry, so using the pick up all feature would have missed some items, and it was indeed possible that someone else on the ground could have picked up some materials and made a small fortune. "Was it the demon beast whirlpool?" "Yes." Chu Ran nodded. "I see. Well then, we can talk about the price now." The old man smiled. Chapter 17, The Withered Wood Forest opens. Since it was all professionally machine-checked, the efficiency was very high, and in less than 5 minutes, the counting was complete. Some of the equipment is bronze and silver level, worth around 1.8 million, and the remaining materials are of good quality, most of them can be recycled at a high price. The old man was pressing buttons on his calculator and smiling. Finally turning to Chu Ran, he said, "To sum it all up, 32 million. Deal." 2 minutes later, Chu Ran retrieved the alliance card. His mood was bright, as he had just received a huge sum of money. Moreover, the old man Zhang also gave him a platinum membership card for Wanbao building. Everything enjoyed a permanent 10% discount, except for auction items. Just one item here is worth hundreds of thousands to millions. Even with a 10% discount, you'd save at least tens of thousands of Longhua coins. Stepping out of the room, Chu Ran found the beauty in the Qipao waiting for him at the door. As soon as she saw Chu Ran, she came over with a smile and said, "Sir, I have found the invitation for the Withered Wood Forest you asked me to check, and there are still stocks available. I'll take one," Chu Ran said casually as he pulled out the alliance card. The beauty hesitated, saying, "Sir, you are so young, are you sure you want to? The Secret Realm invitation is registered, so it cannot be bought on behalf of others." Although the beauty in the Qipao couldn't see his face clearly, she could somewhat guess his age just from his voice. There are no level restrictions for the Secret Realm. As long as you've reached the second turn, you can enter any level of Secret Realm. However, to enter a level 6 Secret Realm, a professional must at least be at the peak of the 5th turn, or else they won't get any experience. Unlike dungeons where experience can be distributed at will and you can enter at any time, the Secret Realm is shared among all, has a time limit, and the one who kills the monsters earns the experience. So basically, no one would enter a Secret Realm that is too difficult compared to their strength. Otherwise, you won't gain anything, wasting the money spent on the invitation, and you may even lose your life. "Yes, I'll take one," Chu Ran said lightly. "Also, please give me one of the invitations for other level 3 and above Secret Realms that are currently open." Upon hearing this, the beauty felt her mind spinning a bit. Was this person here to complete a quest? Alright, please wait a moment. After confirming with Chu Ran, the sales beauty quickly got to work. Although her shock still hadn't faded, her hands kept pulling out various Secret Realm invitations from the counter. Since the customer had confirmed the purchase, she had no reason to stop. Soon, a stack of invitations was presented in front of Chu Ran. "Sir, the invitations for the current open Secret Realms you asked for are all here." Chu Ran glanced at them. There were about 6 or 7, a bit fewer than he expected. However, it was fine. Besides the Withered Wood Forest, there were 2 level 6 Secret Realms, and most of the others were level 5, with only one being level 4. The higher the level of the Secret Realm, the happier Chu Ran was. After all, the experience and equipment materials from higher level Secret Realms are better. With Chu Ran's current combat power, even though he couldn't clear a level 6 Secret Realm instantly, he could still gain most of the experience. The sales beauty still looked a bit worried. "Sir, Level 6 Secret Realm monsters are complicated and very strong. I suggest you purchase a Guardian Talisman. Guardian Talisman? Chu Ran frowned. Yes, the Guardian Talisman can block one lethal attack from a monster with attack power under 30,000. Level 5 and above secret realms are considered dangerous. It's usually recommended that professionals carry one before entering dangerous secret realms in Shanyuan City. The beauty patiently explained. How much does it cost? Chu Ran asked. The price is 100,000 Longwa coins, and first-time buyers will receive a subsidy from the Alliance. The first one only costs 5,000 Longwa coins. Is the price of this Guardian Talisman the same everywhere? Chu Ran followed up. This item is regulated by the Professional Alliance, and the price is the same throughout the northern region. The beauty explained patiently. The Professional Alliance truly cares about the survival rate of professionals. This is simply a precious talisman, and it's only sold for 100,000 each. Chu Ran thought to himself, then spoke, let's start with 5. As a beast master, he certainly needed some means of self-protection. If he accidentally lost track of his beast and fell into a pile of demon beasts, wouldn't he be easily wiped out? Demon beasts with an attack power around 30,000 probably had a combat power of over 50,000. This level of demon beasts was either high-ranking commander level or at least lord level. Even in a level 6 secret realm, only a boss could probably reach this kind of combat power. As long as one had a protective talisman like this, the survival rate of cautious professionals in dangerous secret realms would greatly increase, allowing them to exit for safety when problems arose. The beautiful saleswoman quickly handed several talismans to Chu Ran, along with his alliance card. The average price for the 7 secret realm invitations was 180,000 each, with level 6 priced a bit higher and level 5 lower, not much difference. Then, there were these 5 protective talismans, all for just under 400,000 after a 10% discount. Close to 170,000 was deducted from the alliance card, which for Chu Ran now felt almost nothing. If it weren't for the imminent opening of the secret realm, he would really want to stop and spend some more. I bid 600,000. Just as he was about to leave, Chu Ran heard a commotion behind him. Sir, there is an auction happening over there, and the item is a golden level insect egg. The beautiful woman in the cheapao explained upon noticing Chu Ran's curious gaze. A golden level beast? Chu Ran actually wanted to buy a beast, but at that moment he received a task prompt. The secret realm of the Withered Wood Forest has opened. I'll come back later. After saying this, Chu Ran turned and walked out of the Wanbao Tower. He had more urgent matters to attend to. The beautiful saleswoman watched Chu Ran's departing figure, a flicker of complex emotions appearing in her eyes. She just checked the purchasing record of the talismans and found that today was actually the first time this person had bought. That means this professional who purchased the level 6 secret realm only learned about protective talismans today. How has he survived until now? Has he never encountered any danger? 3 minutes later, Chu Ran arrived at the secret realm area. There was a small teleportation array here. Professionals who wanted to enter the secret realm needed to hand in their secret realm invitation before entering the teleportation array. After 10 seconds, they would arrive dozens or hundreds of kilometers away in the secret realm. The higher the level of the secret realm, the farther its distance from the city. For a level 6 secret realm like the Withered Wood Forest, the distance from the teleportation array was nearly 300 kilometers. Level 6 secret realm, Withered Wood Forest is about to teleport. All professionals who wish to enter should immediately arrive at the teleportation array. The speakers urged. The teleportation array has a 30-minute interval. If you miss this trip, you'll have to wait 30 minutes for the next one. Waiting half an hour to get in, those who entered last time would be almost coming out. So, whenever the secret realm opens, usually the first group of people is the largest. Only 3 professionals were inside the teleportation array to the Withered Wood Forest. Being a high-level secret realm, it was normal for only high-tier professionals who had reached a bottleneck to come here for a breakthrough. And these professionals might even know each other, coming together for mutual support in the secret realm exploration. At that moment, among the 3 individuals in the teleportation array, 2 men were chatting, clearly acquainted with each other. The other man, with a serious expression, seemed a bit impatient. Hurry up, how many people can there be in this Withered Wood Forest? Please activate the teleport. Wait a minute. As the law enforcers prepared to activate the formation, Chu Ran's voice suddenly appeared. After submitting the secret realm invitation letter, the screen displayed Chu Ran's identity information. Nickname, Break. Level, Unknown. When the professional information was updated in the morning, Chu Ran discovered that he could actually hide his level, profession, and combat power, so he simply hid all other information except for his nickname. After completing all the procedures, Chu Ran stepped onto the teleportation formation. A thin mist rose within the formation, blocking the view, which was a sign that the teleport was starting. The impatient man before saw the panel hidden by Chu Ran on the screen, glanced again at Chu Ran in his shadow cloak, and said unkindly, "Is it necessary to wrap up so tightly in this city?" Chu Ran stood in the corner of the teleportation array and replied calmly, afraid of scaring you. He. In my view, only those lacking ability and confidence will hide and snipe from the shadows, the man continued to mock. Chu Ran chose not to respond to him again. The mist gradually dissipated, and a chilling aura rushed forward. Before him appeared a twisted, terrifying withered wood forest. Chapter 18, Third Transfer Task completed, opening the 7 trials of the Chosen. The teleportation ended. The eerie and sinister withered wood forest in front of everyone was the level 6 secret realm withered wood forest. If anyone regretted it now, they could just stand still for 30 seconds and be teleported back directly. However, the secret realm invitation letter would not be refunded. If you're scared, just go back, saves you from splitting the experience, Tian said unkindly. This was not the first time he had come to the withered wood forest. Every time before, he could kill 100 to 200 withered wood monsters. As long as he didn't enter the core area, the other monsters posed no threat to him. As a 5th transfer fire mage, his control over fire elements had reached an extraordinary level. This time, he entered the dungeon to complete the 6th transfer task. 6th transfer task, kill monsters with combat power reaching 10,074 out of 80. Most of the withered wood monsters here had combat power ranging from 4,000 to 5,000, with some elite withered wood monsters breaking through the 10,000 point combat power. As long as things proceeded as usual this time, completing the task would definitely not be a problem. I'll go in first, you all can follow. After saying this, a fireball shot out, and his figure also disappeared. The other two clearly traveled together, quickly darting towards another direction of the withered wood forest. Chu Ran also stepped into the withered wood forest. The moment his feet touched the ground, information about several monsters materialized before him. Meanwhile, the monsters not far away sensed his presence and slowly approached the place he stood. Withered wood monster. Level, 69. Combat power, 5641. Elite withered wood monster. Level, 101. Combat power, 9984. In this secret realm, Chu Ran estimated there to be about 1,000 to 1,500 withered wood monsters plus elite monsters. Most 5th transfer professionals had combat power ranging from 20,000 to 50,000, so most professionals' 6th transfer tasks would involve entering the withered wood forest to kill monsters. After upgrading my profession, did the task directly shift from 3rd transition tasks to 6th transition ones? Chu Ran muttered to himself. But soon he realized it wasn't like that. The task mentioned killing the boss of the withered wood forest. And other professionals' tasks would not involve the boss, mostly consisting of killing a certain number of monsters or collecting materials that the monsters dropped. Elite monsters and bosses are not on the same level. It seems that the tasks after the upgrade are a bit harder than the usual 6th transfer tasks. I hope the task rewards match the difficulty of the task. Chu Ran thought, also feeling the beastly aura closing in more and more. Time to eat. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth. In an instant, a surging momentum erupted from behind him, annihilating those withered wood spirits who attempted to ambush him. You killed a withered wood spirit, gained 4680 experience, stored. Chu Ran discovered that the experience for this 3rd job task could actually be stored. The previous panel messages indicated that he had reached maximum level and could no longer gain experience. It seems that after advancing this task, his entire identity underwent a subtle change. You killed an elite withered wood spirit, gained 11,250 experience, stored. Tian, having walked a long way out, turned back and found the entrance engulfed in flames. He stood there, stunned. He had been to the withered wood forest many times, but had never seen such a commotion. The thunder and fiery rain intertwined, rushing rapidly towards the central area. His mind was filled with question marks. What kind of profession is this? So powerful. After seeing the dazzling fiery rain in the sky, he suddenly felt his fire element dimmed a bit. The dragon sparrow and thunder serpent pushed through, leaving destruction in their wake. Many demon beasts turned to ash without even a panel prompt appearing. All Chu Ran needed to do was keep picking up items. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the core area of the withered wood forest. Here was a swamp, emitting a foul smell from the black mud. The surrounding withered wood, except for the path Chu Ran walked, showed no signs of destruction. This meant that no one had been to the central area for a very long time. As if sensing the territory being intruded upon, murky bubbles began to rise continuously from the black mud. Before long, a dry branch poked out from the swamp. Ancient Tree Demon. Level, 125. Combat power, 26,540. Boss information appeared before Chu Ran. The Ancient Tree Demon had only revealed a third of its body. But the fiery rain and thunder powers had already crazily flooded into the swamp. After a minute of bombardment, you killed the Ancient Tree Demon, gained 36,000 experience. You picked up the withered wood vine. Third job task completed. Stored experience has been automatically used, you leveled up. Chu Ran focused his thoughts. The panel appeared before him. Profession, third transition Beastmaster. Level, LV.40 LV.60. Strength, 11801865. Agility, 13782354. Spirit, 16402756. Combat power, 24695689. Free attribute points, 10,280. Skills, contract technique, summoning spirit map. Beast, LV.94 Azure Thunder Serpent, LV.92 Fiery Dragon Sparrow. Advancement points, 151,479, 151482, 151485. Remaining contracts, 2. Third job task completed. Directly rewarded 1,000 points of free attribute points. This was higher than Chu Ran's current combat power. Without any hesitation, Chu Ran directly allocated all attribute points to Spirit. Spirit, 2756133036. Combat power, 5689158862. Spirit exceeds 10,000 points, unlocking skill, Symbiosis. Description, can randomly bind one beast to share its life value, all damage taken can be transferred to that beast. When the beast dies, you die together. Messages flooded into Chu Ran's mind, and he couldn't react for a moment. The skill Symbiosis. That means if he could bind a beast with thick health, wouldn't that mean he no longer had to fear being injured without beast protection? I need to find a turtle-type beast. Completion of the advancement task, you gain the qualification of the chosen one. Do you want to open up a new task path? New task path? In the Tianxian continent, whatever profession one awakens is what they are. Every 20 levels, a job task opens, and they can continue to rise to 9 transitions at level 180. What is this new task path? Open. Open new task path, Trials of the Chosen One. Profession, third transition Beast God Envoy. Level, LV.60. Strength, 186533730. Agility, 235444708. Spirit, 1303626072. Combat power, 1586228780. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, contract technique, summoning spirit map, Symbiosis. Beast, LV.94 Azure Thunder Serpent, LV.92 Fiery Dragon Sparrow. Advancement points, 151,683, 151686, 151689. Remaining contracts, 2. The Beastmaster directly transformed into a Beast God Envoy. Panel data basically all doubled. Combat power shot up to 28,000. Now his combat power was on par with many hundred-level professionals. Without summoning beasts, individual combat ability is certainly somewhat weaker. After all, other professions have their own source skills. The source skill of the Beastmaster is the contract technique. If he adds summoned beasts, this Abyss City probably can't find another one stronger than him. It's not that Chu Ran is confident, his strength does not allow him to be humble. Current summoned beast, Azure Lightning Serpent. Rank, Monarch level. Level, LV.81 LV.94. Strength, 7160079400. Agility, 7520083000. Defense, 6936077160. Spirit, 6885076650. Combat power, 109865121380. Skills, Thunderbolt Net, Bite. Points needed for next advancement, 900,000. Current summoned beast, Blazing Dragon Sparrow. Rank, Monarch level. Level, LV.77 LV.92. Strength, 7572083780. Agility, 93840101900. Defense, 7357081630. Spirit, 8170089760. Combat power, 12036513980. Skills, Blazing Fire Rain, Sparrow's Cry. Points needed for next advancement, 900,000. With 2 summoned beasts having combat power over 100,000, how could they keep a low profile? The secret realm of the Withered Forest is about to close. Please head to the teleportation array. After receiving the prompt, Chu Ran rode the Dragon Sparrow and hurried towards the teleportation array. Chapter 19, The Beastmaster with Boundless Strength. At the teleportation array of the Withered Forest, Shen Shangtian stood there with an unhappy face. His 6th turn task was not completed. This was a task that could be easily completed by normally hunting monsters, but today it was not finished. For some reason, the area he went to today had particularly few monsters, with only 50 or 60 Withered spirits and a few elite monsters defeated. Then he received the prompt that the Withered Forest was about to close. Generally, the opening time of a secret realm lasts about 1 to 2 days. The more popular ones may have very few monsters left after half a day, or may close after a few hours. The general situation is that the Alliance's detection equipment finds the number of monsters in the secret realm decreased to a certain amount before it closes, then waits for the monsters to replenish before reopening. Tian really has never seen a situation where it closed just a few minutes after opening. Damn it! Tian looked up and saw two other adventurers walking in together with equally sullen faces. One man couldn't help but curse. What does it mean to close so soon after opening? Are they trying to trick me with the invitation? And why are there so few monsters in the secret realm today? Where did they all go? Isn't it said that the number of monsters should reach at least 90% of the maximum before opening? Why do I feel like the number of monsters today isn't even 50% of the past? The man was clearly upset, his temper a bit volatile, while another man beside him appeared more rational, gesturing for him to calm down. Seeing they also didn't gain anything from this instance, Tian suddenly felt a bit more at ease. It seems everyone faced setbacks. We must go ask the management later, he said. This sudden closing of the secret realm must be their management's fault. They must compensate, the previously angry man agreed. At that moment, a vortex radiating a scorching aura sped towards them. The three looked up, shocked to see a terrifying summoned beast flying towards them. The three exchanged glances, clearly not expecting Chu Ran to be the master of that mysterious summoned beast they saw at the city gate. Tian took 2 steps back toward a corner, just thinking about how he had spoken disrespectfully to this beast master made him feel fearful. This powerful summoned beast was already stunning from afar, but up close, the aura it radiated left these 3 fifth-turn adventurers feeling a bit breathless. Such a terrifying presence might really be stronger than that Fengming Guild's master Lu's flying rock. Chu Ran jumped down from the Dragon Sparrow, recalled the Dragon Sparrow back to his beast space, and walked into the teleportation array. Looking at the 3 people before him, he felt the atmosphere was a bit heavy. After his mental strength improved, his perception of the surroundings increased several times. Even the slightest gust of wind or rustle of grass 2 kilometers away could clearly appear in his mind. He had gained a lot this time, but it seemed that others didn't look so happy. After all, this was a secret realm, resources were limited, if some got more, others must get less. After thinking it over, Chu Ran felt that the sudden closure of the secret realm was very likely because he killed the boss. The professional named Tian, who had always mocked him, now just silently stood in the corner of the magic circle, not daring to meet his gaze. Chu Ran ignored him and quietly waited for the magic circle to activate. The other man from the team, who had hardly spoken before, looked at Chu Ran's back and thought, why does this person look familiar? Like I've seen him somewhere? Lin, did you see it wrong? The hot-tempered guy asked softly. Maybe, Lin Mo replied faintly. As the mist rose again and then vanished, Chu Ran and his group returned to the secret realm's teleportation area. At this moment, the place was already overcrowded, there were many secret realms opened at the same time, and everyone was queuing for teleportation. More people were focused on the giant display screen nearby. It showed various rankings for each secret realm. Unlike dungeons, the secret realms could not record everything inside them. Due to the limited exploration ability of humans, they could only scan to record a rough count of the monster numbers, and at most, record the number of monsters killed by the entering professionals. As a side note, they created a leaderboard to spark everyone's competitive spirit. Since it was a leaderboard, there must be corresponding rewards. Every secret realm had kill rankings and boss rankings. In each opening of a secret realm, the nicknames of the professionals who killed the most monsters and the boss would be displayed on the leaderboard. They could receive materials and equipment of the corresponding level, and if they didn't want the equipment, they could choose to convert it into currency. From level 3 to level 7 secret realms, the rewards for kill leaderboard and boss kill professional corresponded to 100,000, 300,000, 500,000, 1 million, and 2 million. This amount of money was nothing for those who could achieve these accomplishments. Some high-level professionals spent hundreds of millions on materials to create a piece of equipment. However, there was an advantage to being on these leaderboards, which was one of the reasons everyone rushed for it. Every time someone made it onto the leaderboard, they could gain a certain number of Dragon Country merit points. Merit points could be exchanged for non-sale items in the Dragon Country treasury. There were rare treasures of all kinds, and all were hard-to-find items that were not in circulation on the market. What the hell is your management doing, closing the level 6 secret realm at will? The hot-tempered guy shouted at the staff under the screen. Beside him, Lin Mo glanced at the big screen and quickly covered his mouth with a concerned look, apologizing to the bewildered staff member. He pointed to the section about Withered Wood Forest on the screen. Withered Wood Forest. Level 6 level secret realm. Kill leader, break. Kill count, 659 Withered Wood Spirits, 146 elite Withered Wood Spirits. Boss killer, break. Boss defeated, secret realm temporarily closed. What the F******? The hot-tempered guy stared at the screen in shock, then shifted his gaze to Chu Ran, who was preparing to go to the workstation to collect rewards, feeling somewhat flustered. Tian's mouth dropped wide open, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He stared in disbelief at the nickname, Break. It turned out it wasn't a problem with the secret realm. It was that the damn boss was killed by someone. This was a 6th-level secret realm. Even for those professionals who had reached the 6th transition, wanting to kill the boss of a 6th-level secret realm would generally need to call 1 or 2 helpers to team up. The boss of the Witheredwood Forest is the toughest one in the 6th-level secret realm. It can be said that all adventurers are unwilling to face this boss. Although the ancient tree demon of the Witheredwood Forest may not be the strongest in the 6th-level secret realm in terms of combat power, it is extremely troublesome. Like a turtle hiding in a muddy swamp, it rarely comes out. When it does, it only reveals half of its body, while its roots absorb nutrients from the surroundings to heal itself. Thick-skinned and hard to kill. It's incredibly cunning. If you can't take it down in one hit, it becomes very difficult to defeat. Wait. At this moment, Tian suddenly realized he was thinking too far ahead. The current result is that the boss of the Witheredwood Forest is already dead. He looked at the silhouette of Chu Ran in front of him and felt a surge of fear. This mysterious beast master's fighting power might be even more astonishing than he had previously predicted. I just remembered, he is very similar to the beast master who appeared in Linfeng City in the video on the forum yesterday, said Lin Mo beside him. Chapter 20, is someone really here to give money? Yesterday, a major event occurred in Linfeng City, and it has already spread throughout the entire northern region. That was when the beast master defended the city with 2 top-tier beasts, 1 person and 2 beasts guarding 1 city. And they succeeded. Not only that, the master didn't stop there, but directly entered the wilderness to massacre. Tian found it hard to connect the rumored beast master with the figure in front of him. But he had to accept this fact. Master, I spoke a bit loudly just now, please don't take it too much to heart. Tian forced a smile and walked over to Chu Ran's side. At this moment, how could he still dare to act like a 5th-turn 100-level adventurer? The dragon sparrow of this beast master could make him disappear from the world in an instant with just 1 spit. Moreover, it appeared that this beast master had at least 2 of such beasts from the video. Chu Ran received 2 million Dragon Kingdom coins and 2,000 Dragon Kingdom merit points from the workbench. But he had just checked, and the cheapest treasures in the National Treasury were at least 10,000 merit points. However, everything in the National Treasury was good stuff, including Lord-level equipment, magical artifacts, rare items, and so on. Many of these were things that appeared only occasionally at auctions in major cities, even more of them were valuable but hard to find. As the largest country in Tianxian continent in terms of population and area, the Dragon Kingdom has many treasures in its treasury. But because of this, it not only faces invasions from nearby monsters but also has to guard against enemy countries plotting in secret. Faced with Tian's goodwill, Chu Ran couldn't help but sigh. Power truly is an enchanting thing. If it weren't for seeing his blazing dragon sparrow, it's hard to imagine someone rated as a 5th-turn 100-level adventurer would have the guts to say such things. But to be honest, he didn't take Chu Ran's 2 remarks to heart at all. It's fine, Chu Ran said lightly. Master, you probably haven't joined a guild yet, how about considering joining the Tianhe Guild? My father is the president of the Tianhe Guild and can definitely give you satisfactory treatment. Tian said, his words radiating a sense of pride. The Tianhe Guild? Chu Ran heard people discussing this name when he entered Shanyuan City. Yes, it is the #1 guild in Shanyuan City. Even the Phoenix Cry Guild, which is known as the first Beast Master Guild, is only ranked 2nd when the Tianhe Guild comes into play. Moreover, our Tianhe Guild doesn't care about professions, as long as you meet the requirements, you can join. I guarantee that with a master like you, you would at least be an elder in our Tianhe Guild. As Tian spoke passionately, he knew that such a master with at least 2 top-tier beasts could have a huge influence. Just by joining any guild in Shanyuan City, that guild could rise to become the first instantly. No, I like freedom. Chu Ran rejected. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to stay in Linfeng City, and even less likely to be trapped by the Shanyuan City. What he wanted now was to go to Wanbao Building to buy his 3rd and 4th contracted beasts. Right now, with 2 contracts empty, Chu Ran felt extremely insecure. After receiving the rejection, Tian's face showed disappointment, and he had no choice but to leave in frustration. Wanbao Building. Sir, golden-grade young contracted beasts are very rare, they are usually auctioned off while they are still in eggs or cocoons. Currently, we have no stock at Wanbao Building. It turns out the flower language of the golden-grade contracted beast is act quickly, or it's gone. Hearing the explanation from the saleswoman in the morning, Chu Ran couldn't hide his disappointment. Seemingly noticing Chu Ran's unhappiness, the saleswoman continued, the golden-grade egg was bought by someone from the Fengming Guild, seemingly preparing for the recent guild war in Shanyuan City. It should be a reward for the victors. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran became excited. He knew about this tradition in Shanyuan City and wanted to give it a try. If you don't have a guild as your background, I advise you not to participate. Freelancers are at a disadvantage in guild wars. The saleswoman said again. Why? Isn't it one-on-one? Is there going to be a group attack? Chu Ran asked, puzzled. Not a group attack, but freelancers fight alone, while each guild can have an uncertain number of fighters, with a maximum of 30. A guild only loses when all its participants are defeated, but a freelancer has only one chance. If they lose, they lose. In other words, if a freelancer joins the competition, they will likely be worn down by numbers. But this is understandable. The competition was originally between guilds, and allowing freelancers to participate is just to avoid unnecessary trouble. If freelancers were not allowed to join, people might spread rumors about guild discrimination, looking down on freelancers and so on. After losing to the Tianhe Guild last year, the Fengming Guild has been silent for a year, and I've heard they have been holding back a big move specifically to counter the Tianhe Guild. The saleswoman whispered, this time, freelancers who participate will likely become cannon fodder. Chu Ran nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave Wanbao building. Soon, he arrived at an open area, where a banner was set up in the middle. Guild War Registration. Although many people were gathered around, the roster was filled only with names of major guilds. Among them, Fengming Guild and Tianhe Guild had the most members, and each guild had reached an astonishing 30 participants. From high-level 126-turn players to low-level 40 players just entering the 3 turns, there was a mix. Moreover, the overall strength of these two guilds seemed to be nearly equal. The freelancer section was empty, and the others present could clearly see that freelancers would not gain any advantage in this guild war. No one wanted to be cannon fodder. Furthermore, the registration fee of 500,000 was not a small amount. The surrounding people were mostly there to watch the excitement. Anyone with clear eyes knew that this guild war was actually a battle between the first and second guilds. At this moment, a voice broke the usual noise. Chu Ran walked up calmly, picked up a pen, and wrote his name in the freelancer section. Break. Profession, Beast Master. Level, 3rd turn 60. Freelancer. As soon as the name was written, a commotion erupted behind him. Wow, there really is someone silly with a lot of money. Dude, are you going in as a 3rd turn fighter just to get used as a pawn? Moreover, as a Beast Master, what kind of beasts can a 3rd turn Beast Master cultivate? Bro, if you spend 50,000 to register, you might end up getting nothing at all. But if you give it to me, I can still provide you with emotional value, bro. Bro, my butt is new, just give me the money. The onlookers around were suddenly shouting when they saw that a freelancer dared to sign up. They were all mocking Chu Ran's recklessness. For a freelancer to join this guild battle was like a little sheep wandering into a pack of wolves. The staff member in charge of registrations was a bit surprised when he saw a name suddenly appear on the previously blank paper. He took off his sunglasses and looked carefully, then glanced at the face of Chu Ran, who was impossible to probe, his face full of shock. 3rd transfer. Beast Master. Level 60. There really is someone here to give away money? Chapter 21, has he always been this brave? The registration fee is 500,000. If you withdraw midway, there's no refund. The registration person, Song Chenfeng, spoke to Chu Ran. This guild battle has been held many times, and I've never heard of a freelancer gaining any benefit from it. Over time, naturally, there were no freelancers signing up. Even if they wanted to participate, they would join a guild. One person's ability is limited, only by banding together can they gain more value. What are the competition rules? Chu Ran asked, his gaze fixated on the shiny bug egg on the prize platform. Each major guild will provide cash prizes and corresponding valuable items. Your registration fee will also go into the prize pool. Participants will compete in one-on-one duels. After the matches, the guild with the most winning members wins, and the other guilds will divide the prize money according to rank. As for freelancers, let me think. Since freelancers in previous competitions usually got eliminated in the first round, there had been no precedent for any victories, so Song Chenfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. How about this, for each opponent you defeat, you can take away a prize or cash worth 1 million, so you won't say we're bullying you. A young figure stepped forward, squinting his eyes while looking at the registration information on the table, disdainfully speaking. A mere 3rd transfer Beast Master dares to come here to join in the fun? What a bunch of ridiculous characters signing up. Song Chenfeng glanced at the newcomer and respectfully called out, Young Master Lu. Some people around recognized him. This person named Lu Ming was the first Beast Master of Fengming Guild, Lu Nian's beloved grandson. Even at a young age, he was already a 4th transfer Beast Master, possessing a level 100 commander level beast with a battle power of 16,000, and 3 other golden level beasts on contract. This person had extraordinary talent and was a key focus for training by Fengming Guild, with the outside world praising him as the most likely among the young generation to surpass Lu Nian and become the #1 Beast Master in 20 years within Shanyuanqing. I want that one. How many opponents do I need to defeat? Chu Ran pointed at the most conspicuous bug egg, completely ignoring the disdainful tone from the person in front of him. Lu Ming looked in the direction he pointed, his face showing a hint of displeasure. Seeing the atmosphere getting a bit awkward, Song Chenfeng hurriedly intervened to smooth things over, pulling Chu Ran aside and whispering, "My goodness, you can't just pick like that." This golden-level bug egg was actually the 5th contract prepared for Lu Ming by Fengming Guild. The reason they didn't just give it to him was to let him showcase his strength in this guild battle and suppress the arrogance of the neighboring Tianhe Guild. This was a path paved by Fengming Guild for Lu Ming to eventually become the guild leader. Everyone in Fengming Guild knew this. While Tianhe Guild had all kinds of professionals but very few beast masters, they also knew who the golden-level bug egg was predetermined for, so naturally, they would not compete for it. As for other guilds, they simply didn't have the strength to snatch it. In the end, this golden-level bug egg would still return to Fengming Guild's hands. Good courage. Lu Ming smiled eerily, his face serious. You want it, right? Yes, Chu Ran shrugged off Song Chenfeng's hand and replied. Good. All right. Lu Ming suddenly broke into loud laughter. Song Chenfeng sighed, squeezing his wrinkled forehead with his right hand. He knew what Lu Ming's behavior signified. He was angry. Hurry up and say it, I'm in a rush, Chu Ran said calmly. Hearing this, Song Chenfeng looked at Chu Ran's back in surprise, a trace of compassion appearing in his eyes. Kid, good luck to you. Lu Ming's expression kept changing, his whole face almost turning blue from anger. But thinking of all the people around, he still forced out an ugly smile. As long as you can defeat my weakest beast, I will give it to you directly. Is it really that simple? Chu Ran was somewhat surprised. Simple? Lu Ming was nearly exploding with rage upon hearing this. His weakest beast was a 90-level golden beast, the Crimson Blood Flood Dragon. Its battle power had surpassed 10,000, making it an exceptionally good existence among golden beasts. One must know that how many 4-turn beast masters still have silver-level master beasts. Moreover, this was a 3-turn beast master who hadn't yet broken through 4 turns. Why would the word simple come out of his mouth? Truly a young bull not afraid of tigers. You probably haven't seen a golden beast before, have you? They are not something your bronze or silver levels can mess with. You better protect your beast well. I don't want my Crimson Flood Dragon to bite it to death by accident, Lu Ming sneered. Chu Ran thought he was quite right, he indeed had never seen a golden beast. Come on, let's fight right here, quick battle, quick resolution. Lu Ming said. There was still a lot of open space around, and as soon as they heard someone was going to duel, those watching were very happy and quickly made way for a large area. Young master, isn't the guild battle starting in a couple of days? Song Chenfeng spoke up to advise, what if Lu Ming accidentally hurt that guy? With the guild battle coming, he didn't want any trouble. This is not a fight, it's a private spar. Take out that golden egg and replace it with another item of equal value for the prize pool. I want to see what kind of person this kid really is. Sigh. Seeing he could not stop it, Song Chenfeng silently retreated to the back of the crowd, praying in his heart that nothing life-threatening would happen. Chu Ran, on the other hand, was fixated on the golden egg on the platform. The 3rd contract had been vacant for so long, it was time to fill it. Soon, only Lu Ming and Chu Ran were left in the open space. More and more people gathered around, and they recognized that the person standing on the left was Lu Ming from the Phoenix Cry Guild. Oh my, it's getting intense. I see young master Lu Ming bullying a kid. Who in Mountain Abyss City doesn't know that Lu Ming has a temper like fireworks? One spark and he explodes. If this kid offends him, he's bound to be in trouble. Due to the closure of the secret realm, Xinshangtian could not complete his 6-turn task, so he wandered around the secret area. Hearing the noise nearby, he came over, patting a man's shoulder. Bro, what's going on? That mysterious person signed up for the guild battle, wanting the golden egg that belongs to Lu Ming, and now Lu Ming is shouting to spar with him. They say it's a spar, but it's probably just an excuse to beat him up. The man replied. Xinshangtian looked at Lu Ming, who was full of aggression, and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He and Lu Ming could be considered destined adversaries, their guilds were at odds, so they would always clash whenever they met. They couldn't stand each other. Since there was fun to watch, Xinshangtian decided to stop and enjoy the show, just to ease his frustration from not completing his 6-turn task. Let me see who the unlucky one is. Xinshangtian shifted his gaze to the other side. He was stunned when he saw that mysterious figure. Wasn't that the Beast Master? Are you saying that Lu Ming's opponent is the one wearing the shadow cloak? Xinshangtian said in surprise. Yes, you also feel sorry for him, right? He'll probably be crying over his dead beast soon, the man said sympathetically. Has this kid always been this brave? Yeah, everyone in Shanyuan City knows that Lu Ming is not someone to be messed with. It's a pity for the Beast Master on the other side. I'm talking about Lu Ming. Xinshangtian said indifferently, his gaze toward Lu Ming now filled with more sympathy. The man turned around in shock, looking at Tian in disbelief. Chapter 22, Bloodline Suppression, One Claw Shakes the World. Come out, Crimson Blood Jiao. Lu Ming looked at the opposite Chu Ran with disdain and said flatly. Before his words even faded, a summoning circle appeared behind him. Tisk. A giant beast, more than 10 meters long, slowly emerged from the circle. The Crimson Blood Jiao's scales gleamed blood-red, as if soaked in blood, exuding a fierce aura. Its foreclaws looked sharp beyond measure, full of murderous intent. This was a gold-tier beast. Having such a beast was enough to rampage through any level 4 or lower secret realm unscathed, and most people here didn't have the combat power of this beast. And this terrifying beast was still Lu Ming's weakest one. Some of the onlookers had already started to pity his opponent. This gold tier is really different. The Crimson Blood Jiao's momentum looks even stronger than some other fourth transformation professionals. Who's arguing? The Beast Master profession for people like Lu Ming is basically an overpowered model. Look at those Crimson Blood Jiao scales, shining like they're well-nourished. That kid on the other side is done for. A third transformation Beast Master, no guild support, how could he raise a good beast? Maybe that 500,000 registration fee was saved up for a long time to try his luck. Now, he's probably going to lose both his life and money. Tian listened to the discussions around him. It seemed no one thought highly of that mysterious master. After all, his opponent was Lu Ming, the young master of the Fengming Guild and future successor. If he hadn't witnessed that master's true strength, Tian would probably have favored Lu Ming's victory. Unfortunately, he had seen that master's power, and it was like a mayfly before the vast sky. Hey, look, the person in this video looks so much like that kid. They're both wearing shadow cloaks. At that moment, someone took out their phone, scrolling through forum posts. They stumbled upon a video of a beast master from Linfeng City and pointed at the master in the video, speaking to the people around. No way, this master is such a big shot. If he came to Shanyuan City, all the major guilds would fight to recruit him. How could he possibly fight over a few million for a beast egg? Exactly, the two beasts in the video, just one of them could overwhelm us with its pressure. If one really showed up here, we'd be in big trouble. But, this build, this posture, it really looks like him. The person with the phone was scolded by the crowd and retreated to the side. Kid, if you kneel and admit defeat now, I might not hold this little thing against you. If you beg me, maybe I'll even refund your registration fee. But if you wait until my Crimson Blood Jiao bites your soft little pet to death, then cries, I won't be able to do anything about it, ha. Lu Ming said, stroking the Crimson Blood Jiao beside him with contempt. Do I have to kneel to admit defeat? Chu Ran said calmly. Of course. How else can you admit defeat? If you don't want to get beaten, you have to be humiliated. Lu Ming snapped coldly. The strong must humiliate the weak fiercely. After hearing this, Chu Ran chuckled softly and said, You said that yourself. After speaking, he raised his hand. A vast contract spirit diagram, imprinted with ancient patterns, appeared behind him. Within those ancient patterns, a strong force of thunder flowed faintly. The originally bright sunny sky suddenly darkened, and the air filled with a restless aura. Thunder roared from the clouds, and the surrounding area fell silent for miles. Watching this sudden phenomenon, everyone looked bewildered, unease surging in their hearts, as if something world-shattering was about to appear. For some reason, Lu Ming felt an intense pressure rushing towards him, while the Qishui Jiao beside him also became alert, its eyes fixed on the obscure spirit diagram. Roar! A tumultuous roar echoed from the spirit diagram, resounding through the clouds. Upon hearing that furious roar, the Qishui Jiao was so scared that it directly shrank down to the ground. Then, a claw covered in scales, surrounded by the power of thunder, slowly emerged, the cold gleam and terrifying pressure instantly enveloping the entire area. Everyone present felt an inexplicable pressure, some weaker practitioners even felt nauseous. At the forefront, Lu Ming lost his balance and kneeled down. With a raised hand, Chu Ran subtly halted the claw's movement, then gently retracted it, followed by the disappearance of the spirit diagram in midair. The pressure suddenly vanished, and with it, the anomalies in the sky also disappeared. The sky returned to calm, but the shock it left in everyone's hearts did not dissipate because of this. Lu Ming sat on the ground in a daze, while the Qishui Jiao beside him curled up, trembling uncontrollably, completely losing its earlier bravado. Everyone present had not yet recovered from the shock just now, all staring in disbelief at the mysterious person in the center, who had no beasts beside him. What level was that beast just now? Someone asked. Just by extending a single claw, without even revealing its head, it triggered such a tremendous phenomenon. It directly scared the golden-level Qishui Jiao into curling up. I've never seen it. I don't know if Elder Lu's beast can have such combat power. Outside Shanyuan City, Lu Nian, Wang Hao, and Tang Xiaotian jumped down from the flying pang. They came this time specifically to find a beast master. Upon hearing that the Beast Master had awakened just yesterday, they were all startled and insisted on recruiting this young talent under their forces. I say, we three must compete fairly, and no one can use underhanded tricks. Lu Nian said. I agree. Tang Xiaotian echoed, but I believe the master must belong to my Linfeng city since he awakened from there. Nonsense. There has never been such a saying that one belongs to the place they awakened from. If that's the case, I also awakened from the central region, so why don't I say I'm from the central region? Wang Hao replied. You're just too weak, can just anyone enter the central region? Tang Xiaotian retorted. The three shifted from their previous amicable discussions to mocking each other. None of them was willing to back down regarding the allegiance of this newly emerged Beast Master. What's happening over there? It looks like they are fighting? Wang Hao noticed an anomaly not far away. Fighting? Let's go take a look, I love watching young people fight. Lu Nian suggested. Alright, since we can't find anyone else, let's go see the fun. Tang Xiaotian agreed. The few of them headed towards the battle area. The momentum of the three high-level practitioners was too overpowering, and many bystanders sensed them, making way for them. Isn't that Elder Lu? Someone recognized Lu Nian. I've heard he is very protective, he won't be going to avenge his grandson, right? Damn, Elder Lu actually possesses two commanding-level beast masters, if it really gets into a fight. Lu Nian listened to the discussions around him and felt increasingly uneasy, quickly quickening his pace. After seeing the scene in the arena, his face changed dramatically, completely losing the eagerness to watch the excitement he had before. Ming'er. He rushed towards Lu Ming in quick steps, carefully checking his injuries. Only after finding him uninjured did he breathe a sigh of relief and pull him up. It's good that he is okay. He thought silently, then a flash of light appeared in his eyes as he looked back. The moment he saw that person, the sharpness and chill in his eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a clear gaze. He walked quickly towards Chu Ran without hesitation. Chapter 23, The Three Great Powers Recruitment. The mysterious man in black robe. The crowd's eyes followed Lu Nian's steps. They held their breath for the man in the shadowy cloak, Chu Ran. This kid is finished. This wasn't just the anger of a fifth-turn professional, but the rage of the #1 Beast Master in Shanyuan City, representing the entire Phoenix Cry Guild. Offending Lu Nian meant life in Shanyuan City would be unbearable. However, after Lu Nian stopped, the scene that the onlookers expected did not occur. Instead, Lu Nian forced a smile on his face and respectfully said, "Thank you, Master, for sparing my grandson's life. I apologize on his behalf, and please don't take it to heart." Ha! The crowd behind him was completely confused. What is happening? The #1 Beast Master in Shanyuan City actually apologized to an unknown person? Is this an illusion? Why do I see Elder Lu bowing? Someone spoke up. Wang Hao stepped in front of Lu Nian and Chu Ran, wearing a big smile, saying, "The Phoenix Cry Guild is like this, arrogant and rude. Master, don't stoop to their level. How about considering joining our Shanyuan City Guardian Squad?" Hearing this annoying voice in his ear, Lu Nian glared fiercely at the grinning Wang Hao beside him. The move of recruiting for the Guardian Squad is truly underhanded. Taking advantage of the Master's not-so-good impression of the Phoenix Cry Guild to kick them while they are down. Wang Hao, you beast. Lu Nian muttered softly, then turned to Chu Ran to explain, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Our Phoenix Cry Guild is a Beast Master Guild, and as a Beast Master, it would be most suitable for you to join us." What's going on? The onlookers seemed even more baffled. The Deputy Commander and Elder Lu were stealing people? Seeing the two debating, Tang Xiaotian, who had been watching from the side, decided to step in directly. Oh my, it seems the forces of Shanyuan City aren't that impressive after all, excelling in arrogance and treachery. I think the Master should still join our Linfeng City Guardian Squad, as we have no such ulterior motives. Tang Xiaotian said with a smile, unknowingly pushing Wang Hao and Lu Nian aside. What the heck? Who is this person? Why is even the Guardian of Linfeng City coming to Shanyuan City to poach people? How talented can he be to be courted by the three great powers at the same time? These three powers are top-tier forces that ordinary professionals might not even be able to squeeze into. At the back, Shen Changtian watched the scene, shaking his head in relief. If it weren't for that Master rejecting him early on, he might have also wanted to go take a look. His nickname is Break. Finally, someone saw what Chu Ran wrote on the registration form and shouted out. He is the Beast Master who appeared in Linfeng City yesterday. Damn! So the terrifying beast he summoned this morning at the city gate is also his? Not only that, the sudden closure of the drywood forest just now was also because this Break defeated the boss. In an instant, someone finally saw through Chu Ran's identity. Hearing the crowd discussing his achievements, Chu Ran suddenly felt that wearing this shadow cloak was somewhat unnecessary. He waved his hand and walked out of the encirclement of the three middle-aged men. He walked straight towards the shiny beast egg on the stage. I'm not interested in the powers you mentioned, I just want to be a freelancer. After saying this, Chu Ran embraced the egg and walked towards the treasure tower. The onlookers were left in a daze. He directly rejected the 3 top powers? If you have their strength, you can too. This area instantly became noisy. The name break would surely spread like a plague in Shanyuan City. In a distant corner, a man in black watched the commotion in the arena, his face revealing a hint of mockery. Enjoy your last moments of leisure, pathetic dragon national people. In the next moment, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Chapter 24, Blood Shadow Mosquito King. Beast Invasion? After asking the saleswoman, Chu Ran entered the beast egg hatching room. The plasticity of beast eggs and beast embryos is stronger than that of young spirit beasts. During the hatching process, spiritual materials can be used to assist, potentially improving the quality of the beasts. Though the effect is minimal, many people still are willing to spend money on it. For top beast masters, even a slight increase in beast quality is worth trying. This is why the selling price of beast eggs and beast embryos is higher than that of young spirit beasts. The few spiritual herbs in the hatching chamber that were exuding a faint spiritual energy were just purchased by Chu Ran for 2 million. The nickname Gold-Devouring Beast is not just for show, because the beasts are strong enough, Chu Ran had not yet had time to equip them with suitable gear. Silver and gold level equipment would instead become a burden for his beasts if worn. And lord level equipment is virtually unseen on the market, what can be seen are only refining materials. Chu Ran roughly calculated that making a lord level equipment would cost at least 30 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Chu Ran really has no idea what ordinary beast masters without backgrounds should do. If it weren't for the advancement points, Chu Ran might be raising pigs in some breeding farm right now. The hatching chamber can accelerate the formation of beasts. Chu Ran stood by, watching the changes in the beast egg that was as big as an ostrich egg. Half an hour later, the beast egg suddenly cracked open, and a golden, viscous liquid flowed out, causing the entire egg to instantly shrivel, revealing a mosquito larger than Chu Ran's head. Chu Ran was filled with shock, he never expected this beast egg to be a mosquito beast egg. The mosquito beast's mouthparts poked into the golden liquid. Gurgle, gurgle. Soon, not a drop of liquid was left. The mosquito beast's body grew another size. Such astonishing growth speed. Truly a gold-level beast. Without hesitation, Chu Ran directly used the binding technique. Then, a message appeared on the panel. Current beast, Mosquito Beast. Grade, Gold level. Level, LV.1. Strength, 785. Agility, 2687. Defense, 684. Spirit, 3874. Combat power, 2942. Skills, reproduction. Can advance. Advancement points required, 5,000. Current advancement points, 171,235, 171238, 171241. Tip: the first advancement of the beast has a chance to trigger a critical hit. Looking at the Mosquito Beast's panel, Chu Ran couldn't help but feel that the grade of the beast is even more important than its level. Silver level attributes are 10 times higher than bronze level, and gold level is about 5 times higher than silver level. The combat power of a tier 1 commander level beast generally exceeds 10,000, about 3 times higher than gold level. Lord level is estimated to be about 3 times higher than commander level. However, these are all basic attributes, the growth attributes of each grade are different. The higher the grade, the greater the increase per level. Moreover, the skills and mysteries become stronger. The bronze level Qingjiu and silver level Awayank had no skills before advancement. This golden level mosquito beast actually possesses a skill. Reproduction can rapidly breed a certain number of mosquito beasts, with the offspring being weaker than the parent. Looking back at the mosquito beast, Chu Ran discovered that the few unused spiritual herbs on the table had all been swallowed by this little creature. Chu Ran directly stored it into the beast space. Upon entering the space, it saw 2 huge creatures, and its flapping wings instantly stopped, frozen in place. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of advancement points on the panel, Chu Ran thought to himself. Start advancement. 5,000 advancement points were swiftly deducted from the panel, transforming into glittering starlight that entered the mosquito beast's body. Its body was suddenly wrapped in an inexplicable thread-like substance, forming a gigantic cocoon. Kanglan Thunder Dragon and Blazing Fire Sparrow unconsciously moved closer to observe the commotion. Soon, Chu Ran heard a sound akin to tearing cloth. In the next moment, the giant cocoon burst open, and a colossal creature slightly smaller than the dragon sparrow appeared on the spot. Ding! Advancement successful. Mosquito Beast Blood Shadow Mosquito King. This massive creature was covered in dark red scales, the patterns on the scales like frozen blood vessels, crisscrossing and flashing with a cold metallic sheen. Its wings were dark red, semi-transparent membranes intricately covered in blood-colored patterns. When flapped, the patterns glimmered with a blood-red glow, and the edges of the wings had sharp, hardened blades that could cut through air and void alike. It had a pair of gigantic scarlet compound eyes made up of countless tiny eyes. Its mouthparts were as black as iron, a sharp needle over several meters long, with a tip as fine as a hair yet incredibly hard, adorned with twisted dark red blood-like patterns. Its entire body exuded a heavy smell of blood and a fierce aura, every inch revealing a terrifying hunger of a bloodthirsty beast from ancient times. After sensing its presence, both the dragon sparrow and thunder dragon halted their steps, deliberately keeping their distance from it. Current beast, Blood Shadow Mosquito King. Tier, Monarch level. Level, LV.1. Strength, 13,890. Agility, 54,360. Defense, 11,569. Spirit, 67,430. Combat power, 53690. Skills, Rapid Reproduction, Thousand-Eyed Hunting, Blood Shadow Flight. Thousand-Eyed Hunting, Enhanced Vision and Perception, sharing vision with the Beast Master. Blood Shadow Flight, high-frequency wing flapping allows a flight speed of up to 300 meters per second. After sucking blood, it can transform blood into shadow, increasing the speed to 500 meters per second, immune to controls during flight. Next required advancement points, 900,000. It seems that not every time does the goddess of fortune bless with a critical hit. However, Chu Ran was still very shocked. Though the attack and defense were not particularly high, the combat power of the Blood Shadow Mosquito King was still significantly higher than that of the Thunder Dragon and Dragon Sparrow. This indicates that its skills must be very strong. Moreover, its agility and spirit were much higher than those of the same level Dragon Sparrow and Thunder Dragon. Especially its spirit, which was fast exceeding twice that of a level 1 Dragon Sparrow. This is likely related to its ability to control and breed mosquito beasts. To command a legion of mosquito beasts, one must possess extremely strong spirit. Furthermore, it also had a skill for rapid flight. Chu Ran estimated this Mosquito King would replace the Dragon Sparrow as his new mount beast. Chu Ran couldn't hide his excitement in his heart, eager to immediately enter the secret realm and witness the combat power of his new beast. Saying this, he left Wanba building and headed towards the secret realm area. Ding! The first challenge of the God's selection is open. Task content, acquire a Holy Spirit level beast. During the task progress, overflowing experience will be stored. The suddenly popped up task panel startled Chu Ran. After this new task unlocked, this first challenge was equivalent to a fourth transition task for other professions. However, judging from the content, it was clear that it was much more difficult than an ordinary fourth transition task. To have a Holy Spirit level beast. But for Chu Ran now, this was simply not a problem. Charan's lips curled into a slight smile. It's only 3 days. Ah. It's bad, something happened in the Black Mountain Gorge. As Charan just arrived at the teleportation zone, he heard someone shout loudly. The person stood in the teleportation formation, covered in blood as if he had just escaped from death, his face filled with terror as he screamed. Monster invasion. After the man shouted, his leg suddenly gave out, collapsing in the teleportation formation. Around him, many people gathered quickly, all seeing the professional who had just been teleported out of the secret realm. What happened? Take your time and speak. Someone helped him up. After several healers cast healing spells, the man finally caught his breath, speaking in a whisper like a mosquito. The monsters in the secret realm went crazy for some reason, their power suddenly increased. Monsters going insane, power suddenly increasing. Hearing this news, Charan felt it resembled the beast tied outside Linfeng City yesterday in many ways. Could it be that this is also related to the black-clothed people? Then let's close the teleportation formation of the secret realm first, we can't let any more professionals in. Someone suggested. Save them, there were several people who came in with me, they held off the monsters so I could come back to report, please save them. The man pleaded desperately as he lay on the ground. In this border city of Shanyuan and Linfeng City, friction with monsters was common, so everyone was unusually united in the face of monsters. The Alliance rescue team quickly arrived with several professionals, led by the deputy commander Wang Hao. Now, his expression was serious. After understanding the situation, he comforted, don't worry, we will do our best to save them. First, close the other secret realm teleportation formations, don't let anyone else in. Wang Hao instructed the staff. Before the staff could respond, several more people appeared in the teleportation formation, all covered in blood as if they had just escaped from the secret realm. The corrosive swamp. The monsters in the corrosive swamp suddenly went insane, their power increased suddenly. Immediately after, the teleportation formation lit up with light after light, all professionals barely escaping from the secret realm. Giant stone cave. Ice forest. Wang Hao's brows furrowed tightly, the situation was very bad. The Black Mountain Gorge, the Corrosive Swamp, all these secret realms are 5th level secret realms very close to the Wild Realm. If the monsters from these secret realms all entered a rampage state at the same time, it could mean that the outer 6th level secret realm had already fallen. If these monsters gathered together, they would soon break through several inner secret realms and directly flood into Shanyuan City. By then, even if the city defense teams and professional alliances from several surrounding cities came here, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a surge of beasts. Activate Level 1 alert, all professionals above the 4th transition, be ready at any time and follow the orders of your factions. Wang Hao commanded. Keep the teleportation formation open, as soon as someone returns, immediately treat the wounded. Yes. Wang Hao picked up his sword and walked toward the teleportation formation. Deputy Commander, you can't go. The city defense formation relies on you as the center, the commander of the defense team exclaimed. Wang Hao is the only peak 6th transition warrior in the defense team. The city defense formation can only achieve maximum defense by centering around him. Damn! Wang Hao roared. But at the same time, he stepped down from the teleportation formation. As a battle-hardened warrior, he knew how to weigh the pros and cons. He wasn't afraid of death. He understood that if he died, the chances of the city being destroyed would greatly increase. He couldn't go. Deputy Commander, don't worry, we have already contacted President Xin Jingfeng of the Tianhe Guild and Elder Lu Nian of the Fengming Guild. They promised to go save them. A member of the defense team spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's expression softened slightly. Suddenly, he saw the white mist of the teleportation array rising. Surprised, he said. Who was teleported away? The speed was too fast, I couldn't see clearly. Everyone was dumbfounded, only seeing a black shadow flash past in an instant. Looking at the white mist rising before him, Chu Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he made it in time. If the teleportation array closed, who would make up for the experience he lacked? He took out his phone to check the map. He found that the lost adventurer teams had entered secret realms that were all quite close together. He quickly reached the area where the incident happened, and Chu Ran had already seen a sea of various monsters looming ahead. Perfect, no need to search one by one. Mosquito King, save people. Thunder Dragon, kill monsters. Dragon Sparrow, get closer to protect me. Ice and Snow Forest. This is a level 4 secret realm behind the corrupt swamp. A dark horde of beasts was advancing toward this place. On a giant stone platform, 2 to 3 dozen injured adventurers were gathered together. They had rushed out from different secret realms, and simply gathering here had exhausted all their energy. In their desperation, a few had even lost arms. Staring at the approaching horde of beasts, their hearts were like dead ashes, their eyes hollow, and the atmosphere was filled with silence. Suddenly, an inexplicable pressure swept through this area. Before them appeared a terrifying blood-red mosquito beast. In that instant, they felt their heartbeats slow down by half a beat. What level of monster is this? Among them, many had entered level 6 secret realms and encountered bosses, but they had never felt such a terrifying aura from any boss. It's over. Someone sat down in despair. Faced with such a terrifying monster, they had no chance of survival. However, what puzzled them was that the monster made no move. Instead, it slowly turned its head to face the distant horde of beasts. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the distance, and a gigantic creature was wreaking havoc among the monster horde. I've seen that Thunder Dragon. That's the Beast Master from Lingfeng City. Wow, is he here to save us? One man charging into the beast horde. In an instant, everyone recognized the Thunder Dragon that was rampaging through the monsters. Chu Ran also quickly found his way here through the Mosquito King's shared vision. A blazing red vortex flew toward the ice and snow forest. Even the ancient ice that never melts started to melt a bit under the dragon sparrow's fiery feathers. Master, did you come specifically to save us? Someone said with admiration, tears of excitement streaming down their face. Chu Ran looked at the excitement on his face and swallowed the no that was about to come out of his mouth, and changed his words, just a casual thing. Then he jumped down, and with the protection of the dragon sparrow, it was temporarily safe here. Due to the beast taming pact, he could feel the mosquito beast's anticipation. It yearned for blood. Chu Ran spoke to the Mosquito King, go. After hearing this, the Mosquito King shot out instantly. It finally hovered over the beast horde. Unlike the Thunder Dragon, it didn't charge in for a rampage. Instead, it stopped there and began to swell its abdomen continuously. Swelling. Then, a dense swarm of blood-red mosquito beasts erupted from its abdomen. In an instant, a vast expanse of sky was stained red. Blood Shadow Mosquito Beast. Rank, Commander Level. Level, LV.1. Combat Power, 11,000. Chu Ran was dumbfounded. Nearly 10,000. Commander Level? Chapter 26, The Terrifying Absorption Power, A Unique Aesthetic of Violence. The dense swarm of mosquito beasts swiftly formed a towering tornado and crashed into the beast horde. That area instantly erupted with a horrifying smell of blood. Any monster touched by the mosquito storm instantly shriveled, and hundreds of monsters fell within moments, as the mosquito beasts frantically absorbed. The levels kept rising, and the speed of movement grew faster and faster. At the same time, the Mosquito King's abdomen continuously gave birth to mosquito beasts. This terrifying scene made the professionals behind Chu Ran gasp in shock. They looked at the figure standing by the foot of the dragon sparrow with fearful eyes. Seeing two top-tier beast masters in the video was already shocking, but now there was an even more horrifying beast. In an instant, it has spawned nearly 10,000 mosquito beasts, each possessing such top-notch combat power. Who exactly is this master? Many among them were well exposed, yet upon seeing Chu Ran, they were still astounded and at a loss. Even the Lord-level golden mammoth of the North Domain wouldn't be much stronger than this master's beasts, right? Moreover, this master had 3 of such beasts before him. It was simply terrifying to the extreme. Not to mention them, even Chu Ran himself was stunned into speechlessness by the Mosquito King's terrifying combat power. He originally thought the combat power displayed on the Mosquito King's panel was somewhat inflated, but now he realized even adding an extra 0 wouldn't be too much. Nearly 10,000 commander level. This was even more intense than the beast vortex that appeared in Linfeng City yesterday. And this was just a first-level Mosquito King, yet already had such power. Kill Black Rhinoceros, earn 1680 experience points. Kill Blackwater Vine, earn 2310 experience points. Kill Corrupted Water Demon, earn 2640 experience points. Blood Shadow Mosquito King leveled up. Blood Shadow Mosquito King leveled up. Blood Shadow Mosquito King leveled up. Before Chu Ran could react, he was bombarded with notifications from the panel. The combat power of the Mosquito Beast Storm was simply exaggerated, leaving nothing in its path. It was even more terrifying than a locust plague. Every beast from the beast tide had close to a 10,000 combat power when pulled out randomly. But under the frenzy of the mosquito beast's bloodsucking, they couldn't even last a second before turning into dried corpses. The Mosquito King was leveling up frantically. It hadn't inflicted any damage itself, as all the experience from the beasts it killed went to the Mosquito King. The Mosquito King monopolized the entire experience from the Mosquito Beast Storm, leveling up at a speed comparable to riding a rocket. What was even scarier was that upon leveling up, the mosquito beasts it spawned were actually at the same level as it. As the number of mosquito beasts continuously increased, its speed of leveling up grew faster. The faster it leveled up, the stronger the spawned mosquito beasts became. Thus, it rolled like a snowball, and soon the original number of beasts was reduced to less than 1/5. Some intelligent beasts sensed danger and showed signs of retreat. But the now formed army of mosquito beasts didn't give them a chance to escape, charging into the monstrous beast group like blood-sucking demons, eliminating them all. This extreme display of brutal beauty caused the audience's hearts to tighten. Fortunately, it wasn't this Mosquito King invading the city, otherwise, the entire Shanyuan city wouldn't be enough for it to suck dry. It was simply a natural disaster. Soon, the beast tide disappeared, and the distant scarlet sky, which had covered the heavens, was entirely formed by the gathering of blood shadow mosquito beasts. Chu Ran was puzzled about where such a vast number should go. The Mosquito King's body began to expand continuously, while the bodies of the mosquito beasts began to shrink, and then an astonishing scene occurred. The shrunk mosquito beasts actually began to dive into the Mosquito King's mouthparts one by one. It can do this too? Chu Ran's heart raced with excitement. Before long, the originally blood-red sky was completely swallowed by the Mosquito King. Current beast, Blood Shadow Mosquito King. Rank, Lord level. Level, LV.1 LV.116. Strength, 13890713990. Agility, 543601578060. Defense, 1156969069. Spirit, 674301709030. Combat Power, 536901684556. Skills, Rapid Reproduction, Thousand Eyes Hunt, Blood Shadow Flight. Thousand Eyes Hunt, vision and perception drastically increased, sharing vision with the Beast Master. Blood Shadow Flight, high-frequency wing flapping speed can reach 300 meters per second. After blood sucking, can turn blood into shadow, increasing speed to 500 meters per second. During the flight, immune control. Next required advancement points, 900,000. Perhaps it is related to its own nature. The Mosquito King only increases 500 points in attack and defense for each level gained, but it increases 900 points in spirit and agility. Its individual combat power is already close to 170,000. However, compared to combat power, what's more terrifying is its battle capability. It can create a legion of mosquito beasts in an instant, truly a team battle harvester. The people in the city do not know what has happened inside the secret realm, but from the intermittent images, it is clear that the beast tide has retreated. Upon seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. I think I saw that Master's Thunder Dragon in the video. Could it be he entered the teleportation formation just now? That dragon bird seems to be there too, it must be him. But where did this sun-blocking Mosquito Beast Legion come from? Many people showed surprise, voicing their questions. Due to the destruction of the secret realm barrier by the Beast Tide, it is hard to see what happened inside from the video footage, but there are still some special ability professionals who can see the terrifying blood-red sky that just appeared in the secret realm. The Beast Tide retreated so quickly, the Mosquito Beast Legion contributed 80% of the damage. Could it be that besides the Master, there are other beast taming experts in the secret realm? Impossible. If the owner of the Mosquito King was in the secret realm from the start, we wouldn't have needed to escape so desperately. Shouted a professional who had just survived. The scene fell into silence. Could it be, this terrifying Mosquito King is also the Master's beast? Someone spoke, breaking the silence. At this moment, the long unupdated kill leaderboard suddenly updated with dozens of new messages. Lava Marsh. Level 6 Secret Realm. Killer Leader, break. Number of kills, unknown. Boss Killer, break. Black Mountain Gorge. Level 5 Secret Realm. Killer Leader, break. Corrosion Marsh. Level 5 Secret Realm. Killer Leader, break. Ice Cold Forest. The Beast Tide gathered a large number of monsters from the secret realm, and while killing them, it also triggers the completion prompts of the secret realm. From outside to inside, there are dozens of level 6, level 5, and level 4 secret realms, and now they have all popped up with completion messages. And without exception, all the leaderboards have the same name. Break. Damn, are all these three terrifying beasts the Masters? Who exactly is he? A god descending to Earth? Everyone was filled with shock. They couldn't imagine that such three city-destroying terrifying beasts all belonged to one person. How is this possible? Not far outside the secret realm area, a man in black looked at the kill messages on the screen with disbelief. He used hundreds of rage potions, laying in wait outside many secret realms for more than 10 days, just to wait for the Beast Tide to attack the city on this day. He had already prepared to watch the Dragon Kingdom flowing with blood, but now this surging Beast Tide hasn't even breached the first line of defense? His heart filled with confusion. Where did this break come from? Yesterday, it was also due to him. Another deacon of their blood church was responsible for Lin Foam City, which was supposed to fall yesterday, but then suddenly a beast-taming master appeared, reversing the situation with just one person's strength. Today it's still him. The unshakable break. Could it be that the blood church's plan has already been uncovered by the Dragon Kingdom? Otherwise, how could he appear at such a timely moment? A hint of doubt surged in his heart, but he soon dismissed the thought. The North region is the easiest area to breach among the 5 regions, so it's expected for the Dragon Kingdom to focus on defense, but... The corners of his mouth curled up beneath the black robe. My blood church's plans have never failed. Then he picked up a black and red talisman paper and slowly spoke. Don't walk step by step, the sky-swallowing plan is ahead of schedule. As soon as he finished speaking, the talisman paper transformed into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated into the air. A hint of enjoyment appeared on his face. I wonder what you will use to block the whirlpool of monsters that covers the entire northern region. Chapter 27, Saint Spirit Level. Just as everyone was discussing, the teleportation array suddenly lit up with a thin mist. As the mist dissipated, dozens of injured professionals appeared in the array. The healing mage team that had been waiting at the exit quickly began their healing spells. Immediately, the wounds began to heal at a visible speed. Chu Ran stepped down from the teleportation array and hurried straight to the workstation. Please settle these rewards. Chu Ran pointed at the screen showing records of dozens of secret realms and said, okay, I'll settle this for you right away. The staff was momentarily stunned, then began to operate the machine frantically. He clearly didn't expect that a master with 3 top-tier beast tamers would still care about these rewards. You have received rewards, 16 million Dragon Country coins, 22,000 merit points. After checking the account, Chu Ran found that he had unknowingly saved over 50 million. The merit points had also reached 24,000. What should one do with money? Of course, spend it. To avoid drawing attention, after taking off the shadow cloak, Chu Ran quietly entered the 10,000 treasures tower. Now the whole Mountain Abyss city knew there was a mysterious beast master who didn't show his face. If he continued wearing the shadow cloak, it would be easier to be surrounded by the crowd. He waved his hand and put on a rich young master's tone. Bring me your most expensive equipment. The main equipment for professionals is divided into armor and weapons. Armors include chest plates and battle boots, while weapons are generally staffs and swords. As a beast master, Chu Ran didn't have this type of weapon equipment. However, beast masters have 3 item slots, allowing them to equip 3 items simultaneously, which is one more than other professions, who only have 2 equipment slots. Soon, Chu Ran was taken to the elegantly displayed equipment area. "Sir, this is our equipment area," the saleswoman said with a smile. Chu Ran scanned the area. From commander level down to silver level, the equipment was all available. As for why there was no bronze level? Because the materials for bronze level were more expensive than the equipment itself, and wearing most bronze level equipment felt like switching from sandals to grass shoes. They had no defensive ability while adding shackles invisibly. Lava magic armor. Grade, commander level. Category, chest armor. Attributes, defense plus 3600. Skill, fire counterattack, doubles fire counterattack upon receiving an attack. Special effect, Blessing of the Lava Lord. Blessing of the Lava Lord, 1. Immune to same tier fire damage, immune to all damage from lower tier, 2. Wearing 2 pieces of lava equipment increases attributes by *1.5, wearing 3 pieces of lava equipment increases attributes by *2. Lava Battle Boots. Grade, Commander level. Category, Battle Boots. Attributes, Agility plus 2400. Skill, Fire Quick Step, increases movement speed by 50% after activation, lasts 3 minutes. Special effect, Blessing of the Lava Lord. Though there was still the lava longsword, Chu Ran didn't continue to look. Because he couldn't use it anyway. This handsome guy, this is made from materials dropped by the Lava Lord, a commander-level beast, and can immune to fire attribute damage from lower-tier beasts. This equipment is at the commander level, which means it can immune to fire attacks from beasts below commander level. Chu Ran thought this skill was nice. Moreover, equipment can be continuously reforged. With higher-tier materials, the equipment's grade can be raised without the need for constant changing. Swipe card. Without hesitation, Chu Ran directly purchased these 2 pieces of equipment. Although he already had 3 beast guardians, he still had to pay attention to safety, just in case. 2,320,000 has been paid. Chu Ran quickly put on the 2 pieces of equipment. Immediately, he felt a heavy weight on his body. Then, a shocking notification appeared on his panel. Current equipment, Lava Demon Armor. Rank, Commander level. Category, Chest Armor. Attributes, Defense, 3600, plus 1800. Skill, Fire Counterattack, automatically retaliates with double flame damage after being attacked. Special effect, Blessing of the Lava Lord. Blessing of the Lava Lord, 1. Immunity to fire damage of the same rank, immunity to all damage of lower ranks. 2. The attributes of 2 lava items are multiplied by *1.5, and the attributes of 3 lava items are multiplied by *2. Can be upgraded. Hint, first upgrade has a chance to trigger a critical hit. Upgrade points required, 20,000 points. Current remaining upgrade points, 181,263, 181266, 181269. What, it can also be upgraded? But thinking about it carefully, even class tasks can be upgraded, so upgrading equipment seems reasonable. Upgrading commander level items requires 20,000 points, but for Chu Ran, this is nothing. Upgrade. He wanted to see how far this equipment could be upgraded. The 20,000 upgrade points were immediately deducted from the panel and flowed into the demon armor. But nothing dramatic happened. Chu Ran only felt a warm current flowing through the demon armor. Upgrade successful. Current equipment, Lava Demon Armor, Lava Demon Heavenly Armor. Rank, Commander level, Lord level. Category, Chest Armor. Attributes, Defense, 18,000, plus 36,000. Skill, Heavenly Fire Counterattack, automatically retaliates with 5 times flame damage after being attacked. Special effect, Heavenly Blessing of the Lava Lord. Heavenly Blessing of the Lava Lord, 1. Immunity to fire damage of the same rank, immunity to all damage of lower ranks. 2. The attributes of 2 lava items are multiplied by *3, and the attributes of 3 lava items are multiplied by *5. Next upgrade requires 450,000 points. Clearly, this upgrade did not trigger a critical hit, and compared to the Beastmaster's equipment, the attribute increase wasn't as huge, but this was a solid improvement to Chu Ran's own battle power, and the blessing was very powerful. Chu Ran's upgrade points were still not enough for the Beastmaster's upgrade, so he decided to focus on strengthening the equipment. He turned his attention to his battle boots. Current equipment, Lava Battle Boots. Rank, Commander level. Category, Battle Boots. Attributes, Agility, 2400, plus 4800. Skill, Fire Speed Boost, increases movement speed by 50% for 3 minutes when activated. Special effect, Blessing of the Lava Lord. Blessing of the Lava Lord, 1. Immunity to fire damage of the same rank, immunity to all damage of lower ranks. 2. The attributes of 2 lava items are multiplied by *1.5, and the attributes of 3 lava items are multiplied by *2. Can be upgraded. Upgrade points required, 20,000 points. Hint, first upgrade has a chance to trigger a critical hit. Now he wore a lord-level chest armor and commander-level battle boots. These two pieces of equipment belonged to the same series, but the blessings were based on the lava armor's triple multiplier. To match the blessing, Chu Ran decided to upgrade the boots as well. Upgrade. Another 20,000 upgrade points were deducted. A flash of light passed. Current equipment: Lava Battle Boots, Lava Holy Boots. Rank: Commander level, Saint Spirit level. Category: Battle Boots. Attributes: Agility, 90,000, plus 360,000. Skill: Holy Fire Speed Boost, increases movement speed by 70% for 10 minutes when activated. Special effect: Holy Blessing of the Lava Lord. Holy Blessing of the Lava Lord: 1. Immunity to fire damage of the same rank, immunity to all damage of lower ranks. 2. The attributes of 2 lava items are multiplied by *5, and the attributes of 3 lava items are multiplied by *8. Next upgrade requires 1 million points. Chu Ran stared at the panel in front of him, feeling a bit lost. Saint Spirit level. Chapter 28, Million Beast Tide. Disaster of the Domain's Annihilation. Chu Ran never imagined that his first Saint Spirit level item would be these boots. The Saint Spirit level equipment directly increased the attribute to 90,000. The fivefold blessing gave Chu Ran an astonishing 450,000 agility. This speed. It could be said that Chu Ran could now enter the wilderness faster than even the teleportation array. With a thought, he immediately summoned his profession panel. Profession: 3rd Transmutation, Beastmaster Messenger. Level: LV, 60. Strength: 3,730. Agility: 4708 plus, 450,000. Defense: 0 plus, 90,000. Spirit: 26,072. Battle Power: 28,780 plus, 60,000. Free attribute points: 0. Skills: Contract, Summon Spirit Map, Symbiosis. Beasts: LV 99 Azure Lightning Dragon, LV 93 Blazing Phoenix, LV 116 Blood Shadow Mosquito King. The Beastmaster's panel has no initial defense, relying solely on one piece of equipment for 90,000 defense. Moreover, Chu Ran discovered that this complete set of equipment was strong not for its attributes but for the blessings it provided. The Holy Spirit level equipment's attributes were already not low, and it directly provided 5 times the blessings. This made Chu Ran's defense nearly catch up to the nearly 100 level Thunder Flood Dragon and Dragon Sparrow. And agility was even more outrageous, faster by several times than the Speed King. Who said a Beast Master could only rely on their beasts? Chu Ran now felt he was at least a Lord level beast. No. The Lava Holy Boots are at the Holy Spirit level. If he could really achieve fire immunity at the same level, then the fire attacks of Holy Spirit level demons would not harm him at all, and ordinary Holy Spirit level demons would be equivalent to most peak 8th turn professionals. Chu Ran could even envision himself guarding 3 fierce beasts behind him. Handsome guy. The saleswoman saw Chu Ran frozen in place, still chuckling kiki, looking worriedly at him. Don't tell me he's going to complain after trying on the clothes? Handsome guy, if you're not satisfied, we can arrange a refund. We at Wanbao Tower never force sales. The beauty offered a tissue, smiling as she spoke. Chu Ran came back to his senses, realizing he had lost his composure a bit, and hurriedly wiped the drool at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of embarrassment. I won't return it. Chu Ran said, by the way, is your material sales place still open? Yes, please follow me. You young ones just love. Old Zhang didn't get a chance to finish his lecturing words. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, a pile of equipment materials appeared in front of him. These were all collected by Chu Ran from the secret realm with one click. This was fewer than yesterday in Linfeng City, but the quality was better. After all, most of them came from 5th and 6th level secret realms, along with a few 7th level secret realm monster drops. Old Zhang had a puzzled look, then suddenly pinched his thigh hard, instantly grimacing in pain. It's really not a dream. What is going on today? A young man came to sell a pile of materials in the morning, and now another young man is here to sell more materials. I need to check. Old Zhang casually picked up a material and checked the marking. You were the one from the morning? He found the marking matched exactly with the seller from this morning, and immediately asked. Chu Ran nodded. Don't tell me you collected this too. Old Zhang said suspiciously. A young person, where did they get such luck, collecting materials, and manage to gather such a large pile? Although those high-level professionals might not care about small change for this material, they aren't fools. How could such a large quantity possibly be scattered on the ground? This isn't, I fought for this myself. Chu Ran said calmly. Then you might as well say you picked it up. Old Zhang retorted. A young man who looks like he's not yet 20, managed to clear a 6th level secret realm? But no matter how the other party obtained it, as long as it has a marking, it meets the recycling standards. Wanbao Tower only handles recycling, not investigating. Although the quantity is a bit less, most of them are high-quality advanced materials. After finishing the count, old Zhang adjusted his glasses. 50 million, let's be friends. Chu Ran didn't speak, just handed over the card. Chu Ran was in high spirits, striding out of Wanbao Tower. Not only did he get 2 pieces of equipment, but he also earned nearly 30 million. Chu Ran lowered his head and had not yet stepped off the stairs of Wanbao Tower. Suddenly, a sharp alarm rang out from the broadcasting station not far away. Level 1 alert. This alarm sound only rings out during city-destroying disasters. Chu Ran suddenly raised his head and found that the surrounding noise was rising and falling. He quickly walked down. He discovered that the originally calm open space was now in disarray, with everyone looking up towards the sky. What is that? Seeing this, Chu Ran also hurried forward and looked up. Then his heart suddenly jolted. In the sky, many cracks of various sizes had appeared. It seemed that the Mountain Abyss City was the initial center of the spread. The cracks above Mountain Abyss City were the largest, and strangely, the monster beasts inside seemed to be falling down. Another crack in the sky. But now this situation was terrifying hundreds of times more than the monster vortex in Lingfeng City yesterday. The tightly packed cracks seemed to cover the entire sky, stretching endlessly. And within those cracks, one could vaguely see pairs of greedy eyes staring eagerly at the earth. Monster vortex, it's a monster vortex. How could a monster vortex appear in Mountain Abyss City, and in such massive numbers? Everyone looked despondent, their faces filled with extreme fear. Some even collapsed directly from fear. Yesterday, when the monster vortex appeared in Lingfeng City, most of the people had seen it in videos. Although it was just a small monster vortex, combined with the beasts from the wasteland, it nearly led to the destruction of Lingfeng City. And the number of monster vortices in front of them was completely uncountable. A rough estimate showed there were hundreds, enough to cover the entire northern region. One monster vortex was enough to severely injure a city's vitality, let alone such a huge number. If they truly rushed in, the entire northern region would likely fall. Alarm! Alarm! 327 cracks have inexplicably appeared in the sky above the northern region of the Dragon Country. All practitioners above the 5th transfer, please report to the Practitioner Alliance for standby. 4th transfer practitioners will organize civilians to retreat to safe bunkers. The northern region initiates a heaven-level alert. Heaven-level alert. Hearing the words heaven-level alert, the crowd, which had still held a glimmer of hope, lowered their heads in despair. They all knew what a heaven-level alert represented. Facing a disaster, if a heaven-level alert is initiated, it meant that whether they could survive depended on fate. With the number of monster beasts in the millions, even some top 7th and 8th transfer practitioners would be powerless. Too many ants can kill an elephant, it's not just words. No matter how powerful a practitioner, they are ultimately just mortal beings. Even if one can fight against 100, how could they face 1,000, or 10,000? In the surge of beast tides, it's not rare for level 50 or 60 monster groups to encircle a 100-level practitioner. This is also the reason why humans have not been able to explore the wasteland too much. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. A middle-aged man spoke and then rushed into the Wanbao building. Chu Ran had some impression of this person. He remembered that he seemed to be from the duo that entered the Withered Wood Forest, the hot-tempered older brother. He recalled that he was a 5th transfer practitioner. Indeed, in the face of life and death, human nature is weak. Run, young man, if the bunker in Mountain Abyss City is sturdy enough, and if we old guys have enough grit, maybe you still have a chance of survival. An elderly man with white hair looked calmly at the crowded people beside him and kindly spoke to Chu Ran. After saying this, he raised his hand, and 8 complexly engraved formation maps appeared behind him. 7th transfer Beast Master. Chu Ran stared at the white-haired old man, momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 29, At least save one city. Chu Ran did not expect that this unknown old man before him was actually a 7th transfer Beast Master. Due to the difficulty of leveling up for Beast Masters being greater than for other professions, a 7th transfer Beast Master would have combat power higher than that of 8th transfer practitioners in the later stages. But so a Beast Master reaching the 6th rank is considered a strong one. If it's a 7th rank Beast Master, it seems there's only that person in the North region. The Domain Lord Qilin. Woo! The raging sound of an ancient beast shattered the space, and the entire Mountain Abyss City heard the roar. Lord Domain? Looking at the fully leveled mammoth gold-eating elephant, many people realized this was the Domain Lord's beast. Recently, the secret realm had just been swept through by that master, so the guarding team did not need to worry about the wild realm invading. Wang Hao was leading the guarding team to meet the Adventurers Alliance. On the way, they discovered the strong aura of the beast. Between the central city of the North region and Mountain Abyss City, there are 7 cities apart. Even if the crack appeared and they rushed here as fast as possible, they shouldn't have arrived yet. Although the crack seemed to have opened centered around Mountain Abyss City, the speed of the cracks opened above other cities in the North region was also quick. At most in 5 minutes, these hundreds of beast whirlpools would simultaneously unleash a tide of beasts. A million beasts attacking at once, that would truly be the disaster of the city. Lord Domain, how could you be here? Wang Hao said anxiously. The old man with white hair had a calm expression, gazing at the sky, which had already cracked to its limit. Then, like rain, black and gray creatures began to wildly descend from the crack. This scene was extremely terrifying, boundless black and gray beings, pouring down like a waterfall, covering the sky and densely packed. Thud, 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 thud. They crashed heavily onto the fragile city protection barrier. Woo! The mammoth gold-eating elephant stomped down, and a large number of beasts fell. But this was merely a drop in the bucket for the overwhelming tide of beasts. Sigh, Lord Qi Lin sighed. I originally came here to find someone. I heard a powerful young person emerged from Lingfeng City yesterday. He looked back up at the dense cracks. I knew that little whirlpool didn't appear out of nowhere yesterday. I should have taken measures sooner. If he could have been on guard the moment the whirlpool appeared, perhaps the North region could have escaped this disaster. With you here, doesn't it work? Wang Hao showed surprise. He didn't expect even the first person in the North region, the Domain Lord, to show such despair in the face of the beast whirlpools. At this moment, the 8 top beasts that were fiercely slaughtering beasts were all top-level beast masters. Besides the mammoth gold-eating elephant, 6 of the other beast masters were level 10 leaders. Each one alone would be enough to defeat Wang Hao without a doubt. Qilin shook his head. Too many, the energy of beast masters is limited. Such a vast whirlpool of beasts couldn't have appeared suddenly. There must be someone targeting this deliberately. If we don't expose them, even the strongest beast master is useless. The person who could cover the whole sky of the North region in a short time and cause this incident must have been planning for a long time. Then what about the North region? In just a few seconds, the city protection barrier was already crawling with beasts, as if covered by a layer of black cloth, and it was showing signs of cracking. Crack! The barrier suddenly shattered. A dark mass rushed in instantly. But before they hit the ground, they collided with a powerful elemental storm and instantly exploded. That was the mages of the Adventurers Alliance. Not far away, in front of the Adventurers Alliance, thousands of adventurers gathered, each holding various elements. Wind, fire, earth, lightning. Mages, warriors, archers, healers, support sound masters. Their eyes were filled with determination and rage. Every day practicing in the secret realm, not daring to enter the wild realm at the 3rd transfer, not daring to enter at the 4th transfer, not daring to enter at the 5th transfer, now at the 6th transfer and still not daring to enter the wild realm. What the hell is the meaning of my training in this life? Grass. The leading Thunder Mage looked at the dark mass of beasts and couldn't help but curse. I've been a coward all my life, I'm tired of this. Today, I will fight fiercely and die fighting. Damn you. Boom. As he spoke, he threw another punch. Even if it means burning my blood, I want my family to have a glimmer of hope to live. Lin Mo's face twisted, forcing down the fear inside him. A long knife suddenly appeared in his hand, and he charged out directly. Seeing this, the surrounding professionals glanced at the crowd below, gritted their teeth, unleashed their full breath, and rushed outside. Watching the brave professionals daring to take the lead, Qi sighed with relief. The reason why the Dragon Kingdom is strong is that no matter what danger it faces, there will always be someone willing to sacrifice themselves, just to guard that faint and elusive hope. What about the North region? Qi also felt uncertain. He only knew one thing now, at least hold this city. As long as the Beast Master from the video can survive, today in this city of Abyss, I have made the right choice. It's the Domain Master. But there are too many beasts, we can't possibly win. They are fighting for us. The many professionals from the Fengling Guild and the Tianhe Guild also started to act one after another. For a moment, the speed of the Beast Tide's attack actually slowed down a bit. But still showed no signs of retreating. As long as the vortex continued to exist, the Beast Tide would keep coming. As soon as humanity's offensive slackened slightly, death would be waiting for them. Chu Ran put on the shadow cloak. The reason he hadn't acted for a long time was that he understood the appearance of the vortex was just a result, not the cause. The real cause was people. Like the black-faced man in Linfeng City yesterday who triggered the beast vortex. The Mosquito King had a high rank, all the mosquitoes in the North region served it as their king, and it could control all the mosquitoes in the North region. With his vision sharing, Chu Ran quickly identified several suspicious individuals. Let's do it. Chu Ran raised his hand, and 3 great beast companions instantly drilled out from the beast space. A powerful pressure instantly swept across the heavens and the earth, as if time stood still at that moment. The elemental storm of thunder and fire suddenly fell into the beast tide. The professionals who had previously felt a subtle pressure immediately felt a sense of relief. They all turned back. It's him. The master has made a move. Mosquito King, reproduce. Chapter 30, Hold Every City. Xiling turned around, glancing at the thunder dragon and dragon sparrow that charged into the beast tide. Then he looked at the constantly reproducing Mosquito King and the person sitting on it. In front of him, a 7th-turn beast master, the shadow cloak was no longer effective. He recognized this young man at a glance. Xiling had just spoken to him at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. At that time, he wondered why there was no hint of fear in this young man's eyes. It turns out it was because of this. He is that beast master. Looking at the ferocious beasts controlled by the other, Xiling suddenly felt that his many years of cultivation was somewhat laughable. This person looked to be only 20 years old, yet had such terrifying beasts, and the control was so frightening. No wonder those old folks said he was a chosen one to be well protected. Then a wry smile appeared on his lips. Now, who really needs protection? With the presence of the Mosquito Beast Legion, the falling beast tide simply could not withstand their crazy siphoning. Soon there were hardly any beasts left on the ground, and the Mosquito Beast Legion directly blocked the crack, waiting for food to drop like it was a buffet. This scene instantly left all the professionals below the vortex speechless. They could only look at each other in shock, dumbfounded. In the treasure pavilion bunker, many hiding individuals could see the situation outside through the surveillance. When they saw the beast tide being held back, they couldn't believe it. Damn, this Mosquito King is too incredible. In such a short time, the Mosquito King has created an army of mosquito beasts. No wonder it's said that insect disasters are one of the 4 natural disasters. Old Zhang cleaned his glasses again and again, leaning forward continuously, pointing at the Mosquito King's back on the big screen. He said, "Is there a person there?" "Yeah, old Zhang, you've been stuck in that broken house collecting materials every day, haven't you heard? This is the Beast Master. His achievements are recordable. Yesterday, he single-handedly held back the beast tide in Lingfeng City, and this morning, he quickly passed all the secret realms to resist the raging monsters from the wasteland. Just now, he also thwarted another wave of beast tide." Upon hearing this, old Zhang had an incredulous look on his face. He recalled that pile of materials he had collected not long ago, which did indeed resemble what came from secret realms, and looked at the figure on the screen. Damn, so that material was really obtained by you yourself. Seeing that Shanyuan City was almost handled, Chu Ran immediately prepared to leave with his 3 beasts. Xiling followed and asked, "Where are you going?" "It's dangerous outside." Chu Ran turned his head and said calmly, "There are still many monster whirlpools, it's a bit difficult to guard every city." Guard every city. On hearing this, Xiling was suddenly shocked. His worst-case scenario before was that holding one city with his life would be enough. "It seems you are more suited to be the domain master than I am," Xiling said helplessly. Chu Ran felt that the other party seemed to be overthinking. He simply wanted to farm for more equipment materials and upgrade his beasts along the way. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Xiling had already put aside the stature of the domain master and spoke. Chu Ran immediately took out a map, pointing at the places circled on the map. "Here, and here, and here. These cities all have traces of those who create whirlpools. I can't split myself into action alone. I will go to the farthest southern cities, and you all take care of the others," Chu Ran said quickly. Xiling looked at these cities drawn on the map, all of which were near Shanyuan City. It wouldn't take long to support them, but then he saw the few cities at the very bottom. Those cities are even below the central city, way too far from Shanyuan City. At his speed, even if he used a commanding-level flying beast to provide support, it would take half an hour. "So far, you." Xiling was a bit worried. Chu Ran looked into the distance, murmuring, "Right now, I should have no concept of distance." In the next moment, he instantly disappeared from the spot. Xiling just blinked, and Chu Ran was gone. He stood there in a daze, murmuring, "This speed, truly like a god." Tianqing City. This was the southernmost city in the northern region. But for some reason, the beast tides here were fiercer than elsewhere. The guardian of Tianqing, Wu Tianquang, floated in the void, blood dripping from the tip of his right hand that had promoted. Too many in number. Even though they had exhausted all their strength, they couldn't gain even a little advantage in this surging sea of monsters. His eyes were full of despair, the corners of his mouth nearly cracked from dehydration. "Heaven wants to destroy me." The entire northern region was suffering from the attacks of the monster whirlpools, and the strong in other cities were even struggling to protect themselves, absolutely no time to care for this small city. Even as a 7-transformed professional, he had burned his blood essence, even exhausting the lives of countless alliance professionals, he still couldn't stop the outcome of destruction. The monsters were just too strong. No matter how fast they breed, the strength of their bodies, and the destruction they cause, humans simply cannot contend against it. Humans need to cultivate continuously to grow stronger, while monsters only need to eat, sleep, and wait to grow up, easily tearing apart human bodies that are so fragile. In the end, humans still cannot withstand these monsters. Wu Tianquan's body was already exhausted, and behind him there was no one. Corpses covered the ground, and blood flowed like rivers. Humans and monsters mixed together, forming a mountain of corpses. He only felt drowsiness creeping in, and the already dull long knife slipped from his hand. The beast climbing up the mountain of corpses below was greedily staring at him, and the long knife fell into the tide of beasts, instantly turned into powder. I'll never give in to you beasts, even if I die. He wanted to use up the last bit of strength to self-destruct. A delicate hand landed on his shoulder, and then a warm current began to flow into his body. Wu Tianquan turned his head and saw a handsome young face through a layer of hazy gauze. His lips slightly parted, as if a god was whispering. You've worked hard, leave the rest to me. A sea of flames and thunderlight illuminated the entire city, and the scorching heat instantly dispelled the cold aura brought by the beasts. The blazing fire dragon sparrow, with its wings nearly 100 meters wide, let out a loud cry and descended into the air above Star City. Above the dragon sparrow, Chu Ran stood indifferently. Wu Tianquan lay on the fiery feathers, and the hidden injuries on his body surprisingly showed signs of recovery. Someone is here to save us. It's a master Beast Tamer. Below, in the parts that had not been breached yet, a few people were still standing. Someone exclaimed with joy on their face. But he only came alone. Before others could be happy, an older professional poured cold water on them. The beast whirlpool continuously dropped beasts. Countless 6-turn and 7-turn professionals were either dead or injured. Even if this beast tamer had such a powerful beast, it couldn't change the outcome. Wu Tianquan looked around and realized there was only this one person, and worry began to rise in his heart. Master, why don't you run while you can? A young and talented beast tamer like you is crucial for Dragon Country. Chu Ran stood atop the dragon sparrow, gazing down at the beast tide, his emotions showing no signs of fluctuation. The ones that should flee are them. The magical energy surged within him, he spoke softly. But unfortunately, there's no chance left. Buzz. The space suddenly shook violently. In the distance, a blood-red sky was rushing towards them at an incredible speed. Wherever it passed, a strong bloody aura arose almost instantaneously. Wu Tianquan's pupils instantly constricted. That was not some heavenly curtain, it was a dense army of blood-colored mosquito beasts. Chapter 31, The Arrival of Ghost Corpses. Due to the battle boots, Chu Ran's movement speed reached an extraordinary level. As one of the southernmost cities in the northern region, Chu Ran could advance rapidly, but the Mosquito King's speed lagged a bit behind, so he conveniently cleared the beast tides from other cities along the way. Is this also the Master's beast? Looking at the Mosquito Beast army that instantly shattered the raging tide of beasts, the people below were all filled with disbelief. Although there were still beasts crawling out from the whirlpool, compared to the vast number of mosquito beasts, it was nothing, not even enough for a mosquito to take a bite. So powerful. But this person in front of him seemed to be overwhelmingly powerful. He deeply understood that even if a domain lord came to this place, it would be impossible to disperse the tide of beasts so quickly, but this young beast tamer managed to do it. He looked to be only in his 20s. When did the northern region produce such a genius? Wu Tianquan's shock lingered for a long time, gazing foolishly at Chu Ran. This made Chu Ran feel an intense discomfort. Is there something on my face? Realizing something was off, Wu Tianquan quickly retracted his gaze. Although it seemed a bit strange for an old man nearing 50 to address a young man in his early 20s in such a manner, Wu Tianquan gritted his teeth and respectfully called out, Master, may I ask which family you come from? The strength displayed by this master deserved such a title. My surname is Chu. It should be the Chu family. Although Chu Ran himself was not sure if the Chu family existed, he remembered that his predecessor was an orphan. The Chu family. Wu Tianquan's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted and he exclaimed, could you be the designated person from the Chu family in the central region? The 5-region genius battle. Held only once every 3 years in the Dragon Kingdom. Gathering geniuses under 25 from all over the country to participate in the World Practitioner League. Over 1 million qualified geniuses compete for 7 spots, and those who can fight for the country are the best of the best. The designated person. It means they must be the indisputable number 1. The strength of the person in front of him seemed to Wu Tianquan to be extraordinarily powerful. Has the central region become this strong? Wu Tianquan's eyes were filled with astonishment because of geographical and developmental reasons. The Dragon Kingdom is divided into 5 regions, and the northern region was once a wasteland, a territory bit by bit reclaimed from the demon beasts by the Dragon Kingdom. As a region plagued by the invasion of demon beasts, it is starved of resources. Although the resources of the wasteland are abundant, it's good enough that they do not invade the northern region, otherwise, they wouldn't dare to take the initiative. The only thing the northern region has more than the others might just be the vortex of demon beasts. This also led to the practitioners in the northern region being rich in combat experience but malnourished, with overall strength much weaker compared to the other regions, especially the central region. The fact that the northern region is so large and does not even have a decent high-level martial institute is proof enough of this issue. The young practitioners only aspire to be capable of leaving the northern region during the final martial exams in their senior year. For the people of the northern region, this could be the only opportunity in their lives to change their fate. But even so, among the over 1 million practitioners participating in the martial exam from the northern region every year, fewer than 10,000 can truly leave the northern region. The rest can only stay in the northern region, joining the practitioners' alliance or guilds and settling in. Because the requirements to enroll in the Dragon Kingdom's martial institutes are for Beast Tamers to reach the 5th transition and for other professions to reach the 6th transition. Awakening for 3 years to reach the 6th transition. In many cities of the northern region, even the city lords can only barely reach the 6th transition. In recent years, the Dragon Kingdom seems to have realized the imbalance in development among the 5 regions and has started sending spiritual resources and talents to places like the northern region. But Rome was not built in a day, especially for the vast Dragon Kingdom. It will take at least another 50 years to bridge the gap with the central region completely. This time, the invasion of demon beasts almost reduced half of the northern region to wasteland. However, Wu Tianquang also knew that this vortex of demon beasts appeared out of the blue. Even in other regions, the situation wouldn't be any better. Fortunately, today there is this genius from the central region. If the young generation in the central region all possesses such strength, then the rise of the Dragon Kingdom to dominate Tianxian should happen within this decade. Seeing the expression of the person opposite him, it seemed he had imagined him as another genius, but Chu Ran had no intention of explaining, as he couldn't clarify. After all, he couldn't say that he only awakened yesterday and today he is here to save the world. Who knows if saying that would make the other person suddenly faint? If the source is not cut off, the vortex of demon beasts will not disappear. Chu Ran's purpose in coming to Tianqing City was to find out the culprit behind this matter. Just now, when passing through other cities, Chu Ran had easily eliminated several black-robed men, but they were merely the ones maintaining the formation and not the instigators. The instigator was initially in Shanyuan City, and by the time Chu Ran sensed his aura, he had already left Shanyuan City. Upon stepping into Tianqing City, Chu Ran smelled that odor again, a nauseating and disgusting stench. He looked down at a building below. Blood Fury looked at the demon beast blocked at the entrance of the vortex by the Mosquito beast, his expression filled with extreme anger. At first, when that blood-red sky came flying from afar, he thought he had accidentally triggered a teleportation array in another area, bringing the demon beasts from the abyss over. But as time went on, he realized something was wrong, until he saw that person. Standing on the head of the dragon sparrow was that person. It was him again. That damned beast master. Wasn't it said that the northern region was the easiest place for the Dragon Kingdom to collapse? How could there be such a monster here? The next moment, the glass in front of him shattered with a bang, and fragments flew everywhere. His vision was obscured by the rising dust, and a strong oppressive force filled the small room. A wave of heat rushed towards him, and the thunderous sound echoed in his ears. It was as if it was about to explode him in the next moment. Until the dust settled and Blood Fury saw the figure standing before him. And the 2 terrifying beast masters beside him, their heads could just fit through the shattered window, staring indifferently at Blood Fury. "Who on earth are you?" Blood Fury asked. "You all look quite uniform, you must be from the same organization." "I'm just here to play your divine punishment," Chu Ran said flatly. "Just you? You think you can stand against our Blood Church?" Blood Fury said with a face full of mockery, "A coward who even dares not show his true form, still speaks such wild words." "Ah? I thought you could see it, but it turns out you haven't even reached the 7th transformation?" Chu Ran said in surprise. He truly was shocked. He never expected this mastermind behind the hundreds of vortexes made by demon beasts had not even reached the 7th transformation. Indeed, the evil cultivator was too extraordinary. With so many 6 transform and 7 transform professionals in the northern region, they almost got wiped out by a small calamity. Hearing this blatant provocation, Blood Fury's expression turned grim, coldly saying, "You don't think you won, do you? Do you think I crossed so many cities from Shanyuan City to escape?" Blood Fury scoffed, "Buried beneath my feet are the warrior souls of my Sakura Day." His momentum instantaneously surged to a terrifying level. "For the Great Pope, everyone, please enter my demonic sail." He howled to the sky, and a shadow immediately covered the sky over Tianqing City. The sounds of various ghosts echoed endlessly, and the entire Tianqing City seemed to be dragged into an endless hell. Don't know if you've seen a sacred spirit-level ghost corpse? Chapter 32, Purging Plan. The building collapsed with a loud crash. A bottomless crack appeared in the ground. A pair of withered claws filled with sinister energy stretched out without warning. Not good. Wu Tianquang, as a martial artist, felt the anomaly immediately with his keen senses. This corpse demon definitely possessed power comparable to the 9th transformation. It raised its withered claw, grey corpse fire coalescing, and swung towards the direction where Chu Ran was. Run! Bang! The dust of heaven and earth burst out in an instant, and the cold corpse fire dyed the entire city sky a ghostly green. Wu Tianquan looked stunned. Even as a 7th transformation martial artist, he couldn't guarantee he could survive under this punch. But the master was a beast master. Without beasts to cushion the blow, taking this strike comparable to a sacred spirit directly. Still too young and reckless, not knowing how to hide one's edge, Blood Fury sneered. His face was pale now, visibly, his demonic sail was greedily sucking his blood. He was using his blood to maintain this corpse demon. Even though I didn't wipe out the northern region, killing a genius beast master of the Dragon Kingdom isn't bad either. Swallowing the Dragon Kingdom is just around the corner, ha! As Blood Fury's life force rapidly drained away, he could no longer maintain the corpse demon to throw a second punch, but he was extremely satisfied. Even if he was in despair and counterattacked, certainly the great Pope would praise him highly. Praise the Blood Church. Don't rush to praise. I am still here. A young voice emerged from the smoke and dust. Upon hearing this voice, the expression of blood rage turned extremely ferocious. Impossible. Impossible. It is impossible for a human body to survive a blow from a beast as powerful as a Holy Spirit-level beast. Even more impossible is for a beast master to do so. As the smoke cleared, Chu Ran stood suspended in midair at the very spot, not even having moved an inch. You. Blood rage wanted to speak, but his body began to turn ethereal, disappearing in an instant into the wind. Until he completely vanished, his gaze never left Chu Ran, filled with shock and fear. Not just blood rage, even Wu Tianquan nearby looked utterly incredulous. Is this real? A strike from a Holy Spirit-level beast has an attack power of at least several 100,000. A beast master took a hit and walked away unscathed? Sorry, I am immune to your Holy Spirit-level attack, Chu Ran remarked faintly, looking at the place where blood rage had dissipated. Unfortunately, he dissipated too quickly to hear this sentence. Immune, Holy Spirit, attack, these 3 words Wu Tianquan knew, and understood what they meant. But immune to Holy Spirit-level attacks. What an uncommon combination. Never heard of it. He had lived more than half his life without seeing many Holy Spirit-level attacks. This master directly immunized it? Not even pretending? If Central Region is filled with such talents, wouldn't they easily conquer the Wildlands by sending a few to the Northern Region? Do we still need to cower daily and worry about the beast invasion? The citizens below reacted even more intensely upon seeing this scene. Some elderly men and women even knelt in the direction of Chu Ran, chanting phrases like God bless us. Looking at the chaotic state below, Chu Ran left on his dragon sparrow with his hands in his pockets. If he stayed any longer, he wouldn't know how to deal with it. As he looked at the direction Chu Ran was leaving, Wu Tianquan stared blankly, and after a long while, he finally reacted. Is Central Region over that way? The master's direction of departure is not heading towards the Central Region, but rather away from it. Could it be? Wu Tianquan's mind was suddenly in turmoil. Has the master ever mentioned that he came from the Central Region? Is this the talent that came from my Northern Region? Soon, Chu Ran returned to Lingfeng City. Due to the monster vortex that opened yesterday, today's beast tide was not so fierce, and the professional alliance was still on high alert from yesterday, so there were not many casualties. Other cities in the northern region were relatively better off as they had taken timely precautions, and the monster vortex was not particularly large. Chu Ran observed that only Shanyuan City and Tianqing City suffered heavier losses. Tianqing City was the worst hit. Chu Ran had just wanted to search for some clues from that man in black. In the end, nothing was left behind. The power of that blow from the undead truly shocked Chu Ran. Although there were suspicions that he had deliberately not dodged to test his equipment skills. Yet, the effect was indeed remarkable. That heavy blow landed on him with no sensation at all. But there were other reasons as well. That blow contained more than half corpse fire, and the blessing of the lava set came from the high-level holy boots, which directly immunized against Holy Spirit-level flames. To be safe, Chu Ran had also let the dragon sparrow and the thunder flood dragon wrap him in a protective barrier formed by multiple fire and lightning nets. Moreover, Blood Rage's weak body probably didn't have much essence blood, so the blood power he provided did not fully unleash the Holy Spirit-level power of the undead. It was estimated that it was at most only 4/10 of Holy Spirit's might. However, this clearly demonstrated the terrifying defense of the lava set. With this armor to protect him, plus contracting a beast known for its defense in the future. That is enough to break the fear of beast masters against this rumor. In the past couple of days of crazy battles, there have been many gains. Current beast, Blood Shadow Mosquito King. Tier, Monarch level. Level, LV.176. Strength, 101,390. Agility, 211,860. Defense, 99,069. Spirit, 224,930. Combat power, 248456. Skills, rapid breeding, 1000 ice hunt, blood shadow escape. Rapid breeding, can rapidly breed 10,000 blood shadow mosquito beasts of the same level as the Mosquito King, and the substances absorbed by the mosquito beasts will be fed back to the Mosquito King. 1000 Eyes Hunt, vision and perception greatly increase, sharing vision with the Beast Master. Blood Shadow Escape, high-frequency wing flight speed can reach 600 meters per second, after sucking blood, can turn blood into shadow to increase speed to 900 meters per second, immune to control during flight. Next required advancement points, 900,000. Current Beast, Kanglan Thunder Flood Dragon. Tier, Monarch Level. Level, LV.141. Strength, 107,600. Agility, 111,200. Defense, 105,360. Spirit, 104,850. Combat power, 169865. Skills, Thunderstorm Net, Bite. Next required advancement points, 900,000. Current Beast, Blazing Flame Dragon Sparrow. Tier, Monarch Level. Level, LV.146. Strength, 118,500. Agility, 136,620. Defense, 116,350. Spirit, 124,480. Combat power, 180365. Skills, Blazing Flame Rain, Dragon Sparrow Cry. Next required advancement points, 900,000. This time, the Mosquito Beast army took down half of the monster beasts, almost all feeding back to the Mosquito King. Every time the Mosquito King levels up, it swallows the Mosquito Beast army to reproduce, so the Mosquito King's upgrade not only enhances itself, but also raises the levels of the entire Mosquito Beast army. In the face of such monster beast invasions, it has to be the Mosquito King. However, it cannot be denied that during the monster beast invasion, countless professionals in every city in the northern region are fighting hard to resist. At this moment, a message popped up in front of Chu Ran. Chu Ran focused and saw it was a message from a wide-range sound spell. This is something only a 9-turn professional can do. It's enough to cover the entire Dragon Nation's 5 regions. Dragon Nation Bounty Order. The northern region is under attack from an unknown evil force. The Dragon Nation has initiated a full lockdown, and nationwide pursuit of the remnants of the evil force from foreign lands has begun. Once found, no need to report, kill without mercy. Task reward, merit of the Dragon Nation. Countless sacrifices brought this moment of peace. Deep in everyone's heart in the northern region lies deep anger and hatred. At this moment, a bounty order like this comes just at the right time, giving everyone an outlet to vent. Counterattack, all-out war. Chapter 33, The Sakura Day Nation, Blood Church, Resurrection Talisman. Sakura Day Nation. It is 6,372 kilometers away from the northern region, almost spanning most of the Tianqian continent. This is an island nation right next to the Endless Sea, basically without neighboring countries. The closest country to Sakura Day is separated by a demon beast wasteland hundreds of miles long. Therefore, Sakura Day continues to suffer from attacks by sea monsters. They would love to move away from this island nation, but there is no extra land to supply them inland. 10 years ago, a mysterious and unfathomable expert came to Sakura Day. That person is incredibly powerful, having killed 5 8-turn Sakura Day experts one after another. He claims to be a person from the upper realm and the chosen one who has come to save Sakura Day from water and fire. Since his appearance, Sakura Day has no longer suffered from sea monster invasions, but instead, the neighboring Storm Nation has frequently experienced monster beast invasions. Meanwhile, a terrifying organization claiming to be the Blood Church has risen worldwide. Since then, vortexes of monster beasts have started appearing all over the world, and almost all major powers on the Tianqian continent have suffered losses because of them. Sakura Day Tianqiao Palace. In the underground of the main hall, there is an underground palace, the blood-colored decor revealing a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. How could this happen? The Pope was furious, pushing all the cups in his hand out, causing a series of crashing sounds. This good-for-nothing thing. The Pope sits on the throne, full of anger, and the scene from just now appears in his mind. He had meticulously planned for so long under the guidance of the divine envoy. It is to make the North region fall back into a wasteland. Then they will occupy this area again, using the beast whirlpool to transport the beasts that have been let in, thus rightfully owning this inland land. But all of this was suddenly ruined by the Beast Master who appeared. And unfortunately, before dying, the Blood Fiend summoned the undead corpse demon of Sakura Sun. This will impose enormous pressure on the Sakura Sun Kingdom. In the past, those great nations always blamed the emerging beast whirlpools on the beast's planned invasion, but now with the North region's incident and the appearance of the corpse demon from Sakura Sun, it is highly likely that these great nations will associate the beast invasion with Sakura Sun. Although it was indeed their doing. But before, they always attacked from the dark. Now that it has been exposed to the public, it will greatly restrict the future actions of the Blood Church and fully expose its members who are currently active outside. The Dragon Kingdom's wanted notice was issued for only 1 hour, and nearly 1/5 of the Blood Church members outside had already been lost. Moreover, aside from the Dragon Kingdom, other nations also quickly launched cleansing actions. Your Holiness, the Storm Kingdom has also initiated a full lockdown. The Southern Shane Kingdom too. Your Holiness, I want to go home. Outside, reports of sorrow kept coming in, prompting the Pope to cut off all contact with the outside world in anger. A figure slowly approached him, exuding an aura that was extremely gentle yet carried a faint chill, making it hard to get close. The person was indeed someone who claimed to be from the upper realm. Your Excellency, the Divine Envoy, is this what you call saving my Sakura-san? 10 years have passed, and we still haven't moved into the inland area. Now we have become the rats that everyone wants to exterminate, the Pope exclaimed in anger. The person remained calm and said softly, but in these 10 years, your Sakura-san has not had any beast calamities, right? Moreover, Sakura-san has never been favored. At these words, the Pope immediately felt choked. What he said was indeed reasonable. Let them stir things up. After all, this place will eventually become a land of slaves. Continue to trigger the beast whirlpool with the treasures I bestowed upon you. Don't worry about them coming to your door. The beasts around Sakura-san are not mere decorations. They won't bother making such great efforts to trouble you. The person spoke with a gentle tone, as if the concerns of the Pope held no significance in his eyes. Even the young man from the Blood Fiend's memory, who could withstand a punch from a half-step Holy Spirit-level corpse demon while commanding 3 terrifying beasts, did not stir even a ripple in his gaze. He snorted coldly, as if looking at a dead person. In the Central Region, the Practitioner Association of the Imperial Capital. The Central Region is the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Just the Central Region occupies more than half of the Dragon Kingdom's territory. There are no regional lords here. The highest ruler is an organization. At the enormous round table of the Practitioner Association of the Imperial Capital, 12 individuals sat upright. Anyone who could sit here was either at the peak of the 8th transition or a powerful 9th transition expert. They were either the heads of major martial arts academies or core figures from the Practitioner Alliance and top guild clans. As the highest combat strength of the Dragon Kingdom, any one of them could sweep through any domain in the 4 realms alone, being true existences who could break through 10,000 troops effortlessly. These 12 elders looked at the clips continuously replaying at the center of the round table. The awe-inspiring might of the 3-headed overlord beast was captured by several of them. Even for them, there was no lack of admiration in their eyes. Such a terrifying 3-headed overlord, that young boy. Could it be that the prophecy from 1,000 years ago is real? 1,000 years ago, there was a 9th transition astrologer in the Dragon Kingdom who predicted that 1,000 years later, forces from outside the continent would invade Tianxian, and a savior would appear in the Dragon Kingdom, protecting it in times of danger. It was also because of this prophecy that the Dragon Kingdom and the other 5 major nations united to launch the Starry Sky Project. Every year, countries send out 9-turn-strong practitioners to guard the Starry Sky, to prevent forces from outside the continent from invading. In recent years, the strong practitioners guarding the Starry Sky have indeed killed several Holy Spirit-level demon beasts that wanted to enter Tianxian through spatial rifts, but they suffered heavy losses. Basically, every 9-turn-strong practitioner who has ever guarded the Starry Sky carries various hidden injuries. This world is far more dangerous than what people see now. But the common folk under the continent do not know about these matters. Only those who have stepped into the extraordinary realm understand. In recent years, besides the alien demon beasts, several old forces in the Endless Sea and Mangala Desert have also begun to stir. The 1,000-year period is approaching, and we are getting old. We do not know how many more years we can protect this dragon nation. Time is a relentless carving knife. Even having stepped into the 9 turns, a practitioner can only expect to live a few decades longer than an ordinary person, ultimately remaining a mortal body. I wonder if the legendary path to divinity really exists. Isn't the genius battle about to begin? Otherwise, this training mission could be arranged in Mangala Desert, said an old man who looked withered. Mangala? Isn't that a bit dangerous? In the past, the genius battle being able to arrange training in the wild realm was already a level of difficulty high enough to scare away many geniuses. If it's placed in Mangala, one of the 4 great death zones, who knows how many people would withdraw from the competition? We have to face it eventually. For a moment, no one at the table spoke. Even beings like them need to make sufficient preparations to enter a death zone. Sending a group of young people. It really is a bit risky. I represent the Chu clan to agree. Tianxiong always nags me to take him once, this time let it be as his wish. A solid old man with white hair at his temples spoke. Chu Tianxiong is a pillar of the younger generation in the Central Region. At only 23, he reached 8 turns and has single-handedly killed 3 quasi-lord-level demon beasts. He is the only one confirmed for this genius battle. Every chance, you show off your precious grandson. I'm so fed up. A beautiful woman at the table said helplessly. If you had one, I wouldn't stop you from showing off, Chu Tianba said proudly. Since the Chu clan is taking the lead, then I from the Imperial Capital Martial Academy naturally have no objections, another old man said. In that case, let's set the final battle in Mangala, we old folks will quietly keep an eye on it. As for a weighty prize, let's take that item out. The leading old man said lightly, and everyone's expressions changed in shock. Everyone naturally knew what that item referred to. Only one of its kind in the Dragon Nation and can only be used once. The legendary revival talisman that can bring the dead back to life. Chu Ran sat at the top of the tower in Lingfeng City, blowing the gentle evening breeze. He did not participate in the encirclement, as his beast companions were too flamboyant. Those rats lingering in the gutters could sense the presence of his beasts from hundreds of miles away. Moreover, the ones remaining are all low-level trash of the 3 turns and 4 turns, not worth Chu Ran going through great trouble. Instead, it is more suitable to let others who have been suppressed for so long practice. And they can gain some merit to enhance their strength. Chu Ran gained great merit in this northern domain battle, all factions offered him certain rewards and wished to draw him in, even Shi Lin said he would let him take over as the lord of the northern domain, but he rejected them all. His beast companions could not stand the loneliness, in the wild realm, in the death zone, they were already eager to unleash their slaughter. As Chu Ran pondered, a notification suddenly appeared before him. Kill foreign remnants and gain Dragon Nation merit. In this mission, you have killed 13 minions of the Blood Vatican, including 6 transformations. You have received a bounty reward, 890,000 Dragon Country merit points. Chu Ran looked at the sudden notification message, a bit shocked. He didn't expect that the kills he made casually before the bounty opened would count. Wow, the Dragon Mother is truly generous. Ding, you have a new invitation letter. Suddenly receiving an invitation letter, signed by the Capital City Practitioner Association. Although Chu Ran had never been to the capital city, he had heard the name of the highest management of Dragon Country. View. The registration period for the Dragon Country Genius Battle has ended. You did not register, but due to your outstanding combat strength, you are now specially invited to go to the capital city to skip the preliminary round and go directly to the semifinals. Chu Ran originally didn't intend to go, but upon seeing the rewards below, his eyes suddenly widened. Champion Reward, Resurrection Talisman. Effect, Revive. These 2 short words had already stirred 1,000 waves in Chu Ran's heart. Who can refuse the temptation of revival? Anyway, Chu Ran couldn't refuse, he clicked to accept without hesitation. Chapter 34, A Top Beast Master Comes to Fish? Chu Ran strode through the city in his battle boots, his speed now much faster than taking a car. He originally wanted to take a domain-level teleportation array directly to the capital city, but he heard there was a level 7 secret realm between the North Domain and Central Domain, full of young magical beasts that could be captured. And his 4th contract was conveniently empty, so he thought to try his luck. Xianjing Sky Lake. This place was once a wasteland along with the North Domain, but Dragon Country seized it from the magical beasts, and the beasts inside have been hiding in the water for protection, refusing to come out. Dragon Country didn't want to waste energy, so they simply surrounded it and turned it into a special secret realm. Fortunately, once the magical beasts lose their water combat ability, they greatly diminish in power, which prevents them from forming beast tides to attack humans. Xianjing Sky Lake is one of the few remaining secret realms within Dragon Country. Other similar realms include Kunlun, Tiangong Mountain, and Qinhuailing. These places survive due to dangerous terrains and complex internal environments, along with the mysterious magical beasts that cannot be perceived by humans. And these beasts can only reproduce within their territory since there is no outside support. Those that grow to a certain extent, driven by their beastly instincts, will try to come ashore or leave the mountains, attempting to invade human territory. The result is that they are hunted down by various beast hunting organizations. But there are benefits to this, due to the diversity of strong species inside. The drops after death and the magical beast corpses are full of treasures, sustaining countless fighting teams that rely on hunting magical beasts for a living. Because of this, these places are usually filled with small magical beasts that are mostly high-grade, flowing in high-priced beast tamers at various auction houses in the city. Most of them are obtained from these secret realms rather than artificially raised. Although Chu Ran's current savings were enough to buy any grade of magical beast, those above golden grade or with high talents were essentially reserved before the auction due to various connections and powers, so there was no chance to make it to the auction stage. And Chu Ran had no support, completely alone with no qualifications to compete with them. Even though with his current reputation in the North Domain, standing on the street and shouting "I am, break," would get him anything he wanted, he still wanted to keep a low profile. He wanted to rely on his own talent and effort. And also level up. Chu Ran bought a secret realm invitation letter and walked in. The magical beasts here do not require outside replenishments, so there are no closing periods. As long as you buy an invitation letter, you can enter at any time. The area within 50 miles of the shore has been surrounded, even though no magical beasts generally appear here. Yet he was still drawn into the secret realm. Most of the beasts here are in their juvenile stage, but they're still classified as a level 7 secret realm by the Dragon Kingdom, indicating just how terrifying these beasts can be. On the shore of the Sky Mirror Lake, there is a layer of alarms. Once any beast is spotted coming ashore, an alarm will immediately sound. Although the Dragon Kingdom has adapted to the existence of these secret realms, protection and precautionary measures are still well prepared. Every year during the beast maturity season, many monster hunting teams set up camp within a 50-mile radius, waiting for those beasts to emerge from the lake so they can strike directly and kill. In their eyes, these monsters are like shimmering gold ingots, truly a prized catch. A standard team only needs to hunt one mature beast to eat well for half a year. 2 beasts can allow them to relax for the entire year. So even though it's not the maturity season now, you can still see a few tents set up around here. The Flame Knight Brigade is one such monster hunting team. They spend nearly 2/3 of their year living through dull and boring days of waiting here. Not all beasts mature at fixed times, some mature early, others late, so there's always a possibility of encountering beasts on shore throughout the year. Who knows, maybe one day they might stumble upon a few lost juvenile beasts, instantly raking in tens of millions, as if the money fell from the sky, making it feel marvelous. Tao Gu, that little vixen Wang Mei's husband bought her a big diamond ring from South Africa. I want one too. At the Flame Knight Brigade camp, a dark-skinned woman gently pressed on the leg of the man sunbathing beside her, cooing. The man, wearing sunglasses, lazily shifted his leg into another position and said lightly, "Baby, don't hurry. Quickly make a wish to the sun, maybe a beast will drop from the sky later. After selling it, I'll buy you not just a diamond ring from South Africa, but also from North Africa, West Africa, and East Africa." The woman punched his thigh heavily, annoyed, and said, "Humph. No man is good. How could a beast's corpse possibly fall from the sky? I might as well drop a rock on you." Then she angrily left and threw herself onto a chair nearby, putting cucumber slices over her eyes. Chu Ran arrived at the lakeshore, looking at the clear and tranquil lake surface, his mouth twitching slightly. This place really doesn't look like it has any beasts. Although the afternoon sun is indeed shining, it shouldn't be so calm as to not even have a ripple. Is this really a level 7 secret realm? Chu Ran suddenly felt a sense of being deceived. Damn, is there a person over there? The man with sunglasses suddenly jumped up, looking at a figure by the lake, surprised. When he saw that person's young face, he immediately jumped up and ran over, yelling, "Is the realm manager asleep? The door is wide open, letting people in to die." Anyone with experience in this secret realm knows to avoid the lakeshore. Those beasts harbor deep resentment against any organisms that approach the shore after suffering attacks from humans, and a slight misstep could lead to being swallowed by a lurking beast. But he couldn't shout a warning now. If he startled the beast, that person on the shore would undoubtedly die. He could only run faster and silently pray that nothing would happen. Although he wasn't related to that person, as a monster hunter who racing against death every day, watching someone die right before his eyes still felt uncomfortable. At the lake's edge, Chu Ran looked at the calm lake surface. He felt that person coming from afar, running towards him. The things in the water seemed to sense that person. Plop. A large bubble appeared on the water's surface. Almost instantly, a powerful beast surged into the sky. Hidden Water Turtle. LV.142. Rank, Leader Level. Combat Power, 38472. Wang Tao stopped in his tracks, staring blankly in that direction. He's dead. Being swallowed by a leader-level beast like that, even if he were a Superman, he definitely couldn't survive. Wang Tao sighed helplessly. Even as a sixth-turn professional with many years of demon hunting experience, he didn't dare to approach the lake shore. This lake appeared calm like a mirror, but the density of lurking beasts within might be more than imagined. Looking down at his feet, Wang Tao realized he had unknowingly entered a danger zone within 100 meters. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly raced. He cautiously raised his head and found the beast hadn't chased him, letting out a sigh of relief. Wang Tao turned around, carefully stepping away, ready to leave this place. If that beast had discovered him, without anyone around to help draw its fire, he would also be in danger. When they hunt beasts, they typically wait until the beast is 10 miles from the lake shore to act, to prevent the beast from escaping, and because they fear the beast might play tricks, using one to attract fire while others lie in wait underwater, leaping out to attack when they get close. This lake is home mostly to turtle-type beasts, known for their defensive strength. Each time, a hunting team can barely kill one even when attacking in a group, and facing multiple at once, their chances of survival diminish to almost nothing. Although these beasts' combat power significantly decreases after coming ashore, they are still terrifying existences for them. There's no time to mourn that person from before. Wang Tao just wants to quickly escape this dangerous place. He hadn't gone far when he heard a loud bang behind him. He struggled to turn back, discovering that the once peaceful surface of the water was now in turmoil. In midair, there was a terrifying peacock with fiery feathers and a giant dragon over 100 meters long, surrounded by thunder power. Wang Tao felt the momentum of these two beasts was dozens of times stronger than any he had seen in this lake. At first, he thought they were aquatic beasts and almost dropped to his knees in fear. But then he thought, these fiery beasts shouldn't be able to emerge from the water. As his gaze moved upward, his eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. A person stood atop the dragon peacock's head. That person's eyes burned with lightning and suddenly spoke. Explode. Boom. Fire and lightning intertwined, covering the entire sky. In an instant, the water of the lake was evaporated by the heat wave, rising into thick white mist. Rolling heat waves swept through the sky, and space seemed to twist. Numerous beasts underwater were forced to surge to the surface. Just after surfacing, an unrelenting web of lightning immediately ensnared them, pinning them in midair. The next moment, accompanied by a mighty flap of the dragon peacock's wings, endless fire rain, formed from heavenly flames, suddenly poured down. Boom! 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 Those immobilized beasts were almost instantly roasted, their sharp cries echoing. But surprisingly, most of these beasts didn't die from this relentless attack. As expected, they are defensive beasts, the person exclaimed. He quickly suppressed his astonishment, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Let's do a few more rounds. Boom! 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 After several rounds of bombardment, the large beasts that had surged from the lake finally died off in droves, bodies scattered everywhere. The alarm sensed the emergence of beasts from the water, instantly emitting a deep warning sound. In the distance, the woman lying down heard the commotion and sat up, confused. A monster has emerged from the water? The cucumber stuck on her eye slid down to her mouth and fell into her wide-open mouth. Facing the 5-meter-wide giant leg in front of her, her big eyes, as round as grapes, were blinking rapidly. She gently poked it with her finger and quickly stepped back a few paces. This is a monster's corpse? She raised her head in astonishment and saw the rain of corpses falling from the sky. Oh my God! She was filled with shock. But soon a smile broke out on her face as she shouted. Taugu! South African big diamonds are falling from the sky. Chapter 35, The Fourth Contract. Start of advancement. A series of damage values appeared, and the entire lake was filled with a scorching smell. The corpses of the leader-level monsters splattered everywhere, falling all around. Killed hidden water turtle, gained experience 10,600, stored. Killed Shen water jiao, gained experience 9,960, stored. Killed ice abyss water tendril, gained experience 12,000, stored. Most of the monsters in this lake were either nearly matured or had already matured, and most were among the top tier in defense at the leader level. They had also tried to attack the sky, but they had no wings, and their ranged water ball attacks evaporated halfway, unable to touch Chu Ran and the two taming beasts. With most of the matured monsters dead, the lake surface quickly calmed down. Chu Ran returned to the shore. Small bubbles were slowly rising to the surface of the lake, and soon several small heads popped out of the water. It was turtles. Xian water turtle. Rank, gold. Level, LV, 6. Agility, 300. Defense, 4,000. Spirit, 760. Combat power, 1561. Skill, withdrawal. A message appeared before Chu Ran. Withdrawal. Looking at this skill, Chu Ran's expression became stiff. This thing can also be called a skill? He turned to look at the other ones. Xian water snake. Rank, gold. Level, 7. Strength, 543. Agility, 768. Defense, 689. Spirit, 458. Combat power, 1750. Skills, bite, constrict. The rest were a few silver-level creatures, and Chu Ran didn't look further. To be able to breed so many juvenile gold-level beasts, this Xian Mirror Heavenly Lake is indeed a level 7 secret realm. For Long Country, it is also a rare treasure secret realm. Whether it is juvenile beasts or matured monsters, each has its own use. Since the violence in their bloodline had not been activated, the juvenile beasts could be trained by humans to become tamed beasts. Chu Ran looked at the two juvenile beasts in front of him. The Xian water snake was a standard gold level, while the other Xian water turtle had some extreme attributes. Its defense is absolutely top-tier talent for this rank. But there was some bad news. Chu Ran had felt that its attribute panel seemed shorter than the other juvenile beasts, and he suddenly realized. It has no strength value, not even a bit. The strength value corresponds to the attack strength of the tamed beast, and if there is none at all, it means it has no offensive capability. However, after thinking for a while, Chu Ran still felt he should contract this juvenile Xian water turtle. After all, that's a defense of 4,000. This means its vitality is definitely much higher than other tamed beasts of the same rank. Chu Ran needed such a tamed beast to bind the skill, symbiosis. And with the existence of advancement points, after advancing, he couldn't imagine how strong it could become. Contract. With Chu Ran's current mental strength, contracting such a juvenile beast was not difficult at all. Instead, it felt more like a one-sided contract from his side. In the next moment, the Xian water turtle disappeared into the lake and appeared in Chu Ran's tamed beast space. With a thought, his consciousness also entered the tamed beast space. Then he saw a funny sight. The powerful rulers, Mosquito King, Thunder Jiao, and Dragon Sparrow, gathered together, forming a tight circle. And in the center of this circle, they deliberately left an empty space. Upon a closer look, the small Xian Shui turtle was lying there. Compared to the three enormous figures, the Xian Shui turtle looked as insignificant as a tiny pebble. It curled up quietly, completely hiding inside its hard shell, as if wanting to conceal itself even deeper. As a demon beast, it was surprisingly timid. Chu Ran also felt puzzled, but upon reflection, it wasn't so bad. This way, he wouldn't have to fear it revealing its demon beast lineage and retaliating. Current beast, Xian Shui turtle. Rank, gold level. Level, LV.6. Agility, 300. Defense, 4000. Spirit, 760. Battle power, 1561. Skill, withdraw. Can evolve. Evolution points needed, 5000. Current evolution points, 225,603, 225606, 225609. Hint, the first evolution of the beast may trigger a critical strike. Chu Ran didn't hesitate, evolve. This evolution should reach Lord level, giving him 4 Lord level beasts. And he could also use the symbiotic skill to bind with the Xian Shui turtle. 1 top defense beast plus Saint level battle boots and Lord level armor. Just thinking about it was terrifying. 5,000 evolution points were deducted from the panel and transformed into tiny starlights merging into the Xian Shui turtle's body. Even so, it still maintained its original state, tightly curled up in its shell, completely motionless. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed. The thin, crispy turtle shell suddenly bulged, with cracks spreading like a spider web, and countless dark blue scales burst out wildly from the seams, instantly covering the entire turtle's body. The limbs, which were tucked inside the shell, suddenly swelled, with thick turtle claws tearing through the air, each claw tip shining with cold light, deeply embedding into the ground, leaving dense pits in the hard earth. Its carapace expanded wildly, growing into a mountain-like giant dome in the blink of an eye. The edges of the shell rolled with dark patterns, with dark golden light flowing between the patterns, as if hiding the whole galaxy. At the moment of the carapace's expansion, countless sharp spikes suddenly erupted from the surface. At first, they were only grain-sized protrusions but grew at a visible speed, their tips gleaming with inky cold light, while their roots merged with the shell, dark golden light flowing between the patterns. The spikes were neatly arranged on the mountain-like carapace, resembling giant swords hanging upside down, seemingly ready to pierce through the cloud layers. A surge of ancient and wild aura erupted, carrying the salty smell of seawater and the weight of rocks. Even light was swallowed by this aura, casting a brief darkness over the world, with only the sharp spikes of the Xian Wu's carapace shining with a frightening light. In an instant, the Xian Shui turtle's size had surged to a height greater than that of the largest lord among the three, the Thunder Jiao, before it finally stopped. Chu Ran gazed in awe at this shocking scene until a panel appeared, prompting him to snap back to reality. Ding! Evolution successful. Then he was startled again by the panel data. Current beast, Xian Tian Sacred Turtle. Rank, Saint level. Chapter 36, Symbiosis. For turn Beast Master. Current beast, Xian Tian Sacred Turtle. Rank, Saint level. Level, LV.6. Agility, 26,834. Defense, 214,689. Spirit, 76,548. Battle power, 154986. Skill, Explosive Counterattack, Xian Turtle Mystery. Explosive Counterattack, attack effects are halved, while the attacker suffers double damage. This skill is a locked technique, ignoring all evasion effects. Xian Turtle Mystery, when activated, attributes double for a short time, and all skill effects increase by 50%. Cooldown time for the mystery is 144 hours. Next evolution points needed, 3 million. Saint level. What the heck? Chu Ran's breathing quickened. He thought it would take at least 3 days to gather 900,000 evolution points to evolve a lord to Saint level, but unexpectedly, this fourth contract directly triggered a critical strike. Goodness. Chu Ran stared at the panel data. Some were so shocked they couldn't speak. Although still lacking power, this 210,000 defense is enough to prove its strength. Defense takes up far less of the battle power than strength, but the Holy Turtle's battle power is already nearly catching up to the Dragon Sparrow and the Thunder Flood Dragon. The Holy Turtle is only level 6. It has already reached a battle power that only a lord of over level 100 would have, without any level up to increase attributes. Every level up for a Lord class increases attributes by an average of 500 points, and the attribute increase for a Holy Spirit level will only be higher. It's no wonder there is an ancient saying that all things are of low quality, only those that can control beasts are valued. If this Holy Spirit level turtle could reach max level, it wouldn't just be a match for an 8-turn professional, even a 9-turn powerful being might not be able to contend with it. Moreover, there is a significant gap between Holy Spirit level beasts and Lord level beasts. The profound meaning. Only upon reaching the Holy Spirit level can it truly be called a colossal beast. The profound meaning provides a huge boost to beast controllers. The already strong Holy Spirit level beast can even double its attributes when activating the profound meaning. Additionally, Chu Ran discovered that this holy turtle, though lacking strength attributes, possesses a powerful skill. Explosive counter, damage suffered is halved, while the attacker will receive double the counterattack. It won't attack actively, but it halves the effect of the damage suffered and counters with double damage to the attacker. In other words, if the enemy inflicts 100 points of damage upon the holy turtle, it only truly suffers 50 points, while the enemy would suffer 200 points of backlash. This is simply a perfect match for the nearly maxed defensive Xiantian holy turtle. Even more unbelievable is that this skill ignores all evasion, meaning as long as you attack the holy turtle, you will definitely face a double counterattack. It can both defend and attack, utterly invincible. This is a Holy Spirit level beast. Amazing! Chu Ran repeatedly exclaimed in wonder, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He immediately activated the skill, Symbiosis. Skill binding target, Xiantian holy turtle. Skill effect, you form a life bond with this beast, allowing damage to be transferred freely between both parties. If one party dies, the other will suffer severe injury and enter a near-death state. With this double insurance, Chu Ran felt great joy. Just as he was about to leave, he received a prompt. You have obtained a Holy Spirit level beast. The first difficulty of the divine selection is complete. Overflow experience has been used. You have leveled up. You have reached the current level cap, excess experience has been stored. Occupation, 4-turn Beast Master. Level, LV.60 LV.80. Strength, 37305730. Agility, 47086780. Spirit, 2607228072. Battle Power, 2878031098. Free Attribute Points, 2000 points. Skills, Contract Art, Summon Spirit Map, Symbiosis. Beasts, LV.147 Kanglan Thunder Flood Dragon, LV.151 Blaze Dragon Sparrow, LV.176 Blood Shadow Mosquito King, LV.6 Xiantian Holy Turtle. Equipment, Lava Demon Armor, Lord level, Lava Holy Boots, Holy Spirit level. Equipment effects. Current promotion points, 221,503, 221506, 221509. Remaining contracts, 1. Having just contracted the 4th beast and leveled up by 20 levels, he received another contract. Chu Ran felt that the only thing that could stop him from leveling up was this divine selection quest. If it weren't for the 7 challenges of divine selection, the experience stored away might have directly raised him to 180 levels. This leveling speed is incredibly fast. Chu Ran felt his heart racing. However, looking at the base panel attributes without including equipment and beasts, the Beast Master truly lives up to being the profession with the lowest growth attributes without exception. Even this so-called Beast Master did not undergo any changes. Each level only raises all attributes by 100 points and grants 100 free attribute points, making it incomparable to the beasts. Of course, it could also be because the beast's bloodline is too high, hence lacking comparability. Nonetheless, Chu Ran didn't feel disheartened. Being a Beast Master means having strong beasts is enough. Time was running out, it was time to head to the Central Domain Imperial Capital to see the world. Thinking of this, Chu Ran directly left the secret realm of the Xianjing Lake. After Chu Ran left, Wang Tao finally came to his senses. He had been standing here, staring at that person for nearly 20 minutes, not daring to look away for a moment. Is this too strong? A top beast master came to this silent period of the Xianjing Lake to play with fish? After a chaotic killing, he took away a young beast? If he had packed all the young beasts in one go, Wang Tao might not have been so surprised. He put in so much effort, well, actually not much effort. Not for money, just for fun? Level 7 secret realm blowing up fish. Isn't that too terrifying? The monsters in here are all known for their defense. Big shot. Wang Tao sighed and lowered his head. If he had known earlier that the other party was not here to catch young beasts, he should have gone up to chat and packed up the young beasts. That would be a lot of money. Young beasts only stay at the surface for a short time out of curiosity. Now, Wang Tao has no chance to catch them. But it's not like he went home empty-handed. Tao Gu. Come quickly. Your wish really came true. The dark-skinned woman collected the monster remains and fallen equipment into her dimensional ring and excitedly kissed the man. thinking that she would soon have the South African diamond, no, also the North African, East African and West African ones. She was so excited. Tao Gu, you are the best man I have ever seen. I love you. Wang Tao stared blankly in the direction Chu Ran left. He is the most amazing man I have ever seen. This year, by the time the Shenjing Lake reaches the ripening season, there shouldn't be any monsters coming ashore anymore, because the matured ones have mostly all died. So the Fire Knight Brigade saw no need to stay, and simply packed up and left. But they didn't come back empty-handed, just the pile of remains was worth the earnings of the past 2 years combined. Indeed, waiting for the hare is useful, who knows, maybe one day a pie will fall from the sky. Give me an invitation letter for the secret realm of Shenjing Lake. Another new professional wanted to enter this level 7 secret realm for an adventure but was refused. Sorry, the secret realm will be closed for a while. Wasn't it said that this secret realm never closes? The professional looked surprised. In the past, the monsters in Shenjing Lake wouldn't die in huge numbers, even during the ripening season, so it never closed. But this time was different, too many had died during ripening. If it didn't close for a while, the secret realm might disappear from Long Kingdom. Upon learning the reason, the professional was in shock. In previous years, so many hunting teams were stationed here, and they never killed to this extent. Who did this year to achieve such a level? Could it be that the military wants to completely eliminate this secret realm? Curiously, he glanced at the camera at the entrance. After watching, his expression was surprised. Are today's film crews so dedicated? Are sci-fi films being shot in the secret realm? With this scale of mass destruction, this explosive effect, is it something a person can do? Even if he was cheating in games, he wouldn't dare to play like this. Chapter 37, Talent abounds everywhere. In the central region, the imperial capital. Skyscrapers pierce the clouds, and the glass curtain walls are dyed amber by dusk. The subway roared past beneath the overpass, lifting the fallen leaves of the sycamore trees by the roadside. In the distance, a cruise ship slowly sailed by, dragging a long trail of light, the river surface shattered into countless shimmering silver scales. This is the most prosperous imperial capital of Long Kingdom. Chu Ran felt a bit hungry, so he walked into a restaurant and found that even a casual waiter responsible for ordering was actually a third transformation professional. Chu Ran was somewhat shocked and casually chatted with her. She was from a small city in the eastern region. Not talented enough to participate in the martial arts exam, unwilling to stay in a small city, she chose to venture into the central region. When I first stepped in here, I was deeply shocked by the prosperity of this imperial city. She pointed at the neon lights outside. In our eastern region, with such a large area, there are only 3 martial arts academies in dozens of cities, but in the central region, there are 3 martial arts academies just in the imperial city, and they are all ranked in the top 10 of the Dragon Kingdom. I have a distant cousin who has had a high talent for cultivation since childhood. He was the top in our city for the martial arts exam and entered the Tiandu Martial Academy, ranked 11th in the Dragon Kingdom, which is right next to the imperial city. But after coming to the central region, he became bottom of the martial academy the second year, and later he didn't even get the qualification to participate in the talent battle. After graduation, he became an assistant coach in a martial arts hall in Tiandu. He wasn't even a coach, just an assistant. The sister's tone revealed a sense of regret. I find it quite funny. Maybe this is the fate of small people like us. The descendants of powerful families have their paths laid out for them even before birth. Just a flick of a finger is a realm we poor folks can never reach in our lives. If you ask me, the poor should really avoid the martial path. My distant cousin's monthly salary isn't even half of mine. Not to mention, in a prosperous place like the imperial city in the central region, it's much easier for ordinary people to find a living here than in the eastern region. This sister is in her 30s, and after working here for over 10 years, she has finally become the deputy manager of this high-end restaurant in the Golden area, so a higher salary is normal. Oh, look at me, chatting too much and can't help it. Sorry for troubling you, she said with an apologetic smile at Chu Ran. It's okay, I also come from a small place, and it feels very familiar to hear you talk, Chu Ran smiled. Enjoy your meal, I won't disturb you. The sister left wisely. Even if customers who can come here to dine are genuinely dissatisfied inside, they mostly speak softly with smiles. After years of working, this sister has understood these unspoken rules well. Seeing that the guests have started dining, she left appropriately. Chu Ran fiddled with the cutlery in front of him and stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. This imperial city is truly extraordinary. The restaurant served even high-quality beast delicacies. A faint spiritual energy erupted in Chu Ran's mouth, and after finishing, he felt a warm sensation throughout his body. Everyone dining here is enjoying such food. It's no wonder the people in the central region are all stronger than each other. However, while this food is delicious, the price is less than pleasant. Even ordinary people in the imperial city should not be able to afford to eat this often in a year. Just 2 plates of beast ribs and a cup of fresh juice wiped out Chu Ran's 5-digit Dragon Kingdom currency. This really has the taste of the imperial city, a place where even the air is filled with the scent of money. It's delicious, but it's expensive. However, this is not a flaw of the ingredients. Reflecting on what that sister just said, it truly hit home. A genius who struggled to leave a small city discovered that there is no shortage of geniuses here in the central region. It's enough to blow one's mind. In the major martial arts academies, 7-turn experts walk around everywhere, 6-turn is as common as dirt, and battle power is more impressive than ever. Only those who can truly be considered geniuses in martial academies are the pinnacle of 7 turns, or even entering the 8th turn as professionals. Equipment, magical treasures, top-tier cultivation methods. You might think that just working hard to kill monsters would make you stronger, but ironically, the attributes you gain from leveling up 50 levels don't even compare to a piece of equipment worth tens of millions. The combined 3 sets of blessings are enough for you to cultivate for a lifetime. Those who specialize in elemental control are even worse off. While you struggle to practice the fire technique, those talented individuals from major families have already accessed spiritual seeds several levels higher than yours. Soul Seed, Heavenly Flame. Compared to ordinary flames, the attributes have increased several times, even dozens of times, and there are multiple secondary effects. How can he compare with others? How is the northern region, which is similar to the eastern region, not the same? Nearly 10,000 practitioners emerge from the northern region's martial examination every year, yet how many can stand firm in the central region? More will likely struggle here in the central region, just like that sister's distant relatives. Moreover, the northern region is even more backward than the eastern region. The northern region doesn't even have a decent martial academy, while the eastern region at least has 3. Chu Ran sighed lightly and then prepared to head to the next location. Even if he couldn't win first place due to the geniuses of the central region being too strong, Chu Ran felt that this trip was worthwhile. At least he could see the world. To see how strong the top geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom can really be and whether they are truly unreachable. The Dragon Kingdom Genius Battle. The competition has now entered a heated phase in the later stages. Only a few hundred practitioners are left from over 100,000 registered participants. But as the finals approach, the intensity of the competition only increases. Now, anywhere in the Dragon Kingdom, you can watch the entire live broadcast of the Genius Battle. As the host location of this Genius Battle, the Imperial Martial Academy is now a sea of people, with deafening shouts rising and falling. However, most cheers are not for the competing practitioners, but for the one sitting at the judging table. He looks barely in his 20s, with deep eyes and a prominent nose that makes him stand out in the crowd. But besides his handsome face, he has strength that commands respect. The number 1 person of the Imperial Martial Academy. To be the undisputed top in the Imperial Martial Academy, the most competitive academy in the Dragon Kingdom, shows his strength has reached an incredibly terrifying level. Chu Clan, Chu Tianxiong. A family with significant influence in a city is called a small aristocratic family, while a family with significant influence in a region is called a large aristocratic family. And a noble clan means great influence in a country, with the Chu clan being the strongest among noble clans. The Chu clan can be found in various industries across multiple countries, making it a true grand noble family. And with Chu Tianxiong as the strongest of the young generation of the Chu clan, he is also undoubtedly the leader of the geniuses of the entire Dragon Kingdom, a confirmed participant in this genius battle. Chu Ran arrived at the competition site with an invitation letter. His position was still in the front row with a clear view, allowing him to see all the details of the competition. He heard the crazed shouts of the girls around him calling that name, and his face instantly showed a speechless expression. Can you respect both sides of the competition? That Chu Tianxiong isn't even the main character of this match, okay? Chu Ran looked towards the competition stage. The information of the 2 participants appeared on the big screen. Imperial Capital Zhou Family, Zhou Ming. Another name caught Chu Ran's attention. Northern Region Dream City, Lu Jingkong. Chapter 38, The Barbarian from the Northern Region. The Central Region is the best developed of the 5 regions in the Dragon Kingdom, so it attracts many people from the other 4 regions to venture here. However, most practitioners who come from the 4 regions tend to hide their hometowns, not wanting others to know they are not locals from the Central Region. There are various reasons for this concealment. Some find the Central Region much better than their previous living places, so they plan to settle here, gradually looking down on their original homes. There are also those who are forced to hide. Some locals in the Central Region harbor a rejection mindset towards people from the other 4 regions, believing they are here to take their territory, especially evident in the martial academies. Relying on their status as prominent families, many second-generation heirs bully and discriminate against outsiders. So some professionals choose to hide their hometowns to protect themselves, claiming to come from the XX Martial Academy during competitions or other events. Although this can't completely solve the problem, it can reduce these troubles to some extent. Of course, some people come to the central domain with pride, boldly declaring their origins, even if doing so exposes them to targeting and bullying from disciples of noble families, often facing setbacks in their choices. Yet they refuse to hide, becoming even more confident. Lu Jingkong is such a person. 3 years ago, Lu Jingkong was the only genius from the Northern Domain to enter the Imperial Capital Martial Academy. Even now, he remains the only genius professional from the Northern Domain who has been admitted to the Imperial Capital Martial Academy. The Imperial Capital Martial Academy, the top martial academy in the true sense of the Dragon Kingdom. Each practitioner who can enter this academy is a rare genius, and the previous few admissions had all come from talented individuals across various cities in the Central Domain. Lu Jingkong emerged that year from the Northern Domain, even defeating many Central Domain geniuses, becoming a unique sight at the Imperial Capital Martial Academy that year. He directly broke the title of the Imperial Capital Martial Academy being called the Central Domain Martial Academy. Yet he has always maintained the title from the Northern Domain, even though the title of the Imperial Capital Martial Academy holds more advantages in the Central Domain. I've told junior brother Lu long ago, carrying the title of the Imperial Capital Martial Academy would be more convenient, but he just wouldn't listen. An annoyed beauty in a fitted sports outfit on the audience's stand said. He won all 18 matches in this genius battle, but 15 of them were ridiculed because of the Northern Domain, she added. But he won every single match, didn't he? Said an elderly man kindly sitting beside her. Ha, it's good that he won every match. If he had lost, who knows how badly he would have been criticized, the girl rolled her eyes and said unhappily. If he changed his title to the disciple of the Dean of the Imperial Capital Fire Academy, wouldn't he qualify directly? The old man smiled lightly. As Lu Jingkong's teacher, he had a good impression of this student, who was diligent and studious, advancing to the 7th rank in just 2 years. But in the Imperial Capital, hard work alone is not enough. The slight enhancement in attributes from leveling up does little good, especially in the fiercely competitive Imperial Capital Martial Academy of the Dragon Kingdom. Most students there come from noble families, and if they don't have at least 2 pieces of upper-tier gear, they wouldn't dare call themselves students of the Imperial Capital Martial Academy. As a teacher, Xin Qinghan naturally couldn't bear to see this, using some connections to help him take on a few high-reward tasks, and this guy was quite capable, finishing them all finally by a spirit-level fire seed. He managed to barely establish a foothold in the Imperial Capital. Oh no, why does he have to face that guy from the Zhou family? The girl furrowed her brows, secretly feeling uneasy. What's wrong with the Zhou family? Xin Qinghan raised an eyebrow, curious. The Zhou family is notorious in the Imperial Capital for being the most exclusive family. They are especially aggressive toward practitioners from the 4 domains. Zhou Ming is just like his brother Zhou Shuichuan. His brother sometimes comes to our Mu family asking for a marriage alliance. Mu Jiyu showed a hint of disdain and disgust on her face, as if just mentioning that name made her feel sick. With you? How is that possible? If he dares to suggest marrying me, I would chop him up right away. Mu Jiyu made a hand gesture, swinging it in the air, a force that even startled Xin Qinghan. Mu Jiyu is the most favored daughter of the Mu family, and she usually gets whatever she wants, like picking stars or the moon. He seems quite strong, a presence among the top 5 of the Magic Capital Martial Academy. Anyone who has come this far is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Can the junior brother win? Mu Jiyu's face showed a hint of worry. Daring to directly flaunt the Northern Domain in his title, this kid probably has faced a lot of exclusion and ridicule at school. Chu Ran had taken a bit of interest in this Lu Jingkong, his gaze shifting to the competition arena. The atmosphere here was entirely different from the lively crowd in the stands. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and with the sound of the starting signal, the tense battle ignited in an instant. The barbarian from the Northern Domain really thinks of himself as something special, carrying the Northern Domain wherever he goes. Do you think you are bringing glory to the Northern Domain? Zhou Ming's face showed contempt as he mocked. My dad said, a man should be upright and never forget his roots, no matter where he goes. What about you? Didn't your dad teach you? Or is it you who didn't learn? Lu Jingkong said calmly and collectedly. You. Zhou Ming intended to provoke a bit, but instead ended up making himself angry. I will make you lose embarrassingly. Zhou Ming said coldly. Lu Jingkong attacked, Zhou Ming defended. Zhou Ming attacked, Lu Jingkong defended. Both attacked, both defended. In the end, Lu Jingkong still lost to Zhou Ming by a single move. His skill proficiency still couldn't make up for the huge equipment gap. The money you earned from working is probably enough to buy a spirit seed, right? Besides the one commander level item with no secondary effects, all your gear is golden grade. Do you really think you can compete with my full set of commander level gear and lightning element spirit seed? Zhou Ming sneered. He spoke with a bit of an inflated tone, not expecting the other side to grasp the fire skills so skillfully. If it weren't for the equipment suppression, he might have lost badly. But thankfully he won, and he wouldn't miss any chance to mock. A waste like you should quickly roll out of the Capital Martial Academy. Don't you think that Mu Jiyu could really take a liking to a poor guy like you? A country dog wanting to climb up to a phoenix? Lu Jingkong felt like his ears were about to develop calluses from all this talk, but he remained calm. The barbarian from the Northern Domain only deserves to lick the slop bucket on the roadside. Zhou Ming yelled at Lu Jingkong, and many people in the audience heard this statement. Hey, Zhou, what are you barking about? My Mu family affairs don't involve you. Mu Jiyu appeared in the competition arena, linking arms with Lu Jingkong. A full set of commander-level gear combined with a spirit seed barely won against my junior brother. You, with your golden-dusted dog poop, should roll back home and stop embarrassing yourself here. This sudden display of intimacy stunned Lu Jingkong. Even though he knew this was his senior sister trying to save face for him, his heart couldn't help but race. Humph, no matter how you protect him, it won't change the fact that he is a barbarian from the Northern Domain. Northern Domain barbarian. Northern Domain. Slap. A loud sound of a slap rang out, silencing the insults. Zhou Ming covered his right cheek, looking in shock at the young man who had suddenly appeared before him, and roared in anger, "You dare to hit me? How dare you hit me? I am from the Zhou family of the capital." Slap. 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 A series of over 10 slaps landed on Zhou Ming's face, and a few teeth fell to the ground, making his face swell beyond recognition. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, looking at the young man in front of him as if he were a devil. At this moment, the audience also quieted down, staring blankly at the young man who had appeared in the arena out of nowhere. Chu Ran shook his slightly sore hand, looking at Zhou Ming's fearful face, and calmly said, "What did you just say about the Northern Domain? I didn't hear clearly." Chapter 39, Why don't you tell me? When did he show up? I didn't even see how he got to the arena, his speed was incredible. I don't know if it's my illusion, but his speed seems even faster than Zhou Ming's, a lightning element user. Zhou Ming had a complete set of commander-level equipment. Attribute enhancement at least doubled, not to mention the addition of the soul-type lightning element. No other lightning sub-effects, the agility attribute can almost reach 300,000 points. Although the movement speed may not match the wind element, it is still second to the wind element. Even in this small arena, the lightning element's instant movement speed could surpass that of the wind element. And this person in front of me actually moved from the audience platform to the stage in an instant, without any sign of using skills on his body, which means his agility attribute has reached a terrifying realm. What is even more shocking is that he dares to hit someone from the Zhou family in front of so many people. Although the Zhou family is not as powerful as the Mu and Chu clans, being able to establish themselves in the imperial capital and call themselves the Zhou family shows that this is not an ordinary family, and not something that small families and ordinary people can touch. The Zhou family's children are used to being arrogant in the imperial capital and are not well regarded by professionals from major martial arts academies. But after all, they have a huge family business, and the professionals who suffered their bullying can only swallow their grievances, as they have no money and no background. Without money, how can one practice martial arts and become a professional? So when Lu Jingkong was insulted earlier, although some professionals felt dissatisfied, no one had the courage to speak up for him like Mu Jiyu did. To offend the Zhou family in the imperial capital is nothing if one has a background like Mu Jiyu's, but for an ordinary person without a background, it would be catastrophic. Just the small families in the city who flatter the Zhou family are enough for ordinary people to suffer. Chu Ran's direct action is akin to expressing some people's true feelings. Who is this young lord from which aristocratic family? This is so refreshing. I've long been tired of the Zhou family's bullying in the martial arts academy. Finally, someone dealt with them. This handsome guy didn't even use spiritual energy and has such speed. He must have high-grade equipment. He must be a young master from one of the great families. We ordinary people shouldn't dream of stepping on the wealthy families. I wish I could be as confident as he is, but I came from a small city, and my family has no background. Not being bullied is already thanks to the heavens, how could I dare to dream like this? For a moment, discussions about Chu Ran being from a major family emerged, and the onlookers sighed in amazement. Background is really a great thing. Those capable of such actions either have strong strength or solid background, or like the Chu Tianxiong on stage, possess both. But in this land of geniuses, especially in the imperial capital martial arts academy of talented warriors, who doesn't have powerful strength? And to publicly beat a member of an aristocratic family is like slapping the entire family in the face. Who would dare stand up alone against a whole family without a strong background? Even the young leader of the current generation, Chu Tianxiong, wouldn't dare to do what this person just did without the Chu family's background. Why you, who are you to dare to hit a member of the Zhou family? A steward of the Zhou family stepped onto the stage, helping the swollen Zhou Ming up and pointing at Chu Ran, roaring. In this nationally broadcast major competition, Zhou Ming, the younger generation of the Zhou family, was beaten publicly and turned into a pig's head. Wouldn't this become a laughingstock for other families if they found out? This humiliation must be avenged. Steward Zhou Jian, full of fury, immediately walked toward Chu Ran to demand an explanation. Which family are you from? I want to see your family's elder. Chu Ran pulled his little finger out of his ear and blew on it, completely ignoring the approaching Zhou Jian, and instead continued to look at the barely standing Zhou Ming, softly asking. I'm asking you something. What did you just say about the northern region? The few slaps earlier had knocked Zhou Ming's soul into chaos. Now he had a face full of terror, his whole body shivering, completely losing the arrogance he had just moments ago. Seeing that he was ignored, Zhou Jianming was instantly filled with rage, reaching out his hand to grab Chu Ran by the collar, but what awaited him was a clean and swift slap. Slap! This sound was even louder than the slap he had just given Zhou Ming, leaving a clear red mark on Zhou Jianming's face. In the face of the sudden slap, Zhou Jianming didn't even react. He turned around a few times before barely managing to stand firm. Now, not only the people in the audience were shocked into silence, but even the judges and those on the podium were a little restless. Otherwise, can you tell me what he just said about the northern region? Chu Ran coldly stared at Zhou Jianming, whose face was almost instantly flushed red, and spoke calmly. You! I will kill you! Zhou Jianming was nearly insane, his eyes seeming to want to eat the person in front of him alive. A violent spiritual energy storm spread out from him as the center, and a terrifying frost pressure instantly spread. Now, nearly 40 years old, Zhou Jianming, although just a close servant in the Zhou family, was once a genius who participated in the Genius War in his youth. He was now an 8th turn ice element practitioner and even possessed an ice soul seed. Facing a genius who had just participated in the Genius War under 25, he had nearly 20 more years of cultivation experience, and if it really came down to a fight, it would be like crushing an insect. In the face of this powerful pressure, Chu Ran remained expressionless, rubbing his right hand on the edge of his pants, preparing for a fight. At that moment, a soul-shaking voice instantly interrupted everyone's casting. Everyone, please stop. Chapter 40, does this kid really have no background? 9-turn powerhouse. Chu Ran immediately recognized this as the person who had issued the bounty that day. Many people in the audience knew who this beautiful woman in a purple robe was. Elder of the Imperial Capital Practitioner Association and also the chief commander of the Dragon Kingdom Beasts Disaster Management Bureau, Lu Yen. As the judge of this genius war, she was responsible for maintaining order. What had seemed like a playful fight among young people was now likely to evolve into a battlefield if she didn't intervene. Fighting privately is prohibited during the competition. They are just kids who don't understand. Do you, as an adult, not understand? Lu Yen stared coldly at Zhou Jianming. It was he who bullied my Zhou family. I just wanted to seek justice. Zhou Jianming stammered when facing Lu Yen. This was truly a transcendent being at the 9-turn level, the true top combat power of the Dragon Kingdom. Just one of her spells could kill a bunch of 8th turn practitioners. What was even scarier was that after entering the 9th turn, she would unlock the power of laws. That was truly destructive power. In an instant, she could suppress monarch-level beasts, and killing ordinary 8th turn practitioners was just a matter of snapping her fingers. Facing the gazes from everyone, Chu Ran shrugged, revealing a harmless smile. This grandma, you also saw just now, I only asked a friendly question. He didn't answer me and wanted to hit me. Especially this old man, he was muttering about wanting to kill me. I didn't even use a spell first. Chu Ran pointed at Zhou Jianming, looking innocent. Hearing Chu Ran's words, the beautiful woman showed a hint of displeasure, her chest slightly rising and falling for a moment, but she quickly calmed down. Grandma! Many talented individuals in the audience who had taken the bounty from the Beast Disaster Management Bureau had dealt with this Lu Yen before. She had never married or had children, focusing solely on cultivating to reach the 9-turn level, becoming the only woman among the top 12 powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom, all to maintain her beauty. What she hated most was being called old by others, especially being called grandma. Once in a certain family in Magic City, there was a foolish young man who, while taking a bounty, called her grandma. The result was that she was publicly thrown out of the hall. As a result, that student hadn't received any rewards from her all semester. From then on, no matter how old the people were, that student dared not call them grandma, and at most only called them aunt. Seeing the expression of displeasure on the beautiful woman's face, everyone gasped for Chu Ran in their hearts. But Lu Yen merely coldly looked at Zhou Jianming and said, "It's just kids messing around, your family's mouth is dirty, let's leave it at that. If there's any issue, settle it on the field. And you, behave yourself since it's almost time for the match." Lu Yen cast a glance at Chu Ran. Is that it? The audience was astonished. How could offending a 9-turn master only earn a glance? Moreover, it was clear to anyone with eyes that although Lu Yen seemed to reprimand both sides equally, she was actually leaning toward that handsome young man. If a real fight broke out, who would really suffer? Who exactly is this kid? On the other side, a disheveled Zhou Jianming walked down with Zhou Ming, glancing back at the beautiful woman's figure with a hint of helplessness before casting a resentful look at Chu Ran by the side of the arena. You just wait. Zhou Jianming spoke in a tone only he could hear. They definitely couldn't afford to offend the Zhou family's 9-turn master, but if it was about determining outcomes on the field. If someone accidentally got killed, who knows what would happen? Zhou Jianming looked at the competition list and saw that the Zhou family still had a genius making it to the semi-finals. Zhou Shuichuan, Zhou Ming's older brother. After the Zhou family left the stage, the entire arena was in an uproar. Who is this? Not only did they embarrass the Zhou family publicly, but they also made Chief Lu so awkward and still got away unscathed. What a powerful background. Chief Lu is one of the 12 strong of 9 turns and pays no attention to family ties. Usual noble families can't catch her eye. The ones she befriends are either military or international families like the Chu family. Even Mu Jiyu was staring at Chu Ran in surprise. The Mu family has much more influence than the Zhou family in Long Country, especially within the capital. If the Zhou family were a medium-sized family in the capital, the Mu family could be considered a large family. But even she could only boast verbally. If it came to action, it would also be a significant stain for the Mu family, whom she wouldn't dare act so rashly against due to her upbringing. Is this? The young man just now intervened because the Zhou family spoke harshly towards the north region. Mu Jiyu turned to Lu Jingkong with a confused look. I don't know. Over the past few years, even though many people from the north region come to the central region every year, most of them never get the chance to participate in the genius battle. I have gone the furthest. Lu Jingkong, too, looked bewildered. Chief Lu just said that the other party still has a match, which means he made it to the semi-finals. In the past 3 years, among the tens of thousands who came out of the north region, only a few hundred had qualified for the genius battle, and most were eliminated in the preliminaries. With Lu Jingkong losing this match, there wouldn't be anyone from the north region entering the semi-finals. Could it be that he can't stand the other family disciples of the Zhou family? Why have I never heard of him? Mu Jiyu looked puzzled, as the Mu family had dealings with most prominent families in the capital and even in the central region. Family elders often attempted to arrange dating between their young members and other families to foster alliances. Thus, Mu Jiyu had seen many talented descendants from various families growing up. There were only a few families that could publicly embarrass the Zhou family that she was familiar with, and she had never seen this suddenly appearing handsome youth before. Beside her, Lu Yen took Chu Ran to the podium for reporting. Chu Ran's registration information prominently appeared on the screen. In just a small corner, it was still seen by many people. Name, Chu Ran. Seeing the surname Chu, Mu Jiyu immediately thought of the Chu clan and turned her gaze to Chu Tianxiong on the stage. Chu Tianxiong met her gaze and helplessly waved his hand, indicating he was not from the Chu clan. There is only one Chu clan in the central domain, and having the surname Chu but not being part of the clan means this person likely has no background. Confusion stirred 1,000 waves in Mu Jiyu's heart. If he is not from the Chu clan, why does he dare to challenge Zhou Ming? Source, Beiyu Linfeng City. Promotion method, directly into the semi-finals. After seeing all the information clearly, Mu Jiyu and Lu Jingkong exchanged glances. From their expressions, it was clear they were both very surprised. Lu Jingkong was very familiar with Beiyu, but as for Linfeng City, he only knew that Linfeng City was located at the very edge of the northern domain, and crossing the wall meant entering wild territory. Its level of development is even 1 tier lower than Tianmeng City. Every year, if 1 or 2 people from the martial arts examinations made it into the central domain, it would be lucky. Directly into the semi-finals. Lu Jingkong, a genius from the northern domain, had undergone dozens of duels but still couldn't make it to the semi-finals, showing how fierce the competition was. So how could this opponent be directly promoted? Could it be that we in the northern domain have finally drawn a winning card after so many years? Though it's hard to imagine a hen suddenly hatching a phoenix after laying thousands of eggs, isn't there still a chance? Wow, directly promoted to the semi-finals. And he's from the northern domain? Isn't the strongest in the northern domain Lu Jingkong? Who is Chu Ran? Does the Chu clan have a branch in the northern domain? How strong must one be to get a direct promotion? In an instant, the news of Chu Ran's direct promotion to the semifinals sent the crowd into a frenzy. Everyone started investigating Chu Ran's background. Do you think it could be due to that incident in the northern domain these past few days, so they gave a consolation spot to the genius battle? Thinking of this, everyone suddenly reacted. In these past few days, the northern domain suffered severe losses from a monster invasion, so it's reasonable for the central domain to offer some compensatory spots. No wonder Chief Lu was so tolerant of his earlier offense. And those who wanted to search for Chu Ran's real identity stopped their actions upon hearing this explanation. It's tough for people from that place to even get into a proper martial arts academy, and after several years, only Lu Jingkong has gained some fame. Yet even a genius like Lu Jingkong, who has enjoyed 2 years of education at the imperial capital's martial arts academy, couldn't make it to the semifinals, while a person from the northern domain suddenly got a direct promotion. It's impossible to say there's no shady business, everyone isn't stupid. I thought it was some wealthy family's genius who couldn't stand Zhou's family and took action. I didn't expect it was a bold newcomer. Now it's really messy. Directly promoted to the semifinals, and he has offended the Zhou family. Isn't the organizer pushing him into a pit of fire? Getting someone into a competition level they shouldn't be in is already dangerous, and now Chu Ran has offended the Zhou family. With their influence in the imperial capital, won't they just swallow him whole? The Zhou family also has a Zhou Shuichuan who made it to the semifinals. He is much stronger than Zhou Ming and could likely last less than 10 moves against him, and Zhou Ming is still his younger brother. With that kind of hatred buff applied, if they met, Zhou Shuichuan would definitely go all out. Now I don't even dare to watch. This lively handsome guy is probably going to end up lying in ICU tonight, relying on the healer to keep his life. Don't be so pessimistic, he might not even make it to the ICU, probably just a straightforward funerary service. Sigh. Many talented students in the audience were still students. Although they had experienced life and death challenges, if they saw someone die right in front of them, they would still feel a heavy weight in their hearts. Moreover, Chu Ran's performance just now made many people deeply admire him, whether they were fearless out of ignorance or not. However, in this world where the strong are respected and the weak are usually eaten by the strong, having a background for protection is definitely smoother than having none. And someone like this young man in front of me, going to the central region alone with no one behind him, even if he died in the end, wouldn't stir up any waves in this central region. In a corner of the audience, a tall man with short golden hair coldly stared at Chu Ran at the podium. He was the only genius from the Zhou family to reach the semifinals, Zhou Shuichuan. Is he the one who beat Minger into that state? He said indifferently to a middle-aged man beside him with a fawning expression. It was this kid who beat young master Zhou Ming and housekeeper Zhou. Waste. And that Zhou Jianming is useless, can't even protect himself. Zhou Shuichuan scolded. Housekeeper Zhou did not expect that this imperial capital would have a barbarian from the northern region breaking in. Suddenly, he recalled the scene just now. The words he should have shouted were swallowed back into his stomach. Zhou Shuichuan coldly glared at the middle-aged man and asked, "Is this kid really without a background? This kid really has no background. Just now, young Master Chu Tianxiong even said he didn't recognize him. I think he is just a barbarian from a small border town in the northern region." "Alright, in the next match, I want to face him," Zhou Shuichuan said blandly. With the strength of the Zhou family, if no one deliberately obstructed, it would be very easy to manipulate the match list. The middle-aged man left in frustration. Zhou Shuichuan looked at Chu Ran with a playful gaze. The corner of his mouth revealed a vicious smile. Having offended my Zhou family, he might as well not live. Chapter 41, It must be because I am too handsome. Although there were some small incidents during the competition, the genius battle was still proceeding vigorously. The last match of the preliminary round was won by a 7-turn archer from the Demon City Martial Institute by exhausting another 7-turn Earth-type genius from the Heavenly Capital Martial Institute with ranged attacks. One side had a leader-level Frostbow, while the other side had an Earth-element Spirit Seed. To be able to enter the genius battle, one really can't be without some family backing. Generally, they had all reached the 7 turns, and most also had items to increase their attributes in battle power. Professional equipment is mainly divided into 7 levels: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Leader, Monarch, Holy Spirit, and Totem. And the general skills that all professionals can learn are categorized into 3 levels: Profound, Earth, and Sky. Various element levels are divided into 3 grades: Spirit Seed, Soul Seed, and Heaven Seed. The attributes they provide can enhance each other. High-grade element seeds can not only be used by professionals but can also be added to equipment or skills. For example, a leader-level Frostbow has an ice attribute slowing effect. If a high-grade ice element is added to this equipment, it can enhance the slowing effect it brings. The effects on skills are the same, and the 3 can enhance and stack wildly. Humans, relying on the attributes gained from leveling up, can hardly compare to beast creatures, so in the end, human cultivation is basically a contest of equipment and skilled spells. Domains and the power of laws are means for humans to enhance their battle power. Generally speaking, a well-rounded 7-turn professional with a decent set of equipment can barely kill a mediocre max-level leader-level beast. Monarch-level beasts are compared to 8-turn professionals. When a 9-turn strongman faces a max-level Holy Spirit-level beast, they can use the power of laws to contend, but killing it is extremely difficult. If they encounter a strong-blooded Holy Spirit-level beast or one that has awakened profound meanings, then there is absolutely no hope of survival. As for the totem level, if a totem-level beast suddenly appeared in Tianxian continent, everyone could just take some medicine and wine to have a beautiful dream, then die. In Tianxian continent, totem levels and 10-turn professionals exist only in vast legends. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, the Dragon Kingdom once had a totem-level divine beast, the Guardian Green Dragon. But that is just a legend, and whether it exists is yet to be studied. Chu Ran casually flipped through the reading materials provided on the shelf beside his seat. This knowledge he had never seen in the textbooks of Linfeng City. He was engrossed, completely unaware that the schedule had been updated behind him. In the Imperial Capital Martial Academy, in the office of the president, an old man with a white beard sat casually at the desk, his eyes fixed on the computer screen, where a young man was seated, flipping through reading materials. The office door was pushed open, and a man in a white shirt walked in. "President Xiao, the Zhou family has tampered with the match schedule. The match schedule is assigned randomly by the computer, but it needs human confirmation before it can be released, so changes to the match list can happen, though usually only in small competitions. In large national competitions, monitoring is very strict. Tampering at this time clearly shows that they do not take the organizers seriously. Xiao Yue glanced at the modified match list, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This Zhou family has indeed gotten a bit arrogant in recent years. Should we change it back? Or directly disqualify Zhou Shuhuan? The man asked. No need, Zhou Shuhuan is not enough to be seen in front of this kid, Xiao Yue said leisurely. Let it be. If they are looking for trouble, why should we stop them? Hearing this, the man in the shirt was instantly shocked, almost dropping the list on the ground with trembling hands. Zhou Shuhuan is the top young talent of the Zhou family. Not to mention the fire-type soul seed, he has a full set of commanding level equipment with fire attribute bonuses. The attack power of his fire spells is even comparable to that of some pure-blooded fire-type lord-level beasts. This strength is not enough to be seen in the eyes of this young man from the north region? What's the matter, don't you believe it? Come and take a look at this. After seeing the video sent by the domain lord of the north region on the president's phone, the shirt man felt unsettled for a long time. It was too shocking. It turned out that this young man was the beast master rumored to have saved the north region. After watching, he felt that the president was a bit conservative in only sending this youth to the semifinals. He should have let Chu Tianxiong face him directly. Although even Chu Tianxiong might not be able to win against him. Chu Ran was still flipping through the history book when he suddenly heard a clamor nearby. He turned his head and found that the audience was all staring at the big screen. He followed their gaze. What a coincidence! When Chu Ran saw his opponent's name on the semi-finals list, he couldn't help but smile. But he wasn't foolish, naturally knowing that it couldn't be this coincidental. He had just fought with the Zhou family and now they were matchmaking against him. Most likely, it was a small trick the Zhou family was pulling. However, Chu Ran felt no waves in his heart about this. If Zhou Shuhuan did not learn to show respect like those two members of the Zhou family, Chu Ran would not mind giving him a couple more slaps. He was indeed still somewhat reluctant. Slapping others really feels great, doesn't it? Feeling a hand pat his shoulder, Chu Ran turned around and unexpectedly found a man and a woman before him. Lu Jingkong and Mu Jiyu. Lu Jingkong grinned widely and said, "Hello, my name is Lu Jingkong, we are fellow townsmen." Chu Ran nodded. "My name is Chu Ran." He admired the young man before him. "Hello, my name is Mu Jiyu. I'm his senior sister." Chu Ran looked at the girl in front of her. Even though she was only wearing sportswear, her impressive figure was still obvious. Chu Ran smiled and nodded. "You don't need to worry. As one of the few fellow villagers of my junior brother in the central domain, with my Mu family here, Zhou Shuhuan dares not do anything to you." Saying this, she stepped forward and directly put her hand on Chu Ran's shoulder, then raised a middle finger towards a spot not far below the stage. Chu Ran's pupils widened, clearly shocked by her boldness. "This girl, impressive. I really admire your courage. Don't worry, he dares not do anything to you." A voice rang out from nearby. Turning her head, she saw a handsome man walking slowly with elegant steps, instantly causing countless girls in the audience to cheer. Chu Tianxiong. Chu Ran felt a bit surprised at his arrival. She was sure she had no connection to this Chu clan. Could it be that? Did I really look handsome just now? Chapter 42, Angry Chu Ran. Below the stage, Zhou Shuhuan's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. This brat actually managed to gain protection from both the Mu family and the Chu clan. And you, damn woman, actually dared to give me the middle finger. Humph, do you think I wouldn't dare to kill him because of you? How laughable. Zhou Shuhuan mumbled, then glanced at his watch, a sinister smile appearing on his face. In 10 minutes, I will definitely make you witness every detail of this brat's death. Chu Ran had only exchanged a few words with a few people, and in the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. This Zhou family is really anxious, directly scheduling the match as the first one. With the sound of the whistle, both sides quickly took to the stage. Chu Ran stood on the platform and saw a blonde walking up opposite her. The Zhou family of the imperial capital, Zhou Shuhuan. In Mu Jiyu's words, he was a powerful opponent. The soul-type fire element directly increased the damage of his fire spells by 6 times. The bonuses from his commander-level equipment extended the duration of his skills. With multiple secondary effects, he could even easily kill some ordinary 100-level commander beasts. Zhou Shuhuan looked at Chu Ran mockingly and said, "Although I can't openly torture you to death with the Mu family and Chu clan around, you have offended the Zhou family, and you absolutely won't survive today." Chu Ran yawned and didn't pay him any attention at all. The organizing committee didn't stop the Zhou family from changing the schedule. What does that show? Zhou Shuhuan said with a hint of a smile. It shows they believe you. This waste can't do anything to me? Chu Ran replied casually. Zhou Shuhuan's smile immediately froze on his face. He stared at Chu Ran and nearly roared, "It shows that your life or death is not important at all. You are here for this competition merely for their superficial comfort towards the northern region. You, a barbarian from the northern region, aren't worth them falling out with the Zhou family for. In this imperial capital, only background matters. The fire elements around Zhou Shuichuan rapidly condensed, soon forming a massive rose-red fire dragon. Be reduced to ashes under this punch. A fiery heavy punch, bursting with overwhelming energy, shot forward, with the fire dragon carrying a scorching wave capable of melting gold and breaking stones crashing violently onto Chu Ran. An explosion shook the ground slightly, and dust instantly enveloped the entire arena, with faint sparks tumbling down. In an instant, the dust cleared, and Chu Ran stood unharmed in place, as if what had hit her was merely air. What the heck? Did Zhou Shuichuan miss? He hit her. I saw it clearly. Isn't he a fire mage? Did he switch to illusion magic? That punch had no damage at all. Everyone in the audience looked bewildered, glancing at each other. That punch, judging by its momentum, could at least crush a commander-level beast to death. The result fell on Chu Ran, but not a single hair dropped. Chu Ran was also distressed. Originally, he wanted to use the chest armor's retaliation, but the damage from this punch couldn't even reach the retaliation condition, it was directly immune. Holy Spirit level flame damage immune, all damage below Holy Spirit level immune. This week, Zhou Shuichuan's attacks couldn't even break through the defense. Holy Spirit level equipment is just too overpowered. At this moment, Zhou Shuichuan had an expression of disbelief, he knew very well the power of that punch. Then he continued to attack dozens of times. The result was the same. Not a scratch. This battle lasted half an hour, Zhou Shuichuan attacked for half an hour, and he was nearly on the brink of collapse. What the hell are you? A human or a ghost? Zhou Shuichuan looked at Chu Ran, nearly crying, saying. So boring. Chu Ran truly felt it was boring. He thought Zhou Shuichuan was someone remarkable, but it turned out he couldn't even deal any damage. Sigh. Chu Ran sighed and casually summoned a few mosquito beasts using Mosquito King. Blood Shadow Mosquito Beast. Rank, Commander Level. Level, LV.176. Combat Power, 35694. 7 Commander Level Mosquito Beasts appeared in the arena, immediately causing an uproar. Damn! 7 identical Commander Level ones. It turns out he is a Beast Tamer, I thought I wouldn't see his profession today. But with so many Commander Level beasts without a single piece of equipment, he probably saved up all his money to buy that one piece of gear. If Zhou Shuichuan couldn't break the defense, it must be at least a Monarch-level suit. A normal piece of Monarch-level equipment costs at least 300 million, that set of his probably comes with blessings, having Monarch-level fire immunity keeping Zhou Shuichuan from breaking through. That set must cost at least $1 billion. Which family in the North Domain has that much money? Even Chu Tianxiong only has 2 pieces of Monarch-level equipment. Amidst the uproar, Zhou Shuichuan, battered and bruised, retreated from the arena. Although he could easily kill commander-level Blood Shadow Mosquito Beasts, these 7 well-trained ones felt like they were carved from the same mold and truly gave him a headache, plus he had exhausted too much energy attacking Chu Ran earlier, so he quickly fell from the match. After leaving the arena, Zhou Shuichuan collapsed helplessly, the Mosquito Beast's attacks caused nerve paralysis, and he was now swollen beyond recognition. Chu Ran won the match without any suspense. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Chu Ran won without even making a move, and he felt a bit unsatisfied. This genius battle didn't seem all that impressive. As everyone was left in shock, Chu Ran left the arena. After this match ended, he wouldn't have any more matches today, he planned to check out the trading fair in the imperial capital. His beasts have grown so much, he should buy them a few pieces of equipment, otherwise it felt a bit embarrassing for him to be the only one equipped. Little did he know, just as Chu Ran stepped out of the imperial capital martial academy, he received a call from Mu Jiyu. They had exchanged contact information before the match. Chu Ran answered the call and heard Mu Jiyu's excited voice. While Chu Ran was in the match, Lu Jingkong was suddenly called out by someone, and by the time Mu Jiyu found him, he had already lost a leg. Now they were in the affiliated hospital of the Imperial Capital Martial Academy. Chu Ran rushed to the hospital, and just as he reached the hospital door, he heard Mu Jiyu's voice saying, "It must be Zhou Ming and the others. I'm going to settle the score with them right now." Lu Jingkong held Mu Jiyu back, helplessly saying, "Senior sister, forget it." He was alone in the central region and couldn't make his senior sister fight his battles all the time. But he truly couldn't face the entire Zhou family alone, so he could only let it go. In a place like the imperial capital, without backing, he could only compromise like this. Chu Ran pushed open the door and slowly walked to the bedside. When Lu Jingkong saw Chu Ran, he immediately smiled. He put on a calm facade. "You finished your match, congratulations. The Zhou family secretly targeted you because Zhou Shuichuan couldn't defeat Chu Ran." Mu Jiyu was about to cry. "Oh, it's fine, just a small injury." Lu Jingkong forced to smile. He didn't want Chu Ran to act impulsively again. Although Chu Ran was powerful, it was still unrealistic to confront the entire Zhou family. It was the Zhou family, right? Chu Ran's face remained expressionless. It's nothing. Lu Jingkong struggled to smile, but Mu Jiyu interrupted him. It was those sly little people from the Zhou family. I'm going to tell my grandpa right now. Mu Jiyu said angrily, getting up to leave, but was stopped by Chu Ran. What are you doing? Mu Jiyu looked up, trying to break free from Chu Ran, but met his frightening gaze. There seemed to be a surge of anger in his eyes. I'll handle the matters of the northern region. Chapter 43, The Cursed Domain. The younger generation of geniuses from the Zhou family and the butler were publicly slapped, and they were already filled with resentment. They had hoped Zhou Shuichuan would thoroughly teach that arrogant kid a lesson, but instead, they ended up in such a miserable situation. In no time, rumors about the Zhou family began spreading, and even some little-known families wanted to mock them. This made the Zhou family's management furious, vowing to make these ignorant kids from the northern region pay the price. The Zhou family's courtyard was located in a prime area of the imperial capital, with housing prices skyrocketing to hundreds of thousands per square meter, but still hard to get. Uncle, we've already broken Lu Jingkong's leg, and Chu Ran must know about it by now. In the courtyard, Zhou Jianming nodded towards the old man sitting in front. The old man on the reclining chair was Zhou Jianming's uncle, the third elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Jianyuan. Zhou Jianyuan frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this result. Why is it just a broken leg? Have you forgotten what I taught you because you haven't done this in a while? As an 8-turn curse master with domain power, as soon as the enemy stepped into the trap he set, they would suffer terrible negative effects. Although he was only the third elder, everyone in the Zhou family knew of his ruthless reputation. Without him, the Zhou family could not have the status it enjoys in the imperial capital today. Years ago, many obstacles to the Zhou family's development were cleared by Zhou Jianyuan. The lives under his command numbered no less than 80, and they weren't just ordinary people, but influential figures in the city. Even though the Zhou family had been affected by these rumors over the years, they still managed to establish themselves firmly in the imperial capital due to their immense family wealth. We will never forget your teachings. Young Master Zhou Ming and I were prepared to kill him directly while he was unguarded, but who knew that Lu Jingkong had a protective magic treasure that blocked us, and that Mu girl also showed up. Seeing we had no way to continue, we simply left. Zhou Jianming explained repeatedly, fearing that the old man before him would get angry. Are you sure that kid from the northern region knows about this? Of course, just to be safe, we deliberately left a Zhou family token. Hearing this, Zhou Jianyuan nodded, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Very good. As long as that kid dares to come, he must die here. The shame from this morning's incident had already caused the Zhou family's stock to drop 3 percentage points in just 2 hours. If they didn't use this kid's death to send a message to others, the Zhou family might fall out of the ranks of middle-class families. That kid seems to have equipment that can resist monarch-level flames. Even young Master Shuichuan was put in ICU by him. Zhou Jianming's mask showed worry. You don't have to worry. Once he steps into my cursed domain, all his equipment will become useless. And from the 7 nearly max-level commander beasts he has without any equipment, it's clear that this kid's gear was likely given to him by some old fogey in the imperial capital out of guilt, Zhou Jianyuan scoffed. How could a poor kid with only a commander-level beast possibly have $1 billion to buy a full set of defensive gear? I heard you got beaten too? Zhou Jianyuan shot a glance at Zhou Jianming beside him and said impatiently, I'll handle his equipment, the rest is up to you. It's pathetic for a grown man to get beaten by a young punk. Zhou Jianming, who was originally embarrassed, suddenly broke into a smile. Thank you, uncle. He could still feel the stinging pain on his face from that slap at the competition. The chance for revenge was finally coming. But for Zhou Jianming, the 7 commander beasts were simply not worth mentioning. I will definitely make this kid wish he were dead. Chu Ran was walking on the road to the Zhou family, holding a Zhou family token in his hand. This was picked up by Mu Jiyu. She intended to take the token to call for help from the Mu family, but was snatched away by Chu Ran. As he fiddled with the token's golden patterns, the ugly faces of the Zhou family members rose in his mind, making Chu Ran feel nauseous. Thinking about how the Zhou family, like vampires, lived in the central region made him feel unworthy for the sacrifices of the northern region. Due to the poor geographical locations of the other 4 regions and their proximity to the wildlands, the central region naturally became the focus of development for the Dragon Kingdom. It can be said that the reason the central region has developed so well today is that the other regions are providing shelter from the storm. Yet some families in the central region feel entitled and suppress talents from the other 4 regions. Chu Ran could have ignored this matter. He came alone to this unfamiliar place, and caring about this wouldn't benefit him at all. Besides, with his cautious nature, he didn't need to worry about retaliation from the Zhou family. But as someone who had witnessed tragedy firsthand, Chu Ran couldn't just stand by. Those practitioners who fought valiantly at the forefront during the beast invasion, many of them were only at the 3rd or 4th transition level. Even knowing their lives would not withstand the beast tide for long, they still rushed forward without hesitation, just to fight for a sliver of hope for their family and fellow countrymen. In contrast, the practitioners in talent battles, each of them is nearly at the peak 6th transition or even 7th transition level. Any one of them could easily be a lord of a city in the northern region. But when the beast tide broke out in the northern region, all that could stand up were the old, weak, sick, and disabled left behind. He didn't want to see that the sacrifices made by the heroes of the northern region were guarding a bunch of parasites like these. So he decided to be the one to drive away the vermin. Soon, Chu Ran arrived at the entrance of the Zhou family courtyard. He knew there was already a well-laid trap waiting for him inside, but he still walked in without hesitation. Very good, very brave. Seeing Chu Ran step through the door, Zhou Ming showed surprise and said mockingly. He didn't expect this kid to actually have such courage to dare enter the Zhou family's door alone. Oh, isn't this young Master Zhou? Chu Ran feigned surprise and said lightly. The imperial capital truly lives up to being the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The medical standards are exceptional. Dropped a tooth in the morning, and by afternoon, it was fixed. But, the doctor wouldn't have mistakenly put a dog's tooth in the young master's mouth, right? Otherwise, why do I smell something foul? You this brute from the northern region. Zhou Ming was instantly furious. But for some reason, no matter how hard he tried, he could not force out the word kid. It seems that the fear of this word has deeply penetrated the soul. Especially after seeing the other person's indifferent expression, the fear in my heart began to expand infinitely. Zhou Ming instinctively took a few steps back. This isn't right, is it? This is clearly my home, why am I so frightened? Until Zhou Butler's voice rang in his ear, Zhou Ming gradually calmed down. You little brat, have some courage, but what a pity. Zhou Jianming slowly walked out. The corpse holds no value at all. Immediately, a black vortex appeared beneath Chu Ran's feet, and a wave of black mist rose up from it. Doesn't it feel instantly light and carefree? Chu Ran looked toward the direction of the voice and found an old man slowly approaching. Without your equipment, let's see how you leave the Zhou family today. Chapter 44, Uncle and Nephew Die Together. Outside the Zhou family courtyard, on the rooftop of a building. Two old men were watching everything that was happening below. The Zhou family has indeed become increasingly rampant in these 2 years. A burly old man with white hair said lightly. This person is none other than Chu Tianxiong's grandfather, the head of the Chu clan, Chu Tianba. After Chu Tianxiong returned, he told him what had happened, hoping he would step in to protect Chu Ran, but before he could act, he ran into Xiao Yue, who was also heading to the Zhou family. So they simply chose to observe from here, ready to step in when true danger arose. This Zhou family, although possessing some power in the capital, was simply not enough for the two formidable 9-turn experts before them. Beside him, Xiao Yue chuckled, yeah, they really are becoming more and more dismissive of the association. We old folks are busy defending against enemies from the starry sky, and down here it has turned into a quagmire. Just a few days ago, we didn't even have time for the northern region incident. Sigh. Such sudden events, even if we rushed there, we would have arrived too late. But fortunately. Xiao Yue looked down at the young man. If it weren't for him, the Dragon Kingdom likely wouldn't have the northern region anymore. These young lads coming together will probably really push us old folks aside onto the beach. Chu Tianba, the head of the Chu family, laughed. The future belongs to them. Xiao Yue looked up at the starry sky, feeling emotional. Below, in the courtyard. Chu Ran did not notice this ever-present cursed domain, but the sacred tortoise in the beast master space sensed it. Upon realizing that this domain had been released, whose effect could only remove equipment, Chu Ran pretended to accidentally walk in. Ha, I said this is just a fool, thinking that with a bit of false comfort from big shots, he really believes he is the pride of heaven. Zhou Jianming saw the black mist enveloping Chu Ran and immediately burst into laughter. If you have any last words, hurry and say them, my ice soul seed is not for nothing. As he spoke, a frosty breath began to surge around Zhou Jianming, and a chill instantly filled the entire courtyard. After the equipment became ineffective, Chu Ran surprisingly felt the changes in the outside world. The frosty air drifting towards Chu Ran actually made him feel a special cool comfort. The next moment, a girl's roar sounded from outside the courtyard. Everyone look, this damn Zhou family bullies a young person just because they outnumber him, they really have no shame. Mu Jiyu, holding a phone streaming live, stormed into the Zhou family courtyard, angrily cursing at the people before her. A middle-aged woman over 50 followed in, holding a long sword. There was a cold light flashing between her brows as her indifferent gaze swept over the Zhou family members. You cannot touch this child. She spoke calmly, her red lips parting to utter a few words. Since when did your Mu family become so fond of meddling in other people's affairs? Zhou Jianming said faintly, today my Zhou family will ensure that this brat dies. Just you, an 8th rank swordmaster, are not qualified to stop us. After saying this, Zhou Jianming's 5 fingers suddenly clenched tightly, an icy chill erupted from his palms, and a noticeable ice blue energy churned into a vortex, producing a piercing shriek. In the next moment, dozens of ice spikes wrapped in swirling snow shattered the air and shot toward Chu Ran. Clang! The woman turned her wrist and quickly swung out a sword. The sharp clash of metal accompanied by ice fragments erupted, and the shattered ice crystals splattered onto the ground, instantly forming thin ice which was then shattered by the sword wind. "Do you only hide behind women?" Zhou Jianming said with uncontainable anger. With his strength, it would be easy to eliminate this troublesome woman, but it would take some time, if reinforcements arrived. Moreover, this annoying girl was recording the video with her phone, which would definitely cause a big problem for the Zhou family. If this brat were to escape again, the Zhou family would really be finished. "I have her under control." Zhou Jianyu, who had been silent, now had a hint of a smile on his lips as he spoke. The close combat sword master brought by Mu Zhiyu had already emitted waves of black energy, but it did not harm her, it only restricted her movements. In this imperial capital, the Mu family and the Chu clan were entities that the Zhou family could not afford to offend, but as long as they did not easily kill the people, there would be no problems. After all, they could never really fall out with the Zhou family over an outsider. Killing a poor boy without a background was all it was, even if he represented the northern region, so what? Even if the lord of the northern region came, the Zhou family would not take him seriously. They were just bullets blocking for the central region. No one can save you today. Zhou Jianming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he gathered an even more powerful ice storm in his palm. "Die for me." The massive ice cone array filled with powerful icy energy had already taken shape, piercing directly toward the position of Chu Ran. Chu Ran! Mu Zhiyu hurriedly used her life-protecting treasure and rushed to the front of Chu Ran, but she felt her wrist gripped by a powerful hand, and she was abruptly pulled aside. She turned back and met Chu Ran's indifferent face. At this moment, his left eye was swirling with purple lightning and his right eye was rolling with fiery flames. He slowly raised his right hand, and almost instantly, the ice spikes wrapped in swirling snow made a sizzling sound, their tips visibly melting away and turning into tiny droplets flying about. At the same time, 3 vast spirit diagrams inscribed with ancient patterns appeared behind him. Seething flames, purple thunder power, and crimson black fog erupted instantly from the 3 spirit diagrams. Before them, 3 gigantic, terrifying container-level beasts burst forth like mountains. Roar! Zhou Jianming, who wanted to rush forward and get close to Chu Ran, had no time to dodge the thick dragon tail and was instantly sent flying back, smashing through a supporting wall, leaving a human-shaped opening soaked in blood. Jianming! Even though Zhou Jianming was an 8th-rank professional, he had no time to use any defense. Under the fierce strike of the sovereign-level beast, he would surely be bloodied and mangled. Zhou Jianyu's eyes were as wide as saucers, and he roared in agony. Screech! The terrifying wings covered with fiery feathers suddenly spread wide, and torrents of fire rained down without warning. He looked at the horror above, the pain disappeared from his lips, replaced by a hint of frantic laughter. Fake! It's all fake! You can't fool me! It must be an illusion! He was just a young man around 20 years old, without the support of a family, so why could he have 3 top-level sovereign beasts? Almost instantly, Zhou Jianyu's aura rapidly surged. The entire person instantly transformed into a devil. 8-fold curse technique demonic contract. Exchanging chips with demons from hell, in exchange for the power of the devil. I want you to accompany my nephew in death. But before he could fully inherit the power of the devil, he was surrounded by several mosquito beasts. A terrifying bloody smell suddenly filled the air. Moments later, the mosquito beasts dispersed, and a pair of angry, wide-open eyes and a dried corpse fell to the ground. In the next life, if you have a big trick, secretly use it, don't shout it out like a middle schooler. Chu Ran adjusted his wrist and said calmly. Watching Steward Zhou being knocked away, and then seeing the 3rd elder being drained into a dried corpse by several mosquito beasts, Zhou Ming, who had been hiding in the corner, instantly collapsed, his body trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, in Zhou Ming's eyes, Chu Ran seemed even more like a devil than the demon summoned by the 3rd elder just now. Chu Ran walked slowly to Zhou Ming, hands in his pockets, a slight smirk on his lips and said. The injury to Lu Jingkong must have nothing to do with you, right? Chapter 45, you must give me an explanation. Although a faint smile hung on Chu Ran's face, the coldness and chill it contained were so obvious, as if an invisible frost enveloped Zhou Ming entirely. His tone was as flat as still water, and this chill pierced right into the bone, making Zhou Ming shiver involuntarily. At this moment, in Zhou Ming's eyes, Chu Ran looked like the king of hell descending to the mortal world, exuding a suffocating pressure and killing intent. Yes. Yes, yes. Lu Jingkong's injuries have nothing to do with me. It was all them. I knew nothing. Zhou Ming thought of the two's tragic fate and immediately felt a wave of fear, waving his hands repeatedly. Oh? Chu Ran raised an eyebrow, a playful look appearing on his face. I heard that in your kind of noble family, everyone has a token that symbolizes their identity, always carried with them, right? Chu Ran leaned close to Zhou Ming's ear. "Take out your token and show it to me." Hearing this, Zhou Ming's heart instantly sank to the bottom. He no longer had any token on him. When he attacked Lu Jingkong earlier, that Zhou Jianming guy insisted that his token was not classy enough, so he deliberately left behind his. Damn! Just as he pretended to search his body with a troubled face, knowing fully well it would yield no results, a hand suddenly appeared before his eyes, holding something that made him brighten up all at once. Is this it? Yes, that's it. Overjoyed, Zhou Ming reached out to take it, but suddenly realized something. His face changed drastically, and he stiffly raised his head to meet Chu Ran's crooked smile. In Chu Ran's hand was exactly the token symbolizing Zhou Ming's identity. Zhou Ming's hand was already resting on the token, but he didn't dare to take it. His token showing up at the scene of Lu Jingkong's accident meant that anyone with a brain could surely connect the dots. Cold sweat began to seep from Zhou Ming's skin, and he squeezed out a painfully ugly smile on his face. Can we reach a compromise? Upon hearing this, Chu Ran couldn't help but laugh. He said nothing and turned to leave. In that moment of turning, the token with the intricate golden pattern slipped from his slender fingers, hitting the ground with a crisp sound, and shattered into two halves. And along with the shattered token, Zhou Ming's life force also. You can't kill me. You dare not kill me. You. Zhou Ming's face was filled with terror, fingers digging hard into the flowerbed soil, staring fixedly at the shadows creeping toward him like thick blood mist. Moments later, the blood shadows and mosquito beasts slowly dispersed. The crimson at the tips of the wings grew even denser. In the corner of the wall, only a withered shell remained, clothes hanging loosely on skin and bones, not a trace of a living breath left behind. Dead. 3 prominent members of the Zhou family have died just like this. Mu Zhiyu's feelings at this moment could no longer be described as shock. She found the back of the young man in front of her so unfamiliar. So this was his true strength. She exchanged glances with the beautiful woman beside her, Mu Ziyan, and a hint of an awkward smile appeared on her lips. In the face of the strength exhibited by Chu Ran, their attempt to save someone seemed somewhat ridiculous. The icy-cold face of Mu Ziyan also showed a hint of surprise. She was not compelled to act solely by Mu Zhiyu's request but rather as a result of the family head's indication. Before they set off, the family head had mentioned that this young man's identity was unusual and that they must do everything possible to protect him. At first, she was puzzled why the Mu family's head was willing to oppose the Zhou family for an outsider from the northern region. Now she understood. At under 20 years old, possessing 3 top-tier monarch-class beast companions, he is worth investing everything into in any family. Since he has no background, it's just right to try to befriend him and win him over. If you had told me you had this power, I wouldn't have worried about you. Mu Zhiyu pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. Now Aunt Ziyan and I have turned into clowns instead. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Chu Ran couldn't help but find her a bit cute. Your reaction just now really startled me, Chu Ran said in surprise. Earlier, facing Zhou Jianming's attack, she didn't even blink, almost instinctively putting up a shield in front of herself, without considering whether that magical treasure could withstand the fierce assault. If Chu Ran hadn't pulled her back, it's likely this girl was truly ready to take that blow head-on. This girl has such a temper, she really doesn't hold back when it comes to matters. Anyway, they definitely wouldn't dare to make a move against me. Besides, Zhou Jianming's attack is not enough to break the defense of my life-bound magical treasure. Mu Zhiyu confidently shook the glowing jade necklace around her neck. The Mu family has several peak-level elders, and there's even one starting to grasp the power of principles. If anything happens to their treasured daughter, the elders of the Mu family would turn the Zhou family upside down. Seeing that things were almost settled, Chu Ran and the 2 from the Mu family prepared to leave. Just as they were about to step out of the Zhou family's main gate, a cold voice echoed, making the space tremble. You think you can leave so easily after killing someone from the Zhou family? Do you really not put my Zhou family in your eyes? In the next moment, a figure dressed in a yellow robe with a long white beard and a hunched back stepped through the void, slowly arriving above the plaque of the Zhou family, gazing down at Chu Ran and the other 2. The aura emanating from this person made all 3 monarch-class beasts assume fighting stances. And the rain of fire unleashed by the dragon sparrows was also stopped mid-air, sucked into a vortex that appeared out of nowhere. Chaos Domain. Chu Ran stared at the newcomer, feeling the old man's strength very strong. The ability of a chaos practitioner is to create an energy vortex that absorbs damage, which can then be transformed into their own means of attack. This is a natural nemesis for Chu Ran's trio of terrifying monarch-class beasts, all of which utilize attack methods. Although the energy vortex's ability to absorb is linked to one's cultivation level and is not without limits, the person before him effortlessly absorbed the torrential rain of fire, enough to show that his strength is not what Zhou Jianming, Zhou Jianyuan and they could encounter. And even if Long Ke and Lei Zhao's fierce bombardment could reach the vortex's absorption limit, the terrifying energy storm afterwards surely wouldn't disappear into thin air, it would most likely be used against them. Chu Ran might rely on his defensive equipment and symbiosis to withstand this attack, but Mu Zhiyu and the beautiful woman standing beside him might not be so lucky. Zhou Tianhun. The beautiful woman Muzian frowned tightly. She didn't expect that the horrifying phenomenon from Chu Ran summoning his beast would even alarm the head of the Zhou family. Rumors from the outside said he had already reached the peak of the 8th transition and went into seclusion a long time ago, and looking at his current imposing manner, it was clear he had grasped a hint of the power of the laws. This situation was bad. Zhou family head, today's incident was instigated by them first. This kid is only acting in self-defense. Muzian stepped forward and said lightly. What nonsense! Your Mu family is not qualified to interfere in my Zhou family's matters. Zhou Tianhan stomped fiercely, and a powerful wave of energy appeared beneath him, instantly pushing Muzian back several meters. She barely managed to stabilize herself with 2 sword techniques, propping her sword sheath on the ground. Zhou Tianhan didn't even glance at Muzian, his eyes fixed on Chu Ran as he coldly snorted, "You brat, how audacious! Today, you've killed 3 of my Zhou family members. If you don't give me an explanation, I definitely won't let you leave. You old man." Mu Jiyu was about to explode with anger but was stopped by Chu Ran. Chu Ran slowly raised his head, looking at the imposing elder above, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. What kind of explanation do you want? Chapter 46, Who the hell are you? From a distance on top of a building, 2 9 transformation experts were currently observing the scene below. Upon the sudden appearance of the head of the Zhou family, their expressions changed slightly. This kid is quite young yet possesses such strength, and he is also the most promising beast master, truly a formidable young generation. However, Chu Tianba looked at the several monarch-level beasts summoned by Chu Ran, his eyes revealing uncontrollable admiration, mixed with a hint of loss. With Chu Ran's talent as a beast master, he could undoubtedly shake Chu Tianxiong's position among the younger generation in the central domain, or even surpass it. This would definitely be a great thing for Long Country, but for the Chu clan, it was not a good thing. Ha, who told you to always show off your precious grandson? Now you've got something to deal with. Xiao Yuha joked. The 2 old men with gray hair started to bicker like young children. The scene was quite amusing. Alright, it's time for us to go down, otherwise, if this old Zhou hurts someone, the other old folks will eat us both. Chu Tianba said, putting away his playful attitude and looking down at the people below, speaking lightly. Xiao Yuha was also ready to go down but suddenly sensed something, his brow furrowed as he stopped in his tracks, then reached out to stop Chu Tianba, who was about to take action. Although Chu Tianba showed confusion, he didn't ask since the other side said nothing. The 9 transformation astrologer with the power of the laws had an enhanced perception of the surroundings compared to other 9 transformation practitioners. He then turned his gaze back down in suspicion. Using such cruel methods to kill 3 members of my Zhou family, you understand yourself, right? A barbarian coming from the northern domain like you isn't worthy of dirtying my hands. Zhou Tianhan said dismissively. Are you so noble? Even killing me, you won't do it yourself? Ha, you just happen to be lucky. People like you should have died in the beast chaos from a few days ago in the northern domain. I don't know how many of you arrogant people from the middle domain truly understand what has happened in the northern domain, but I know you definitely haven't understood. Why should I care about a barren place? What happens there has nothing to do with me. It's just a bunch of worthless rats. Can a once-in-a-millennium chosen one really show up? Zhou Tianhan openly expressed his disdain for the northern domain in his words. At this moment, the livestream in Mu Jiyu's hand continued, and many viewers shared their dissatisfaction with Zhou Tianhuan's comments in the bullet chat. The Zhou family was already disliked in the imperial capital, and hearing their patriarch, Zhou Tianhan, say such things made many people begin to condemn the Zhou family. The heat of the livestream in Mu Jiyu's channel skyrocketed like a rocket, and numerous cities in the northern domain received this livestream notification. Damn it! The Zhou family is really nothing. I've already crushed Zhou Tianhuan's old tricks. Damn, the great hero who saved the northern domain is treated like this in the middle domain. I'm going to file a complaint. Qilin stood in front of the big screen in the room, fire burning in his eyes as he picked up the landline phone beside him. Connect me to the 5-domain alliance of Longhua. Chu Ran smiled a little, then his expression grew serious. Now you know how proud of a northern domain that you admire is just a pile of garbage in my eyes. Zhou Tianhan said calmly, with a condescending indifference in his eyes, if you were to cut off one of your arms now and kneel for 3 days and 3 nights at their funeral, then self-terminate, I might consider letting your family in the northern domain off. In a place where even a domain lord only has the power of 7 turns, the Zhou family's strength could run rampant there. I'll give you a chance. Chu Ran finally spoke again. If you kneel and tell everyone that you take back what you just said and self-terminate, I might consider letting the Zhou family still exist in the imperial capital tomorrow. His determined tone sounded as if he really could make it happen. Beside him, Mu Jiyu felt like Chu Ran had transformed into another person. Making a family disappear from the imperial capital? That sounded too crazy. Arrogant. Hearing this, Zhou Tianhan instantly roared, his aura rapidly condensing, soon forming a massive energy vortex. Who gave a kid not even 20 the courage? How dare he speak so recklessly to an 8th turn peak professional? In the moment Zhou Tianhuan's energy vortex formed, the bombardments from Longke and Lei Jiao shot toward Zhou Tianhun in the sky without warning, but they were all swallowed by the energy vortex, which grew even larger. Don't! Mu Jiyu wanted to stop it. This energy vortex could be converted by Zhou Tianhun into an attack against Chu Ran. Yet, every attack released by Chu Ran was adding damage for Zhou Tianhuan's eventual attack. Mu Jiyu wanted to rush ahead to shield Chu Ran, but she hesitated for a moment. She wasn't sure if her own life treasure could withstand the terrifying thunder firestorm enhanced by this energy vortex. When she finally mustered her courage, she discovered she was restricted from moving. Behind her, Mu Zian tightly gripped her hand and shook her head helplessly. Can't stop it. The power emitted by this terrifying elemental storm was even stronger than the attack of an ordinary Holy Spirit-level monster, and it was simply impossible to block. You have no chance. Zhou Tianhun shouted violently as the energy vortex, expanded to its limit, opened instantly. The thunder and fire elemental spell, layered infinitely, shot explosively downward. Zhou Tianhuan's mouth slowly curled into a smile after the spell was launched. Even a top-tier blessing set at the monarch level could not withstand a blow comparable to that of a mid-level Holy Spirit beast. Zhou Tianhuan's eyes were fixed intently on the figure below. He was eager to see the other party turn to ashes, but then he noticed that the immobile figure suddenly moved. Chu Ran unexpectedly made an unbelievable gesture. A serene expression appeared on his face as he opened his arms, seemingly wanting to embrace this thunder and firestorm with power akin to a nuclear bomb. Chu Ran! What are you doing? Mu Jiyu almost shouted beside him, nearly going crazy. The smile on Zhou Tianhuan's face froze. This kid is scared silly? But in the moment when Chu Ran was about to make contact with the Thunderfire elemental ball, a summoning spirit diagram inscribed with ancient obscure runes suddenly appeared before him. Suddenly, a chilling and terrifying aura swept over from the sky, as if an invisible giant hand had crushed the clouds, causing the atmospheric pressure to drop instantaneously, making it hard to breathe and ringing in their ears. The wild wind exploded, twisting black clouds into a massive vortex that instantly covered the entire sky. All the water elements in the air instantly became restless, as if they were bowing to the terrifying creature in the diagram below. However, the spell containing horrific power did not explode as expected. Instead, it was completely swallowed and absorbed by that spirit diagram. Almost at the moment the spell was devoured, Zhou Tianhuan's pupils suddenly constricted, letting out a short, muffled groan from his throat, as a tremendous roar erupted within him. Purple lightning raced along the veins, and fiery waves exploded within his organs, the scorching heat causing his chest to swell up, his bones cracking under the unbearable burden. His body felt like a bloated skin bag, cracking inch by inch under the dual grasp of thunder and fire, blood seeping to the surface, only to be evaporated into a scorched mist by the high temperature. Fortunately, a trace of chaotic power prevented his body from completely shattering under this strike, and Zhou Tianhun barely stabilized himself. In his painful expression mingled with confusion, he did not understand why this attack suddenly appeared within him while the other party seemed unharmed. Resentment, anger, and confusion twisted his already aged face, and he nearly roared, "Who the hell are you?" Chapter 47, There is no Zhou family in the imperial capital. Although the overwhelming aura that devoured the heavens lasted only an instant, it was still precisely captured by some perceptive and powerful beings. Holy Spirit level. It must be the aura of a Holy Spirit beast. The moment that aura appeared, Chu Tianba beside Xiao Yuhua instinctively took a fighting stance, power of the law circulating around him. If that aura hadn't disappeared, he probably would have unleashed an attack. The two looked at each other, both evidently shocked beyond belief. The two 9 transformation experts could no longer contain their inner excitement. They initially thought that this young man, possessing 3 top-tier monarchs, was already strong enough, but unexpectedly, he had an even more terrifying existence. Just a hint of leaking aura had instantly shattered the terrifying thunder-fire elemental storm. Zhou Tianhun, a PK transformation expert who had grasped a trace of the laws of power, was merely a wisp of fortune away from reaching 9 transformations, yet he was about to perish without even seeing the true enemy. That terrifying Holy Spirit-level Beast Master hadn't had any part of its body leave the Beast Master space. This was Chu Ran's first attempt at the Holy Turtle's counterattack skill, and the result shocked him. It was simply amazing. All the damage was completely swallowed by the Holy Turtle in the Beast Master space, yet it merely took 2 steps as if nothing had happened. Zhou Tianhun, barely able to stand, collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. He looked at Chu Ran with a face full of hatred, believing that even a fully leveled Overlord beast would surely be dead or severely injured under that strike. Even a professional with a top-tier Overlord-level defensive gear couldn't possibly emerge unscathed. To Zhou Tianhun, Chu Ran now seemed like a transformed beast. Humans simply could not withstand this blow. What a pity, Chu Ran expressed with a hint of disappointment. This old fellow really has strong vitality, surviving even this. I tried so hard, how are you still alive? Double counterattack. Even a dragon sparrow or a thunder flood dragon would at least be heavily injured after taking such a hit, yet this old man could still talk. Is the power of the laws truly that strong? This was the first time Chu Ran had a vague concept of the power of the laws. Just by grasping a little, he could be this strong. How terrifying must a true master with complete mastery of the laws at the 9 transformations be? Looks like I still need to develop quietly. Mu Xian released her grip on Mu Jiu, but at this moment, Mu Jiu stood still, staring blankly at Chu Ran ahead. Is this the strength a human should have, so strong? 2 beams of light suddenly appeared in the sky, seemingly tearing through space to emerge. The two were Xiao Yuhua and Chu Tianba, who had been observing from afar. Upon recognizing them, Zhou Tianhun, who had been lost and hopeless, seemed to see a savior, immediately complaining, "You two must help me." He pointed angrily at Chu Ran, exclaiming, "This kid publicly insulted a member of my Zhou family and cruelly killed them. Now he wants to kill me and have my Zhou family expelled from the imperial capital. This kid from the North Domain must be a spy of the Blood Church." Zhou Tianhun glared at Chu Ran with a sinister look. How could such a barren place like the North Domain possibly raise such a powerful beast master? He must have used some evil secret technique from the Blood Church. "Are you injured?" Xiao Yuhua ignored Zhou Tianhun and asked Chu Ran. Chu Ran waved his hand, "I'm fine." "You're not here to arrest me, right?" Although these two seemingly ordinary old men did not release any aura pressure, for some reason, Chu Ran felt they were much stronger than Zhou Tianhun. "Ha ha ha, you defended the North Domain for us, we can't thank you enough, how could we arrest you?" Chu Tianba laughed. "Defended the North Domain?" Mu Jiu was slightly taken aback, suddenly remembering the rumors from a few days ago about a mysterious beast master appearing in the North Domain, who single-handedly defended dozens of cities during a crisis. At the time, she had not taken such news seriously because there were many exaggerated reports in the Central Domain. It was difficult to distinguish truth from falsehood. Just 2 weeks ago, a young rising star from the Lu family in Magic City, who supposedly killed 2 overlord-level beasts by himself, turned out to be a staged act. And the North Domain was so far away, the Dragon Kingdom was so vast, it was completely normal for people to think the reports exaggerated, so even those who heard about it wouldn't truly believe. Unexpectedly, this matter is actually true? In an instant, this message stirred up a huge uproar in the Central Domain. Finally, someone dug deep into the matter, discovering that it was already well known in the Northern Domain, and there was even video evidence. Chu Ran had long been regarded as a great hero by the people of the Northern Domain, and some even suggested building a statue in his honor. Saving a domain. This contribution was simply immeasurable. And the Zhou family had thus offended an honorable hero. As the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Tianhun immediately felt as if the sky had fallen. What was most suffocating was that misfortunes never come singly. Soon, another 9th turn expert appeared at the Zhou family's gate. The newcomer was also one of the top 12 of the Dragon Country, the leader of the Dragon Country's 5-domain alliance, Son Linkong. The 5-domain alliance of the Dragon Country was established specifically to maintain relations between the 5 domains. It was precisely because of the existence of the 5-domain alliance that the various domains in the Dragon Country could achieve such unity today. Song Linkong glanced down, nodded at Chu Ran, and spoke solemnly, "We have received multiple complaints from other talented professionals against the Zhou family. We have given opportunities time and time again out of respect for the Zhou family's past sacrifices for the Dragon Country, but today they committed such acts that go against the unity of the 5 domains, which have disastrous effects. I hereby announce that from now on, the imperial capital. There is no Zhou family. No Zhou family." This meant that from now on, the Zhou family could no longer claim to be a prestigious family in the imperial capital. And the Zhou family's industries could only cease operations, which was tantamount to cutting off the Zhou family's future. At first, everyone thought that what the young man had just said was just nonsense, but now it seemed he really could make it happen. A medium-sized prestigious family that still had significant influence in the imperial capital was about to be removed just like that. All because of this genius beast master from the Northern Domain. "Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." Zhou Tianhun suddenly roared, going insane, pointing at the 3 9th turn experts above, "You colluded. You must have colluded. You are after the assets of my Zhou family." Blood and pus began to ooze from all his wounds, spiritual energy rapidly condensed around him as his body started to swell up, like a ticking bomb. "Let's all die. Not one of you shall live. Die together." He ran towards Chu Ran's position. The self-detonation of an 8th turn expert. The power would be even more terrifying than the elemental storm of thunder and fire from before. Bang! In the sky, Chu Tianba clenched his fingers in the void. Before the bomb-like Zhou Tianhun could take 2 steps, he collapsed like a deflated balloon, and the once terrifying storm of spiritual energy vanished without a trace. As if we 3 do not exist? A trace of disdain flashed in Chu Tianba's eyes as he said coldly. Chapter 48, I haven't heard of it. Chu Ran's eyes became clear. If he had only a vague concept of the power of the laws from Zhou Tianhun, after witnessing this scene, his understanding of the power of the laws became extremely clear. With just a flick of a finger, he easily erased a peak 8th turn expert. Then, the two from the Mu family and millions of viewers in the livestream watched in awe as Chu Ran was taken away by 3 top experts. Shock lingered on everyone's faces for a long time. 3 top experts personally coming to escort him was something that ordinary talents could not achieve. The livestream instantly exploded with comments. What just happened? How did the energy storm from that Zhou family head turn back on himself? I felt a chill even through the screen. The Zhou family head is dead, and the Zhou family has been removed, all because of this kid. Who exactly is he? Does he really not have any special identity? To the one above, earlier, you called him a kid and he didn't mind, now what should you call him, Chu Yi? The first rule of the Black Forest in the Central Domain, never provoke Chu Ran. As if any of the Chus are someone you can afford to provoke. Although things ended perfectly, Mu Ziyu felt like she hadn't helped at all. Under Mu Ziyan's guidance, she left the Zhou family courtyard. This Zhou family, an aristocratic clan with hundreds of people, was thus removed from the list. Though they weren't dead, for some who were used to a comfortable life, this felt worse than death. At the capital's Practitioner Association, Chu Ran's expression wasn't good, as he was being stared at by 12 elders in turn. Half an hour later, Chu Ran left the association. In his hand was what should have been the prize for the genius battle champion, the Resurrection Talisman. Even the only direct finalist, Chu Tianxiong, could barely deal with 1 monarch-level beast, while Chu Ran had 3. His strength exceeded that of other participants by too much, he saw no need for the competition anymore. The top 12 held a meeting, stating that Chu Ran's time shouldn't be wasted on such trivial matters, deciding to arrange for him to handle something big. Enter the Inheritance Tower. The Inheritance Tower is the only national-level secret realm in Dragon Country. It is 1 level higher than the 9th-level secret realm. It can only be opened twice a year, and each time only allows 1 person to enter, filled with high-level treasures. The Inheritance Tower would open in 12 hours, but before Chu Ran enters, he needs to do something big. Shopping. In the Hidden Emperor Pavilion. The highest-end shopping center in the capital. Here, almost all the highest-level treasures, equipment, elixirs, and various levels of elements and techniques in Dragon Country are gathered. When the sales assistant heard that Chu Ran was preparing to buy equipment for a monarch-level beast, her expression instantly darkened. Oh my gosh, it's already a monarch-level beast. Feeding it spiritual materials is better than buying equipment. Beast gear is made from the materials of monster corpses, and for a beast, it's the least cost-effective combination, especially for high-grade beasts. The attributes boosted by a piece of monarch-level beast gear can be lower than the beast itself, unable to even achieve 1 + 1 is equal to 2. In some extreme cases, the attributes provided by the gear and the beast's inherent qualities can conflict. Wearing the gear might even be worse than not wearing any. So for beast masters, feeding their beasts top-grade spiritual materials can enhance their physical quality and increase the chances of advancement. A piece of monarch-level beast gear could sell for hundreds of millions, enough to feed a whole year. Besides, the beasts themselves also need to eat. Chu Ran suddenly remembered that he hadn't fed his beasts for 3 days. They had been eating the monster corpses from the battlefield. But the elders said that just eating monsters can only maintain them, they must eat high-level monsters to match the effect of spiritual materials. Chu Ran wanted to see the beast gear, so the elder casually took one to show him. However, he found that he couldn't enhance the beast gear. Beast gear is somewhat different from practitioner gear. During the crafting process, the monster's soul is preserved to retain the primal power of the beast. Chu Ran thought this must be the reason it couldn't be enhanced. What if the beast soul that advanced was too powerful and escaped? He then turned his gaze to the spiritual material area beside him. Because beasts have big appetites, these spiritual materials are sold by the ton. Moreover, they can be paired according to the type of beast the customer has, which helps to stimulate the beast's advancement potential. I have a few beasts, can you help me mix them together? Chu Ran asked. The elder confidently nodded. Once Chu Ran brought his spiritual sense into the beast space, he was instantly stunned. 3 top-grade monarch-level beasts. On the side was an even more powerful presence than the 3 monarchs, a giant turtle shell. Chu Ran immediately rolled his eyes. This kid, even at the Saint Spirit level, is still so shy. My child here is a bit bashful, Chu Ran said with an awkward smile. The old man could only awkwardly nod in response. How can such a terrifying beast master be associated with shyness? Finally, Chu Ran signed the purchase contract with the old man. After seeing the bill, Chu Ran's heart bled. 3 Lord-level beast masters cost 800,000 for daily feed. And the holy turtle costs 1,500,000 for daily feed. Originally thinking his family was well off, Chu Ran suddenly became honest. Selling off other materials and adding his savings from these days, Chu Ran now has 300 million Dragon Country coins. Counting carefully, it was even not enough for a few months of feed for these babies. And that's without the Beast Masters leveling up. If they do, the feed costs will rise even more. Beast Masters really are gold-eating beasts. No wonder some small families can't afford high-level Beast Masters. But luckily, Chu Ran's ability to make money is also very strong. If really out of feed, he could go to the wilderness or mystical realm to nibble on some other beast brothers and survive anyway. As if understanding Chu Ran's subtle expression, the old man spoke up. If you find it a bit difficult to bear the cost of these materials, we can provide free feed for your Beast Masters. Oh? Chu Ran was slightly shocked. But you have to agree to one condition from our family, the old man said lightly. Your family is? In the southern region, the Ouyang family. The old man had a hint of pride on his face. Oh, I haven't heard of it. Chapter 49, The Beast Master Family of the Southern Region. Chu Ran's overly straightforward answer made the atmosphere a bit awkward. But fortunately, Ouyang Furong had decades of experience dealing with people, and he didn't let the atmosphere stay cold. Ahem, he cleared his throat twice, shifting the topic. Our family is a Beast Master family in the southern region. Chu Ran's expression moved slightly as he looked at the old man ahead. A family that can be called a Beast Master family surely has at least hundreds of Beast Masters, not to mention powerful 7-turn or 8-turn strong ones. A family must have at least a few hundred Beast Masters, and the expenses for Beast Masters are quite large. If they can support this, then... Suddenly, Chu Ran felt that the other party exuded an air of nobility. It wouldn't be impossible to draw closer. What's the condition? Getting a few million Dragon Country coins for free every day really tempted Chu Ran, and as a Beast Master family, their experience in raising Beast Masters would surely be much better than that of an outsider like him. A few days ago, the beast density in the wilderness near the southern region suddenly increased by nearly double. The pressure on both the official and our family has suddenly surged, and we feel a bit overwhelmed, so we urgently need capable professionals to handle the beasts. Sudden beast invasions? The events in the northern region immediately surfaced in Chu Ran's mind. Could it be the Blood Church making moves again? Why not ask the central region for help? Chu Ran asked in confusion. We asked, even going to the Imperial Capital's Professional Association to request the 9-turn strong to intervene, but they were rejected. In situations like this, if a 9-turn strong were to step in, it should be resolved quickly. How could they refuse? At the 9-turn level, it doesn't just represent an individual, it represents the last fighting strength of the nation. Every bit of their power belongs to the entire country. Moreover, the power from the laws is released at the cost of life. Using a bit less means a bit less, and given the current international situation, if even one 9-turn strong were to lose combat capability or vanish, then the Dragon Country could possibly face a combined attack from other nations. And the number of beasts is too great and too exhausting. Only holy-level beasts are worth their intervention. The Dragon Country boasts the largest safe zone in the entire Tianxian continent. Many small countries plagued by beastly attacks are eyeing the Dragon Kingdom, wanting to share its wealth. And those large countries that maintain a superficial harmony with the Dragon Kingdom are secretly competing. Chu Ran now finally understands why those old men and women were so eager to send him into the Inheritance Tower. Do you know about the Starry Sky Project? Ouyang Furong whispered. Chu Ran felt a bit surprised. He had only heard about the Starry Sky Project when Chu Tianba accidentally mentioned it at the association, and he didn't expect this old man before him to also know about it. In fact, the 5 great nations are not united. They have long had cracks due to rotation issues, but they can't abandon the Starry Sky, so they have never fallen out publicly, Ouyang Furong said lightly, as if he understood everything thoroughly. Chu Ran's curiosity about the identity of the person before him grew, and he directly asked. Not asking is one thing, asking shocked him greatly. This Zhangdi Pavilion, located in the most prime area of the imperial capital, actually belongs to the Ouyang family of the southern domain. Moreover, in other cities of the central domain, the Ouyang family's forging factories, beast cultivation bases, and equipment malls are almost monopolistically developed. In fact, their influence in the Dragon Kingdom is nearly rivaling that of the Chu family, and the reason they are not called a great family by outsiders is that their goods are only sold within the Dragon Kingdom and never go international. It seems that not having heard of them is indeed his own problem. But it is also normal. Who told them not to open their stores in the northern domain? And the person before him is actually the previous head of the Ouyang family. Definitely old money. Let's go. Chu Ran was already prepared. Ouyang Furong was a bit surprised. You are just going like this? Aren't you going to prepare? That's entering the wilderness realm, not just the secret realm and the genius battle. Ouyang Furong clearly guessed from Chu Ran's beast management that he was the talented beast master from the northern domain that was currently trending. Chu Ran glanced at his phone. There are 11 hours left. It should be enough for a round trip. Extra money can be earned, but the opening of the Inheritance Tower cannot be delayed. Right now, there are too many advanced professionals heading to the southern domain for support. The teleportation array might require queuing. Many participants have already been eliminated in the preliminary round of the genius battle, and these eliminated professionals are not weak either. The southern domain is seeking support, and since the Ouyang family is offering a high price, many professionals want to earn this extra money. Chu Ran said lightly, we won't take the teleportation array. By the way, do you have heart disease? No. Ouyang Furong answered cautiously. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. That's good. Chu Ran slightly smirked and held the other's hand. Then two residual shadows appeared in the sky. It seems like someone is flying in the sky. That's the damn shadow of a ghost. An hour later, the two landed in the territory of the Ouyang family. Chu Ran also let Ouyang Furong experience the feeling of having a person flying ahead while his soul lags behind. When the guard got closer, he found that the person lying on the ground looking dejected was the family head, almost unrecognizable due to the painful mask he wore. Family head, what happened to you? Seeing someone approach, Ouyang Furong forced himself to appear calm, old and still strong, just played something thrilling. It does look very radiant, the person said awkwardly. A 70-year-old person is scared to the point of trembling, can they not look radiant? Not long after, when Ouyang Furong composed himself, the person took them into the inner courtyard. Once inside the family compound, Chu Ran's eyes brightened immediately. This family is simply too big. Behind a wall, there is a prairie about 50 miles wide, where all sorts of beast companions are running freely. If there were no one nearby, Chu Ran might directly call out the thunder lizard to level up without knowing these were beast companions. After walking several miles, they arrived at a huge high wall, where many professionals were currently standing on top. Some people dressed in local attire clearly looked like people from the south region, with dark skin and strong bodies, which were forged by years of labor in farming. And some who appeared pale and tender, with a hint of naive clarity on their faces, were obviously the geniuses from the central region. Those young people discovered the figures of Chu Ran and his companion. At first, they were merely curious, but when the two ascended the city wall, the expressions on those geniuses' faces instantly became serious as they clearly saw Chu Ran's face, and they began to discuss in low voices. Isn't that Chu Ran? Didn't he make it to the semi-finals? How could he suddenly appear here? The network here isn't very good. Have you not refreshed for too long? 2 hours ago, the Zhou family was expelled by the imperial capital because of him, and the family head has died. Chapter 50, Lightspeed Slap in the Face, Ascending the Mosquito King. On the other side of the city wall, a middle-aged man with dark skin furrowed his brows, looking at the group of young people discussing opposite him, his face clouded with gloom. Ahead, a beast tide was closing in, yet this group of so-called geniuses seemed completely unfazed. Instead, they were chatting casually. These so-called younger generation are just receiving good education, their training speed is faster, but in terms of real combat experience, they are truly not as good as us rough folks who haven't read theoretical books. The middle-aged man complained to the person beside him. Exactly. A 6th realm professional takes so long to kill a commanding level monster. I really don't know how they trained up. Hey! Old family head. Why are you here? Ouyang Hung asked in surprise. The old family head shouldn't be so far away in the imperial capital, why did he suddenly return? A beast disaster from the south region, how could I remain at ease in the imperial capital? Ouyang furnished sighed. Old family head, you need not worry, we should be able to hold our ground. I've already sent a letter to the garrison team in the east region, they will come to support us when they have time. The man beside Ouyang Hung spoke up, however, these geniuses should be sent back. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Chu Ran, who was following behind the old family head. Without saying anything, he knew this must be one of those so-called geniuses they had been asked to bring back. There had already been a wave of beast tides that passed through, and the performance of those geniuses from the central region was difficult to evaluate. Their performance was truly disappointing, their combat experience severely mismatched with their cultivation strength. Some who were too foolish even unknowingly caused trouble for the team. It was still those longtime defenders like them who had to exert themselves just to hold the line. Although the Ouyang family was wealthy, they were not a charity, they could not just invite a bunch of useless people back to eat a salary for nothing. I hired a helper. Ouyang furnished said solemnly. Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Wang had less than favorable expressions on their faces. Because the old family head was present, they kept their displeasure to themselves, but their dissatisfaction was still plain to see. Chu Ran felt a wave of inexplicable disdain directed at him, but he didn't take it to heart. He was here to make money. Listening to the roars of the monsters in the distance, he felt his mood lift up immediately. Chu Ran is also a beastmaster. Upon hearing the old family head's words, the expressions of the two slightly softened. The profession of beastmaster, if one could reach the 5th or 6th rank, would still have a decent minimum requirement. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Since it was the old family head's wish, there was no need for them to counter it. After all, the worst outcome was just having one more person taking money, just consider it a training subsidy for the students. As a beast master, that's actually quite good. A rare smile appeared on Ouyang Heng's face as he asked, little brother, what rank are you at? 4th rank. Put. Ouyang Hang's smile froze on his face, while Ouyang Wang directly sprayed tea out of his mouth. The two middle-aged men exchanged a glance, their faces filled with speechless expressions. 4 transformations? Are you kidding? Old master. This is a life and death crisis after all. That group of young kids with 6 or 7 transformations can't handle it. Ouyang Hang rubbed his forehead and took a deep breath. Let's not let the 4 transformers join in. Beast masters of 5 or 6 transformations could barely give it a try, but sending a 4 transformer into danger was just asking for death, right? Yeah. Why don't you go get $1 million in subsidies to train properly, little brother? Ouyang Wang chimed in. They wouldn't dare send a 4 transformer to die like that. Hearing Chu Ran say he was a 4 transformer, Ouyang Furong also looked surprised. 4 transformations? Are you saying a 4 transformer beast master has 3 top-level monarchs and 1 seemingly sacred spirit-level terrifying beast? Having dealt with beasts all his life, Ouyang Furong was at a loss for words and finally said. The important thing for a beast master is their beasts. Chu Ran's strength is impressive. He had seen Chu Ran's beasts, and if they weren't strong, he wouldn't have brought him back. How strong can a 4 transformer really be? Ouyang Hang was getting ready to argue when 3 arrays suddenly appeared. Thunder, fire, and blood-red colors instantly painted half the sky. What the heck is this? Looking at the 3 enormous creatures before him, Ouyang Hang felt his body instinctively take 2 steps back. This aura is a monarch. And close to max level. It was even stronger than the leaders in the beast tide from a distance. Is this a 4 transformer beast master? Ouyang Wang felt all the common knowledge he had built over the years collapse in an instant. For a 6 or 7 transformation beast master to have just 1 monarch level beast was already worthy of being called a beast master. 3 monarch level beasts. This was simply extraordinarily powerful. Chu Ran casually said, I never said I was a beast master. At this, all the people present were shocked. If you're not a beast master, what are you summoning beasts for? Summoning skills aren't used this way. You must follow the principle of equivalent exchange to summon creatures. Summoning 3 such terrifying monarchs would at least require the sacrifice of a beast with the same level. It sounded even harder than being a beast master. Chu Ran ignored the noisy discussions behind him and, under the astonished gazes of everyone, rode his beasts directly into the wasteland, charging into the beast tide. What the hell? 1 person's strength against the beast tide? No wonder he has a monarch-level beast. So brave. Even if I had such beasts, I wouldn't dare to charge into the beast tide like that. Ouyang Wang and Ouyang Hang were so shocked that their mouths dropped open. Ouyang Hang glanced at the group of geniuses busy recording videos nearby, then looked back at Chu Ran. They're all from the central region, how can this genius be so different from that bunch over there? Can a beast master actually be this powerful? Ouyang Wang murmured. This direct charge into battle, striking right at the heart of danger, was simply too exhilarating. As a beast master, he had dreamed of doing this at least once, but he couldn't. The first thing he learned from his family was that beast masters must stay in the safest places because they have no defensive abilities and are the most vulnerable among professions. Moreover, a beast master's condition directly affects the combat abilities of their beasts. If a beast master is injured, the status of all their beasts will drop. So for the safety of his beasts, he simply couldn't do that. Ouyang Wang and Ouyang Hang turned their gazes toward the old master beside them, whose calm expression seemed to convey that he knew everything. It really is true what they say, your grandpa is still your grandpa, and your family master is still your family master. At this moment, Ouyang Furong was also deeply shocked, but considering his status, he had to maintain a facade of a wise elder, keeping his face expressionless. I thought you were strong, but I didn't know you were this strong. His heart started pounding again, as if it were returning to a youthful state. A wave of skills caused the beast mastery experience to skyrocket. After selling everything, the empty storage space instantly filled up again. Battle, awesome. A grin spread crazily across Chu Ran's face. Then, a more shocking message appeared on his panel. Ding! Advancement successful. Chapter 51, Million Battle Power. Max level Sacred Spirit. The Wasteland Recycling Plan. What the hell? What is that? On the city wall, facing the sudden terrifying celestial phenomenon, everyone's expressions were different. Originally, the nearly 10,000 leader-level beast masters bred by the Mosquito King already had powerful attack power. The overwhelming beast tide was starting to show signs of retreating after a short while. But who would have thought that a dark cloud suddenly descended without warning, wrapping up the Mosquito King in an instant? Ouyang Hang and Ouyang Wang looked at each other, their mouths agape in shock. This somewhat familiar scene, as masters of beast mastery for many years, they were quite experienced in. It seemed like a beast's advancement. But such a terrifying omen, this was truly the first time they had seen it, and it was happening during battle. The two of them weren't sure, so they looked toward the elderly family head. If there was anyone who knew more about this, it could only be the nearly 70-year-old family head. Ouyang Fulong's attempt at remaining calm instantly shattered when he saw this scene. He stared, wide-eyed, at the terrifying dark cloud. It's true. It's true. It's an advancement. And it's the celestial phenomenon triggered only by the advancement of a monarch-level beast. Sacred spirit level, he muttered. The two people next to him heard this answer and immediately felt their scalps tingle. A monarch-level beast advancing to sacred spirit level? How high must one's understanding be to achieve that? Beast masters can improve their comprehension and advance by absorbing spiritual materials, but that's mostly for beasts below the leader level. Once a beast reaches leader or even monarch level, trying to advance further is almost impossible. Could this beast master youth really be a descendant of a god? Chu Ran was completely stunned by the Mosquito King's sudden advancement. Because he hadn't used any advancement points. Current advancement points: 534,587, 534591, 534595. After reaching the 4th tier, his advancement points increased by 4 per second. He originally planned to advance one of his monarch-level beasts in a couple of days, but this Mosquito King actually advanced on its own during battle. Chu Ran guessed that it was probably due to the spiritual materials used during the initial hatching and the essence absorbed from various in the past few days. After taking a quick look at the panel, Chu Ran froze in place. Current Beast, Blood Shadow Mosquito King Devouring Shadow Sacred Mosquito Queen. Grade, Monarch Level Sacred Spirit Level. Level, LV.180. Strength, 103,390 258,475. Agility, 215,461 2760. Defense, 101,069 252,673. Spirit, 228,531 1180. Combat Power, 258,137 102 5467. Skills: Rapid Reproduction, Super Speed Reproduction, 1000 Eye Hunting, 10,000 Eye Hunting, Blood Shadow Flight, Devouring Shadow, Instant Flight, Sacred Mosquito's Mystical Art. Sacred Mosquito's Mystical Art, when activated, attributes double for a short time, and the effect of Super Speed Reproduction is multiplied by 3. Super Speed Reproduction can rapidly reproduce mosquito beasts of the same level as the Mosquito King, more than 3,000 mosquitoes, and the substances absorbed by the mosquito beasts will then nourish the Sacred Mosquito Queen. 10,000 Eye Hunting, Vision and Perception greatly enhanced, shared vision with the Beastmaster. Devouring Shadow, Instant Flight, high-frequency wing beats allow flight speed to reach 3,600 meters per second. After blood-sucking, can transform blood into shadow, increasing speed to 6,000 meters per second, immune to control during flight. In terms of attributes, strength and defense became 2.5 times that of a monarch level. Spirit and agility directly became 6 times that of the monarch Mosquito King. Combat power reached nearly 4 times that of a monarch level beast, breaking through the million combat power mark. This was the power of a max-level sacred spirit beast. And not only had it mastered the mystical art, but its skills had also been reworked. The most terrifying part was the super speed reproduction. Although the number of reproduced mosquito beasts had decreased. But now, what is breeding is a quasi-monarch level shadow-eating mosquito beast. Monarch level beasts can easily deal with a bunch of leader level monsters. Not to mention a quasi-monarch, resolving a bunch, or even reaching half the strength of a monarch level is definitely a breeze. In a state of unlocking the secret arts, a single reproduction of the Holy Mosquito Queen can yield nearly 10,000 quasi-monarchs. If the combat ability of 2 or 3 quasi-monarchs can match that of one monarch, it is equivalent to breeding at least 3,000 monarch-level beasts at once. A massive army of monarch-level beasts. Wherever they go, nothing will survive. Looking at the gradually declining beast tide before him, Chu Ran's fighting spirit immediately showed. Let me see the true prowess of the Holy Spirit level. Reproduce. Boom. The already huge body of the Holy Mosquito Queen began to swell rapidly. Immediately after, 2 thousands of terrifying shadow-eating mosquito beasts poured out from the abdomen of the Mosquito Queen, and her swollen belly returned to normal only after reaching a round shape. A dense mass of shadow-eating mosquito beasts piled together, like a dark sky. Buzz buzz buzz. They covered the beast tide below, like a huge magical cloak. Wherever they covered, the monsters would instantly disappear. Not even a shadow would be left behind. Chu Ran finally understood why they were called shadow-eating mosquito beasts. Shadow-eating mosquito beasts. Level, LV.180. Rank, Monarch level. Combat power, 98600. Before long, the overwhelming beast tide was completely dispersed by this army of monarch beasts, making them want to run faster. Some monsters even started digging holes on the spot, yet they still could not escape the fate of death. On the other side, the Thunder Flood Dragon and Dragon Sparrow also reached max level, but did not evolve like the Mosquito Queen. However, Chu Ran was not worried. With the advancement points available, their evolution would merely be a matter of days. In order to completely eliminate future troubles and prevent a repeat of the incident in the Northern Territory, Chu Ran decided to carry out a clearing plan in the wasteland. To completely cleanse all the beasts outside the wasteland of the southern region. Although monsters will continuously replenish from other areas, it still requires time. This wave of cleaning could at least stabilize the southern region for a year or two. Even, if feasible, it could significantly expand the territory of the southern region. The only drawback might be that the beasts in the secret realm of the southern region would not be replenished for a long time. Really killing one would mean losing one. But it's not a big deal. The Tianxian continent lacks beasts the most. If the southern region is gone, there are still the eastern region, western region, and northern region. It seems like the northern region is also gone. Damn. Ouyang Hong almost fell to his knees from being unsteady. He looked at the pile of terrifying mosquito beasts spawned by the Holy Mosquito Queen, and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. This is too terrifying. As a 7th turn Beastmaster who has been a Beastmaster for decades, he only managed to obtain one max-level Monarch-level beast. The second one he focused on training barely shows a chance of advancing to Monarch. Such a person in a beast training family like the Ouyang family is already a top-tier master, but now the terrifying Holy Mosquito Queen on the other side is producing Monarch-level beasts in bulk. As if money meant nothing. Ouyang Han looked at Chu Ran, then at the other group of shocked geniuses. Is the current central region so polarized? As a result, someone responded, he is not from the central region, he came from the northern region. Chapter 52, The Beast Cultivation Plan from the Beastmaster Family. Ouyang Hung began to doubt whether his ears were having issues. From the northern region? The worst developed area of the entire Dragon Kingdom is the northern region. How could such a place cultivate such a genius? No, this can't even be called a genius. The power displayed is already far from ordinary, it is simply like a god descending to the mortal realm. It is as if heaven has sent someone to the Dragon Kingdom specifically to eliminate the beasts. However, this looks really exciting. Awesome. A true man should be like this, battling in the fields and slaying the beasts. But this young man's beast control power may be off the charts, but why are his attack methods so limited? Usually, a commander-level beast has many skills, but each of Chu Ran's beasts only seems to have 2 skills. Looking at it is indeed a bit aesthetically tiring. Before long, Chu Ran had eliminated most of the beasts from the wild areas outside the southern domain and returned to the city wall. With an indifferent tone amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he said, "You all might want to consider moving the southern boundary out a few dozen miles." Upon hearing this, everyone present was utterly shocked. They never imagined that Chu Ran would be so efficient, powerful to the point where he seemed like a different person altogether. And the expressions on the faces of those from the Ouyang family also turned rigid. They had guarded this place for so many years, and the most they thought about was simply preventing beasts from occupying the safe area. To be able to ensure that the safe area doesn't turn into a wild area would already be good enough. Who dared to dream about turning the wild into a safe area? Expanding out a few dozen miles. If someone had said this yesterday, they would have certainly been ridiculed as dreaming impossible dreams. But now, said by Chu Ran, no one dared to refute. Because he really had done it. After finishing his task, Chu Ran walked up to Ouyang Fuhong and said, "This matter should be handled well, the promise you made to me." This matter was handled excellently. Ouyang Fuhong looked at the quiet wild area, his smile stretching wide, as he had only hoped to keep it safe, yet Chu Ran had directly solved everything. "Leave the beast training matters to me. I can guarantee that in the entire southern domain, no, in the whole Dragon Kingdom, no family understands it better than our Ouyang family." Ouyang Hong and Ouyang Wang exchanged shocked glances. At first, they thought that since Chu Ran was so young and had such high-ranking beasts, he must be the descendant of a hidden beast master family in the northern domain being specially trained. But from their conversation, it seemed that this was not the case. He had come directly from the northern domain to the southern domain. It turned out it was just for the issue of beast training. This explained why the enemy's beasts had fewer skills during the battle. They were purely relying on the beast's own understanding. Soon, they both discovered the blind spot in this situation. If these beasts weren't trained much, how did they reach such a high rank? The commander-level beasts they raised were all of high understanding and had consumed countless spirit materials to barely advance. Moreover, a significant number of their beasts were stuck at the commander level. The investment in beast training was generally far greater than the returns. Only a very few lucky cases might result in a monarch-level beast. Yet the other side achieved a monarch holy spirit level without any training. If they trained even a little. It's unimaginable. Chu Ran followed Ouyang Fuhong to the beast cultivation base. The Ouyang family truly lived up to its reputation as a beast family. Here, there were golden-level beasts everywhere, and silver-level ones were rarely seen. Beasts can continuously gain auxiliary materials during their training to enhance their battle power, which includes but is not limited to learning corresponding skills or elements and enhancing their corresponding attributes. Chu Ran knew this, but the spirit materials from the northern domain weren't of high quality, mostly suitable only for commander-level beasts, and didn't offer much help for monarch-level ones. And he hadn't even had the chance to explore the central domain when he met Ouyang Fu Hong, the old master of this beast family, who agreed to his terms. Chu Ran now realizes that being a beast tamer is not just about letting one's beasts level up by fighting monsters to enjoy the rewards. To raise one's beasts to their peak, the efforts of the beast tamer cannot be lacking. What's the self-development system of beast tamers, how to become a qualified beast tamer, fast learning of beast language? What kind of strange books are these? Chu Ran furrowed his brows tightly. He didn't expect that being a beast tamer involved so many intricacies. In the days since awakening as a beast tamer, he had only been killing to boost his combat power. It turns out this was very effective. In just a few days, he gained 3 fully leveled beasts. I just watched your beasts fight and noticed their skills are not many, their attack methods are quite limited. Although their combat power is unparalleled, it's too monotonous. Have you never used skill books on them? Skill books? These beasts have to learn their skills by themselves? Can't they understand it innately? The skills that beasts understand by themselves are exclusive skills, which other beasts cannot learn. However, there are common skills that can match with the beast's attributes, some can even achieve a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. This is why equipping beasts is generally considered last in their training. Skills and resources are often more cost-effective than equipment. Also, if you have a larger budget, you can add some high-level elements that match the attributes of your beasts. Ouyang Fu Hong said lightly, for example, your sovereign-level thunder dragon can already benefit from its innate thunder attribute, and you can also add other thunder soul types or heavenly thunders to enhance its combat power. Similarly, the other blaze dragon sparrow can be paired with soulfire or heavenly fire. As for your newly advanced holy mosquito queen, its unstable status can be supplemented with some spiritual resources. Chu Ran suddenly understood that there is so much depth in beast training. My holy turtle has extremely high defense and a skill that reflects damage, but it has no active attack skills. Chu Ran asked, what kind of skill should it learn that would be better? Ouyang Fu Hong recalled that fearsome shy creature he saw before in the beast space. Since it has high defense and a reflect damage skill. He seemed to ponder for a moment, pacing back and forth, then turned to Chu Ran seriously and said, you could try to learn some skills that entice enemies to attack? Like what? Chu Ran asked. Then out of nowhere, the other person pulled out a skill book. Invincible Provocation. Chapter 53, Beast Training, Combat Power Enhancement. Taunting. This skill sounds a bit exciting. Chu Ran could already imagine the expression of the enemy turning green with anger as the holy turtle stands at the front, wildly provoking them. Truly a master in beast training. Chu Ran immediately decided to ask the Ouyang family for help in training these few beasts, especially since it was time to enhance the combat power of the thunder dragon and blaze sparrow. Even though they were already fully leveled sovereigns, they still lagged some way behind the holy mosquito queen and holy turtle. The rank of beasts is a chasm that is hard to cross. But Ouyang Fu Hong looked a bit embarrassed. He knew how great the potential of such a top beast tamer was, but he also deeply understood that Chu Ran would not stop here, he would definitely reach broader skies. But it is precisely because of the high-ranking beasts that their training is the most financially taxing. Originally, agreeing to provide food for them had already been quite a challenge. But there are still more expensive soul-type elements and spiritual materials that match the attributes of the beasts. Though the Ouyang family could manage for a short term, the Ouyang family's business relies on selling materials related to monster beasts to sustain itself, and the opponent had nearly cleaned out the wild realm this time. In the coming months, the Ouyang family's industries might very well be in a state of loss. If, by then, he nurtures the opponent and then gets kicked out by them, who could he complain to? Besides, even if the former family had agreed, he couldn't persuade everyone. It is possible, but Ouyang Fu Hong was ready to clarify things. The agreement was to manage food supplies, which meant managing food supplies. Any extra funds Chu Ran would have to cover himself. But before he could speak, Chu Ran spoke first. Let's follow the contract regarding the food supplies. As for the money for other spiritual materials, Chu Ran glanced at the information displayed on his phone and said, I'll cover part of it for you. As he spoke, Chu Ran pulled out a nearly overflowing storage ring. Inside tightly packed with beast components. These were all obtained from killing beasts in the wilderness just moments ago. Ouyang Fu Hong's eyes widened. As an experienced dealer of materials related to beasts, these items no longer resembled their original forms in his eyes. Each one instantly transformed into a large pile of money, a true human calculator. This directly made him swallow the words he was about to say. He didn't expect this powerful young man in front of him wouldn't use this as leverage to gain benefits. He was simply a breath of fresh air. Suddenly, Ouyang Furong felt a twinge of shame toward the young man before him. Chu Ran roughly understood that the prices for Soul Thunder and Soul Fire had reached billions. If he wanted to fuse them into higher-level Heavenly Thunder and Heavenly Fire, the cost would be at least tens of billions. If all that were covered by the Ouyang family, no one could afford it, plus his previous strong attack would likely lead to the Ouyang family having no business for the next few months. "Oh right, what were you about to say?" Chu Ran asked. Nothing. I was just saying that entrusting the beasts to me was an incredibly correct choice. I will nurture them impeccably." Looking at the mountain of beast materials beside him, Ouyang Furong's mouth almost reached the sky in delight. "I can completely change your 2 monarch-level beasts within 2 hours. As for the 2 stronger ones, I don't have experience training them, so I'll be more conservative." 2 hours later, Chu Ran saw the Thunder Flood Dragon and the Flame Dragon Sparrow again. Their changes left Chu Ran somewhat speechless. Current beast, Azure Wave Thunder Flood Dragon. Grade, Monarch level. Level, LV.180. Strength, 131000156980. Agility, 134600164780. Defense, 128760144870. Spirit, 128250154630. Combat Power, 200865354370. Skills, Thunderbolt Net, Bite, Azure Thunderstrike, Green Lightning Tail Whip, Spirit Breath Sharing, Environment Mimetism. Mastered Elements, Origin Wave Thunder, Soul, Green Lightning, Soul. Green Lightning Tail Whip, Inherent Skill of Soul Thunder. The tail tip releases cross-shaped lightning marks, with very strong armor-piercing effects, a core technique for close combat. Spirit Breath Sharing, combination skill. The beast actively releases its spirit breath to connect with other contracted beasts of its beast master, allowing it to share its own spirit/energy with other beasts and also receive energy boosts from them, creating a significant improvement in joint battle endurance. Environment Mimetism, property-compatible skill book. It alters its breath and outer color according to the surrounding environment, hiding its figure by completely suppressing its presence. Next upgrade requirement, 900,000 points. Current beast, Blazing Flame Dragon Sparrow. Grade, Monarch level. Level, LV.180. Strength, 139580176430. Agility, 157700186450. Defense, 137430164870. Spirit, 145560173150. Combat Power, 224673397040. Skills, Blazing Flame Rain, Dragon Sparrow Cry, Spirit Breath Sharing, True Dragon Flame Might, Rebirth and Fire. Mastered Elements, Origin Blazing Flame, Soul, Dragon Flame, Soul. Spirit Breath Sharing. True Dragon Flame Might, Inherent Skill of Dragon Flame. This special fire carries the pressure of the remnants of a true dragon's soul. When the Dragon Sparrow uses fire techniques, a dragon shadow roars in the flames, causing negative effects on the attacked enemies. Rebirth from Ashes, a tribute matching skill book. The Blazing Dragon Sparrow ignites life force upon touching any flame. Recovering speed increases simultaneously with the temperature and grade of the flame. Next advancement points required, 900,000. Current summoned beast, Devouring Shadow Queen Mosquito. Grade, Sacred Spirit level. Level, LV.180. Strength, 258,475. Agility, 1,292,760. Defense, 252,673. Spirit, 1,371,180. Combat Power, 1,025,467. Skills, Super Reproduction, 10,000 Ice Hunting, Shadow Devouring Instant Escape, Sacred Mosquito Essence, Spirit Breath Sharing. Next advancement points required, 3 million. Current summoned beast, Mysterious Sky Sacred Turtle. Grade, Sacred Spirit level. Level, LV.6. Agility, 26,834. Defense, 214,689. Spirit, 76,548. Combat Power, 154,986. Skills, Explosive Counterattack, Mysterious Turtle Essence, Spirit Breath Sharing, Invincible Taunt. The 2 Lord-level beasts, the Dragon Sparrow and the Thunder Dragon, have gained a 1/3 increase in combat power after this training. After absorbing high-grade spiritual materials that matched them, their own attributes were also enhanced. Moreover, they each acquired a new soul element and learned a skill that matched their attributes. All 4 of Chu Ran's summoned beasts learned the skill Spirit Breath Sharing. Although this skill's combat power increase does not reflect on the panel, the hidden power it provides is immense. This allowed for many combinations of skills between the summoned beasts. As for the Queen Mosquito and the Sacred Turtle, due to their high grade, Ouyang Furong did not dare to train them easily and only learned a common skill, Spirit Breath Sharing. The Sacred Turtle's additional skill, Invincible Taunt, also does not directly provide combat power, acting as a passive skill. Seeing that things here were almost done, Chu Ran prepared to stand up and return to the central region, as the inheritance tower was about to open. Initially, Chu Ran wanted to run over once more, but Furong expressed that he did not want to go through it again. Now that he was older, he might suddenly pass away from shock one day. 10 minutes later, Chu Ran took Furong and boarded the Queen Mosquito, flying towards the central region. Now, the agility of the Queen Mosquito was far beyond his, and without any enhancements, its speed was almost twice as fast as before. Moreover, with such a terrifying flying beast, even though part of the journey had to pass through the wilderness, no beast dared to provoke them. This was truly a sacred spirit-level beast. Chapter 54, The Inheritance Tower opens. Sacred spirit-level summoned beasts are highly intimidating, even when suppressing their aura. Just stepping into the boundary of the imperial capital attracted everyone's attention. Wow! Didn't they say you couldn't ride summoned beasts in the city? Especially in a place like the imperial capital. Looking at this aura, it's clear this is a summoned beast of some big shot. Those kinds of strong ones don't follow the rules, alright? I don't remember any strong person summoned beast being of the mosquito type, right? Yeah, among the 12 strongest of the Dragon Kingdom, the Dean of the Martial Academy in the Magic City, who is an 8th turn peak summoned beast master, doesn't even have a mosquito type beast in his 7 lord level beasts. This summoned beast looks so familiar? Wasn't it the mosquito type belonging to the genius summoned beast master Chu Ran, who made a name for himself in the imperial capital during the genius battle? OMG, it really is Chu Ran. Only when Chu Ran jumped down from the mosquito did everyone realize who he was. Why's he back after the genius battle just ended? The genius battle had just finished an hour ago, with Chu Tianxiong claiming the top spot. But a part of the people believed that he only achieved first place because Chu Ran was not there. These words reached Chu Tianxiong's ears, and his face now looked unpleasant. Yesterday, he was undoubtedly the number one of the younger generation in the Dragon Kingdom, but today he had fallen from grace because of a summoned beast master from the northern region. Truly, the world is harsh. But one must admit, opening the phone's trending search, all that showed were videos of Chu Ran slaying beasts in the southern region. Take out your phone and take a look. Do you think Chu Ran still cares about the genius battle? Someone replied. Everyone quickly took out their phones, and after seeing the screen, they stood there dumbfounded. The videos trending online were all exciting scenes of Chu Ran charging into the wild realm with his summoned beasts to slay demon beasts. Compared to his grand scene, the genius battle felt like a child's play. This power is just too amazing. We're all beast masters, why is he so strong? While I can only be an apprentice at the pet hospital? Summoning beasts starting with a monarch level, who wouldn't be confused? So, is Chu Ran still going to the genius training in the Mangalar Desert? This year's Genius Battle is aimed at selecting top talents to participate in the Continental Professional League. The location for the competition among dozens of countries was ultimately determined to be the 4 Great Death Zones of the Mangalar Desert. Yeah, will Chu Ran actually go? I want to know what expression the geniuses from other countries will have when they see him. I think he should go. Don't worry about that, I've heard the Inheritance Tower is going to reopen, just for Chu Ran. Wow, the Inheritance Tower. The crowd instantly got excited. The Inheritance Tower was not unfamiliar to anyone. From the 80-year-old to the 5-year-old, everyone has heard stories about the Inheritance Tower. This is the national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom, inherited for countless years. It is said to be an unknown space filled with exotic beasts from beyond realms, extremely dangerous. But amidst the crisis, countless opportunities await. Those who enter the Inheritance Tower will definitely acquire a magical item of no low grade. It all depends on how high the inheritor can climb. The higher the level, the greater the grade of the treasure, but it also means greater risks. How many levels did you climb last time? At the Imperial Capital Martial Academy, Mu Jiyu glanced at Shu Tianxiong beside her and asked. The genius battle had just finished, and most people had not left. The first and second place were no exception. Seeing Chu Ran waiting at the entrance of the Martial Academy not far away, Shu Tianxiong's face showed a hint of speechlessness. 89 levels. The exact number of levels in the Inheritance Tower is still unknown, but historically, the highest level reached by anyone was the ancient king, Ying Xiao, who reached 317 levels. A genius like Shu Tianxiong could only stop at 89 levels, which reveals just how incredibly strong that ancient king was. From level 80 onwards, the lowest level of demon beasts is 100, and the rank is basically at the commander level. There are even quasi-monarchs. Shu Tianxiong narrowed his eyes and said lightly, if I hadn't pressed the teleportation symbol paper quickly then, I might have gotten trapped inside. Recalling that past, Shu Tianxiong still felt a chill down his spine. Let's see how many levels he can reach. Mu Jiyu looked at Chu Ran. Being able to compete with the head of the Zhou family without falling into a disadvantage, Chu Ran's strength definitely surpassed theirs by a great margin. The Inheritance Tower is about to open. Please Chu Ran go to the Imperial Capital Professional Association immediately. During the opening of the Inheritance Tower, the Central Region will initiate a secondary defense array, while the Imperial Capital will initiate a primary defense array. Chu Ran quickly arrived at the association, and it was the same as before. 12 elders scrutinized him from top to bottom. He seemed to be immune to such gazes, unfazed as he said, "Why is it so formal? Do we need to broadcast the whole thing?" "Don't worry, this is a necessary process that happens every time it opens." Xiao Yue took out a greenish-blue symbol paper and handed it to Chu Ran. "This is the teleportation symbol paper. If you feel any danger, use it immediately, and you can teleport back here directly. The inheritance tower is filled with threats, you must be very careful." Chu Ran nodded, his eyes fixated on the dark small tower sitting on the table. The aura emanating from it made Chu Ran feel somewhat apprehensive. No wonder it is a national treasure. "I will now activate the inheritance tower for you." Lu Yan flipped her palm and shouted, "Open." A wave of greenish-blue aura penetrated into the small tower, and then Chu Ran felt a dizzying sensation. In the next moment, he transformed into a golden spiritual energy that drilled into the small tower. Gradually, a scene suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the originally smooth table. It was the interior of the tower. Chapter 55, Inheritance Tower? Leveling Tower. Current Layer, 1. Until the feeling of dizziness faded, Chu Ran slowly opened his eyes. Looking around, he found himself in a void. Aside from the suspended road beneath his feet, there was nothing around, just darkness. He could only walk along the suspended road until a foul smell wafted towards him. In the surrounding darkness, many little glowing eyes appeared, blinking one after another. Demon Dog. Level, LV.50. Grade, Gold level. Is it this? Seeing the shabby demon beast before him, the little excitement that had risen in Chu Ran's heart vanished. Quantity, 5,467. What the hell? There were actually more than 5,000 of them. Chu Ran instantly perked up. Mystic Heaven's Sacred Turtle. In the next moment, an immense pressure suddenly surged from the formation diagram appearing behind Chu Ran. The demon dogs that were about to charge forward instantly took 2 steps back. Chu Ran discovered that the pack of demon dogs could actually tread on the void, but when he tried to step into the void, he would fall. In this situation, the sacred turtle could not come out. If it came out and fell directly, who knew what would happen? He immediately summoned the Queen Mosquito, and the Mosquito Beast army instantly launched an attack, quickly wiping out most of the demon dogs. After killing all these demon beasts, there were no more beasts to replenish, but a door appeared. Chu Ran pushed the door and entered, finding that the scene had changed. It was no longer a single log bridge. Current Layer, 2. However, the number of demon beasts only increased, not decreased. Thinking that this was a great opportunity for level grinding, Chu Ran immediately summoned the sacred turtle. But after the sacred turtle appeared, the fierce pressure spread instantly, causing the demon beasts to stop in their tracks, not daring to attack. However, the turtle did not have any active attack skills. The situation became a deadlock. Neither side moved first. Although the demon beasts were a bit foolish, they weren't stupid enough to confront a giant existence that was countless times stronger than them. The demon beasts looked at each other, seemingly pondering why this terrifying being was not making a move. The next moment, however, a hint of dullness appeared in their eyes. They saw that the imposing giant being turned around, with its rear raised high, its thick tail swaying back and forth in the turtle shell. Seeing this scene, Chu Ran's eyes were now the same as those of the demon beasts. Couldn't there be a more dignified display? After all, it was a sacred spirit level. But this invincible taunt was indeed quite effective, as the group of gold-level demon beasts became bolder, staring at the sacred turtle with resentment, eager to tear its giant tail off. Indeed, humiliation is the most devastating, even demon beasts are no exception. This taunt made them temporarily forget the huge gap in rank. They now just wanted to do one thing, tear it apart, and that annoying tail. Minus 34,678. Minus 46,787. Minus 54,379. Kill, gained experience. Compared to the Queen Mosquito's cleaning ability, the sacred turtle seemed to be 4 to 5 times slower. But this was also related to the low damage of the demon beasts themselves. Their attack power was too low, and even double damage reflection couldn't deal a fatal blow. However, for the only contracted beast not at max level, it was a rare leveling opportunity and must be cherished. Moreover, the demon beasts' damage would increase the further they went, and their speed would also rise accordingly. Current contracted beast, Mystic Heaven Sacred Turtle. Grade, Sacred Spirit level. Level, LV.6 LV.35. Agility, 2683450034. Defense, 214689475689. Spirit, 765481200048. Combat Power, 154986257648. This wave directly leveled up 29 levels. What kind of inheritance tower is this? This is clearly a leveling tower specially prepared for the sacred turtle. Looking at the changes in attributes on the panel, as Turtle levels up, agility increases by 800 points, and spirit power increases by 1,500 points, while defense directly reaches a terrifying 9,000 points. Level 1, 9,000 points. After reaching the maximum level, this defense attribute can at least reach 1,500,000. What does 1,500,000 mean? A 9-turn elemental profession, without using any rules, can unleash about 200,000 attack power at full force, and that's only under the enhancement of soul-type elements. If it has celestial types, it could probably increase by 50 or 60,000 attack. Even using rules would at most double the combat power, but it would also hasten the loss of life. With one blow like that, a mountain city could disappear from the continent without leaving a trace. A fully leveled commander-level demon beast has a power attribute of 20,000, which is already extremely high bloodline. Monarch-level beasts like Dragon Sparrow and Thunder Flood Dragon can now have actual attack power that is about 50 or 60,000 higher than the attribute on the panel, but that still only barely reaches over 200,000 in attack power. Moreover, Turtle also has a damage reflection skill. If a Monarch-level beast like Thunder Flood Dragon or Dragon Sparrow were to attack Turtle with all their strength, the reflected damage could kill them instantly. Is this what a Holy Spirit-level Beast Master is? If the Monarch level is the peak of Beast Tamers, then the Holy Spirit level is the beginning of the path to becoming a god. Chu Ran did not know whether gods truly existed in this world, he only knew that he might be becoming one. Thinking of this, Chu Ran suddenly became excited. He wanted to raise Turtle to max level immediately. Attack fiercely. 3rd level. In the Imperial Capital's Profession Association, 12 elders watched the scene inside the Inheritance Tower. In their aging eyes, there was a flicker of emotional waves. Young people are frightening, so frightening. Xiao Yuhua smiled and sighed repeatedly. The other few also had joyful expressions, but only Jiang Chuan in the corner frowned, unable to smile. Don't you think this child is growing a bit too fast? Jiang Chuan spoke up. As the principal of the Magic City Martial Academy, and like Chu Ran, a beast master, he understood well that a beast's growth is not something that happens overnight, but rather a long wait. A growth speed like Chu Ran's was quite abnormal, even strange. Too fast. This holy turtle should be the terrifying presence that old Xiao and Tianba sensed at the Zhou family, but the holy mosquito he summoned on the 1st level seemed to be just a monarch level yesterday. It just went to the southern region and came back so terrifying, and also. Jiang Chuan said lightly, I checked the registration information from Linfeng City, it shows he awakened a few days ago. In just a few days, he transformed from a first-turn professional into such a powerful beast master. He was even stronger than this old man. Jiang Chuan's aging eyes turned to Xiao Yuhua. Old Xiao, you understand cultivation the best among us, would you like to discuss what kind of cultivation method could reach such a shocking level? Hearing this, Xiao Yuhua put away his smile, his face calm, and said faintly, divine lineage. The scene suddenly fell silent, and all 11 people turned shocked gazes towards Xiao Yuhua. Chapter 56, Do you want revenge? Among the others present, more than half had expressions of doubt. Are you crazy? Do you really think there are gods in this world? They had become a group of people who reached the top combat power of Tianxian continent, but they had never encountered a god, and even the whispers they had heard came from vague legends. Sometimes one can't help but wonder, with such fierce beasts beyond the starry sky, why has no god come to rescue them? Having thought about this for most of their lives, the fleeting hope in their hearts had long been extinguished. I no longer believe in so-called redemption. As for that illusory deity? Forget it. If there really is a deity, can't they stop the monsters from entering the starry sky? You can't just numb yourself because the cracks in the starry sky are getting bigger, Jiang Chuan said calmly. Do you have another opinion? Xiao Yuhi frowned. Do you know? Even dark cultivators can't reach this level in just 3 days. In fact, Xiao Yuhi didn't initially believe it, but now he had no choice but to believe. Chu Ran's growth speed can no longer be described as terrifying, it is simply against the heavens. Even the Blood Holy Court's cultivation methods have no one that can reach this realm. Looking at the figure in the Inheritance Tower, Xiao Yuhi was filled with doubt. If he is a divine descendant, why did he only appear when Tianxian is about to perish? If he isn't, then why appear at this time? The cracks in the starry sky are about to collapse, even earlier than Xiao Yuhi expected. Originally, the calculation was a month later, but with the current situation, it is now less than 5 days. When that day truly arrives, where should Dragon Country go? Where should this group of rising stars go? When the time comes, we old folks will try to hold on a bit longer, to give them a little hope for survival. Xiao Yui's eyes held an unmistakable loneliness. He knew what kind of end Tianxian would meet after the starry sky cracks completely collapsed. News from Storm Nation and South Embarrassment Nation has arrived. It's my turn to guard the starry sky now. Once Chu Ran comes out of the tower, you all send down the evacuation notices. As for the trip to Menghala, let's put it on hold for now, as the starry sky is about to collapse soon, and those old ones have become excited. Xiao Yui said, then vanished from the room. The faces of the others were not good, as they clearly understood what this guarding meant. When the starry sky cracks collapsed that instant, Xiaoyu will be the first to bear the brunt. But they felt powerless, each of them in high positions had their own guarding tasks. The only somewhat good news was that the open conflicts among the 5 nations with cracks in the starry sky had diminished recently. Perhaps the pressure from a common enemy outside the cracks of the starry sky led to this brief cooperation. After all, it is a test of life and death. Inside the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy, the big screen displayed Chu Ran's challenge progress, but only the layers challenged, they could not see the scenes from the association office. But just a single layer was enough to spark intense discussion among everyone. Wow! Layer 182 already, way stronger than Chu Tianxiong. Next to him, Chu Tianxiong's face was dark, he had now become a measuring unit for others. This Chu Ran is truly a freak. However, Chu Tianxiong strongly acknowledged his strength. Having personally experienced it, he knew the dangers involved. Although the number of monsters decreases as one goes higher, from the 80th layer onwards, it is all leader level, and above are all high-level monarchs. While beast masters have advantages in such group attacks. This is just too strong. 247. What the heck? What is happening with Chu Ran? It took 2 to 3 minutes for the previous layer, but now it's basically seconds per layer. How can it get crazier? Current layer, 254. Chu Ran pushed the door open, 16 monarch-level monsters, each with battle power around 150,000. The attack power is generally high, and a single hit could severely injure or kill him. Now that the turtle's level is higher, its defense is increasing, and for some reason, the monsters rush toward it without needing it to use its taunt skill. Chu Ran felt that all the resentment from the countless beast layers ahead was resting on the turtle shell. The further they went, the higher the grade of the beasts, but the numbers decreased, and although single heads gave more experience, they really didn't add up to the thousands or tens of thousands of heads from before. So the last few layers of the turtle were very hard to level up. Chu Ran estimated that it should take about 50 more layers to reach the maximum level. Whatever, let's just do it. Roar roar. The turtle indicated it felt nothing and was ready to continue. As the core fundamental city of the Dragon Kingdom, once the imperial capital falls, the entire Dragon Kingdom will plunge into panic. Though the Zhou family is gone, the people of the Zhou family are still here. If such things are done, then the Zhou family is truly doomed. He rolled his eyes at the black-clothed man in front of him. Get lost, I am not a traitor. After being scolded by Zhou Shuichuan, the smile of the underworld stiffened on his face, only the corners of his mouth twitched a few times, making his expression very awkward. But he still took a deep breath and managed to force out a smile. I didn't expect a stray dog from a fallen family to dare to mock me. Since you have such backbone, why do you still want me to leave? Ming Yu retorted. You don't think you can't beat me, do you? Zhou Shuichuan's footsteps, which were preparing to leave, suddenly stopped. His injuries have not fully healed, his combat ability is even weaker than some ordinary 7th-turn professionals, so he naturally cannot fight. Originally wanting to escape, his face suddenly darkened, and fiery spiritual energy began surging around him. At that moment, a withered hand pressed down on his shoulder, and he immediately felt all his spiritual energy being absorbed by a cold force. You've got some courage, but your strength is lacking. Mingyu whispered lightly into Zhou Shuichuan's ear. Mingyu withdrew the hand on the other person, and in the next moment, Zhou Shuichuan turned into a puddle of black water. It took so long, and I still have to come personally. Mingyu shook his head and vanished into the darkness. Damn! Chu Ran has already surpassed the ancient king's record. He is still steadily rising. There is no sign of stopping. Is he still human? Inside the Tower of Inheritance. Current level, 321. Seeing the last level full-level monarch monster transforming into experience and entering the Saint Turtle's body, an irresistible smile finally appeared on his face. Finally, max level. Current beast, Xiantian Sacred Turtle. Rank, Holy Spirit level. Level, LV.180. Agility, 166,034. Defense, 178,0689. Spirit, 337,548. Combat power, 857648. Skills, Explosive Retaliation, Xiantian Sacred Art, Spiritual Breath Sharing, Invincible Taunt. Spiritual Breath Sharing, combination skill. The beast master actively releases their spiritual breath, establishing a connection with other beasts contracted to them, allowing the sharing of their own spiritual energy/physical strength with other beasts and receiving spiritual energy boosts from other beasts, enabling mutual enhancement and significantly improving sustained cooperative combat. Explosive Retaliation, attack effect is halved upon receiving damage, while the attacker will receive double the damage. This skill is a locking skill, ignoring any evasion effects. Xiantian Sacred Art, when the Sacred Art is activated, attributes double for a short time, and all skill effects are enhanced by 50%. Sacred Art cooldown time is 144 hours. Invincible Taunt, rule-type skill can attract enemy attacks by using the taunting skill. Next upgrade points needed, 3 million. Chu Ran felt it was about time, since the sacred turtle was already max level, there was no need to waste time here, but just as he was about to use the teleportation talisman, a sudden panel prompt froze him. Ding! Second divine selection difficult to unlock. Task content, enter the 500th level of the inheritance tower. During the task, excess experience will be stored. Profession, 4th turn beast master. Level, LV.80. Strength, 5,730. Agility, 6,780. Spirit, 28,072. Combat power, 31098. Free attribute points, 2,000 points. Skills, contract technique, summon spiritual diagram, symbiosis. Beasts, LV.180 Kanglin Thunder Dragon, LV.180 Blazing Flame Phoenix, LV.180 Devouring Shadow Queen Mosquito, LV.180 Shantian Sacred Turtle. Equipment, Lava Demon Armor, Monarch level, Lava Holy Boots, Holy Spirit level. Upgrade points, 794,653, 794657, 794661. Chu Ran can now earn over 400,000 upgrade points in one day, but his efficiency is just too high. Today is only the second day since he arrived in the Imperial capital. He feels like the first difficult divine selection seems like a long time ago, but in fact, it was only a day ago. It's just that he has killed too many monsters in these 2 days, but the experience bar hasn't increased at all, which gives him a sense of illusion. But it is indeed like this. The Beast Tamers are all at max level, but he is still just a 4th transition profession. Finally, the second hardest divine selection has arrived. I must do my best. To improve efficiency, Chu Ran decided to summon all the beasts and also practice their coordination. Go! He pushed open the door to the next level. Chapter 58, The Arrival of the Holy Spirit Level Beast. Starry Sky Plank Road. This is a guard point designed and built by a powerful 9-transition space master. It is a suspended plank road stretching 100 miles, requiring spiritual energy to maintain its operation every moment. The purpose is to directly observe the changes outside the continent. Xiao Yuhua stood here, looking up, and saw a crack stretching for miles in the originally deep blue sky, through which he could see the vast and limitless sea of stars, along with the outer beasts glaring at the Tianxian continent. Now Xiao Yuhua could feel the greedy eyes looking from within the crack. They were watching, waiting for a Holy Spirit level beast to lead them, waiting for the 9-transition professional guarding below to let their guard down. The guarding time is tedious and long, and it requires constant mental focus. Once there is any slack, 1 or 2 reckless fools would come in and cause trouble. But the combat power of a 9-transition professional is terrifying. Just releasing a little bit of the power of the laws could turn a monarch-level beast to ashes. If they are serious about using their blood to comprehend the laws, then killing a Holy Spirit-level beast or severely injuring a Holy Spirit-level beast that has unlocked its mysteries is not difficult. So these beasts dare not enter Tianxian first, they can only wait. Moreover, it is not just Xiao Yuhua guarding this plank road. Every 100 miles of the Starry Sky plank road has a 9-transition powerhouse. Although they come from different countries, they have all reached a unanimous cooperation. This concerns the survival of the entire continent. Xiao Yuhua does not know what other forces exist outside the continent besides beasts, but he is clear that in this vast and limitless sea of stars, Tianxian is just a tiny part. Floor 461. On the big screen of the Imperial Capital Martial Academy, the numbers of the Inheritance Tower are still increasing, now at a pace of about 1 floor every 5 minutes. Chu Tianxian's expression has become numb. He can no longer estimate what level of strength Chu Ran possesses. Very few people around are still calculating how many Chu Tianxians could equal Chu Ran, because it simply cannot be calculated. They do not know what level or rank of beasts exist within the more than 400 floors of the Inheritance Tower, but they know that Chu Ran is the first person in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. At the Imperial Capital Professional Association, the faces of the 11 strong ones are filled with shock. At first, they were debating whether Chu Ran was a genius, but now the room is silent. Perhaps this Chu Ran truly is the divine offspring mentioned by Old Man Xiao. This may really be the hope of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Chuan stared blankly at the young figure beside the 4 terrifying beasts on the screen, then looked at his aged hands, a hint of desolation flashing in his eyes. He originally thought that only by ascending to 9 transitions could one have a chance to possess a Holy Spirit-level beast, but the young man in the image shattered that notion. Faced with hundreds of max-level monarchs frantically hunting him down, the cooperation of the 4 terrifying beast tamers was like that of old friends who had fought together for many years. And the young man, after opening a layer of the door, only needs to walk towards the door at the end. All obstacles along the way will be completely cleared. Not a single drop of beast blood will even touch the hem of his clothes. So calm and unhurried, this composure is simply not something someone his age should have. Seniors, something has happened. The door of the association was pushed open forcefully, and a middle-aged man rushed in with panic. After the 11 people's eyes turned towards him, he spoke with a trembling voice. In the Magic City, in the sky south of the eastern region and north of the western region, a giant beast vortex has suddenly appeared. What's there to fear about a beast vortex? Haven't we been prepared for this all along? Chu Tianba said irritably. But the beasts in the vortex are not from the wasteland. Then where are they from? Even if it's the land of death, you shouldn't be this panicked, right? You're still a deputy allied leader after all. Neither. It seems to be from beyond the stars. What? The 11 experts almost simultaneously questioned. Beasts beyond the stars are all at least monarch level. The 5 powers take turns guarding to ensure that beasts from beyond the stars do not enter the Tiantian. What exactly is going on? News from the South Shou Kingdom indicates that the 9th turn expert guarding the last part of the star path has died. Sneaked in by the blood cult to set up a teleportation artifact on the path. These beasts. Once the monarch-level beast vortex takes shape, dozens of thousands of monarch-level beasts falling down would be unstoppable by any city. The 10 experts rushed out in different directions with incredible speed. Chu Tianba showed signs of hesitation. If he left, the imperial capital would be without a strong defender, but if he didn't go, someone might not be able to stand it. Among the 11 experts, none were free from hidden ailments, just varying in severity. As for Lu Yan, her current physical condition couldn't even utilize the power of rules. If she encountered a large vortex, she might not be able to hold on. With one last glance at the figure in the inheritance tower, he thought, if Chu Ran were here, the imperial capital should not need to worry. I haven't won many bets in my life, don't let me lose again this time. He made the choice and flew in the direction where Lu Yan had left towards the western region. Once the 11 experts had left the imperial capital, in a corner of the Imperial Academy of Martial Arts, a figure in black suddenly appeared. He was wearing the face of Zhou Shuichuan. Mingyu looked at the continuously increasing numbers on the screen and the countless youths below, extending a hand with a small dark cauldron shimmering with mysterious light hovering in his palm. Let's set the final formation point of the 9-colored connecting star array here. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If the imperial capital falls first, then the fall of the Dragon Kingdom should be a natural outcome. Boom! In the next moment, a small hole suddenly cracked open in the city's protective barrier, and then it instantly collapsed. The entire city's protective barrier was thus shattered. The people below had yet to react to this when a giant vortex appeared in midair. Beast vortex, someone shouted. Chu Tianxiang was the first to come to his senses and stared intently at the vortex above. The aura emanating from it sent a chill down his spine. Monarch level. There is a group of monarch level beasts inside. Mu Jiyu exclaimed. This was not an ordinary beast vortex. All personnel on alert, a seasoned commander shouted. Everyone is a genius among geniuses, do not panic. Everyone, be on guard and prepare to counterattack. The genius battle had not ended long ago, so most remaining in the imperial capital were still geniuses, their overall skill level much stronger than that of practitioners from other places. If they unite, it might be possible to withstand a group of monarch-level beasts. Mingyu looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel some emotion. Indeed, the geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom are numerous. Young bodies should die in fear and despair, it is truly beautiful. Mingyu laughed wildly, blood flowing from his arm to his palm, dyeing the small cauldron bright red. Let the arrival of the first Holy Spirit level beast begin from the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 59, Spirit Level Monster. Star Magic Bone Lion. Above the Imperial Martial Academy. Thousands of Lord-level terrifying monsters nearly block out half the sky. That frightening momentum constantly erodes people's willpower. Just standing below feels deeply powerless. But thankfully, there are many people, and their combined strength is great. The first to bear the brunt are the geniuses among geniuses. For the moment, the monsters cannot occupy the entire imperial capital. Yet even if these geniuses join forces, they can only resist a single lord-level monster, let alone kill it, which is extremely difficult. Although most of them are peak 7th transition professionals, they've never experienced such a terrifying level in their previous journeys. Moreover, the monsters from beyond the starry sky are 30% stronger than the lord-level monsters of Tianxian continent. Only Chu Tianxiang can contend with a lord-level monster alone. Even he can only do so with the aid of magical artifacts. Alongside him, Mu Jiyu and Lu Jingkong can only resist one lord-level monster's attack together. But this temporary balance of power is just on the surface. That giant monster vortex continues to surge forth with more monsters, and as their numbers pile up, the fall of the imperial capital is only a matter of time. Boom! In the midst of everyone's despair, a loud noise erupted outside the Martial Academy. A lord-level monster was hit by a cannon shot, turning into a dried corpse. Super Energy Electromagnetic Pulsar. The strongest technological weapon of the Dragon Nation. It is made using natural abyss stones, inscribed, and converts the practitioner's spiritual energy to form ammunition, with immense power. However, due to the extremely low existence of Abyss stones, the Dragon Nation cannot mass-produce them. The entire imperial capital only has 5, besides the Mu and Chu families each having 1, the remaining 3 are in the Practitioner Alliance, and are generally not used lightly. It's my big brother. Mu Jiyu recognized at a glance the leader among the people standing behind the pulsar. Mu Jilin, just like the head of the Zhou family, is a chaos-type practitioner. Within the available load, the thicker the input spiritual energy, the greater the power of the electromagnetic cannon. The chaos type serves as a fusion medium, combining the spiritual energy output by multiple practitioners through chaos vortex into one kind of energy. The earlier shot was released by merging the spiritual energy of 15 members of the Mu family, with the highest among them only at 6th transition, that one strike had the power to kill a lord-level monster. This shows the might of the electromagnetic cannon. If the spiritual energy of over a dozen 7th transition practitioners could be used, perhaps one shot could kill several monsters. Big brother didn't come late, did he, Xiaoyu? Mu Jilin smiled from above. Since the Mu family is closest to the vortex, the family had made the decision as soon as the monster vortex was discovered. The world's rise and fall, every person has a responsibility. This time, the starry sky monster vortex is a huge crisis. The incident happened suddenly, to the point where the alarm did not even sound at the start. Boom boom boom. At another gate, another electromagnetic cannon fired 3 times in quick succession. Then 5 lord-level monsters fell. My family has come too. Chu Tianxiang narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly. Wow, old Chu, is this cannon only for you? Mu Jilin glanced at the lone Chu Tianying on the opposite side. As an 8th transition practitioner 10 years older than Chu Tianxiang, even now, Chu Tianying can still be considered a top genius of the older generation. Luckily, I haven't used it for too long, my hands are a bit rusty. Chu Tianying moved his wrist and smiled. Compared to converting spiritual energy to cannon fire, I prefer to do it myself. As he spoke, a holy light sword appeared in his hand. With a single horizontal slash, the head of a lord-level monster fell. This is the power of the 8th transition light-type practitioner. Single target damage explodes. Get a chaos type above level 7 and 15 level 7 with abundant spiritual energy to bring the cannon over. Chu Tianying shouted down at the gathering of geniuses. Only chaos-type professionals above level 7 can control the spiritual energy transmitted by 15 level 7 professionals, and such a cannon should at least be able to kill 2 lord-level monster beasts. Soon, the professional alliance of the imperial capital and various top guilds, as well as practitioners from some small families, arrived here. Under the combined defense of everyone, the monster beast swarm did not quickly form a terrifying deterrent. It seemed that they actually had a chance to hold on. Blood finally returned to the faces of the crowd. However, this seemingly promising scene did not last long. Because a more terrifying aura surged out from the vortex. A massive, jagged leg stretched out from the vortex. The moment the huge leg slowly stepped down, a thick, ink-like black gas erupted loudly, sweeping wildly in all directions from the point of impact. Chu Tianxiang clearly saw the terrifying face of the monster beast. It was a bone lion. The terrifying starry sky bone lion. This is a Holy Spirit level. Star Demon Bone Lion. Rank, Holy Spirit level. Combat power, 1,200,000. Despair flooded over everyone like a tide. It was not fear in the face of a strong enemy, but a dead silence, as if the world was crumbling, with no escape, as if the moment this foot of the world landed, it would signal extinction. Chu Tianxiang's breathing quickened, and his body involuntarily produced a trace of retreat. Fortunately, a hand rested on his shoulder, calming him down a bit. He turned around to see his elder brother Chu Tianying's serious expression. Chu Tianying smiled and said faintly, "Stand behind big brother, just like when we were kids. Current layer, 500. Ding. The second difficulty of the divine selection is completed. Excess experience has been used, you have leveled up. Current level cap reached, excess experience has been stored. Profession, level 5 Beast Master. Level, LV.100. Strength, 57307730. Agility, 67808780. Mentality, 2807230072. Combat power, 3109836098. Free attribute points, 4000 points. Skills, contract technique, summon spiritual map, symbiosis. Beasts, LV.180 Azure Thunder Dragon, LV.180 Blaze Dragon Sparrow, LV.180 Devouring Shadow Holy Mosquito Queen, LV.180 Shantian Holy Turtle. Equipment, Lava Demon Armor, Lord level, Lava Holy Boots, Holy Spirit level. Equipment information has been hidden. Advancement points, 864,653, 864657, 864661. Warning. Inheritance Tower disturbance. Chu Ran looked at the prompt that appeared beside him and felt a little strange. In such a safe place in the imperial capital, there would still be disturbances? If there is a place in Dragon Country that is the safest, it can only be the imperial capital with 12 powerful figures. You can choose to exit or terminate inheritance, retaining the inheritance progress, can enter at any time. Chu Ran looked at the message that appeared on the door and found that no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't move it. No fighting allowed. Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, sigh, can't fight anymore. Chu Ran waved his hand at the 4 beasts behind him. The beasts showed a trace of unwillingness. Now they could only pause and go out to see what had happened in the imperial capital. Surely, the monster beasts couldn't have invaded the imperial capital of Dragon Country. Terminate inheritance. Before the words fell, Chu Ran turned into a green light and vanished into thin air. Chapter 60, that thing, seems to be a turtle shell. Run! Chu Tianying roared, blood mingled with saliva sprayed out as he spoke. The combat power of a Holy Spirit level monster beast cannot be measured by a Lord level. Although the light system is a natural counter to the dark attribute of this star demon bone lion, under the huge gap in strength. Even his light domain couldn't cause any effective damage to the opponent. This is the terror of Holy Spirit level monster beasts. Without stepping into level 9 and possessing the power of rules, it is impossible to resist. Even level 8 chaos-type professionals using pulse cannons couldn't seriously injure it, they could only cause some superficial wounds. All the level 8 professionals in the entire imperial capital gathered, and they could only manage to evade it. And this was still the case when the demon lion had not even exerted any effort. Go, the further the better. While we can still delay some time. An elder from the shepherd family spoke to the young generation around him. Holy Spirit level demonic beasts were originally beings that transcended the existence of 9-turn powerhouses. These beasts from the starry sky were even stronger. If this keeps going, it's a sure thing that the imperial capital will fall. Continuing like this will only add to the casualties. 7th turn and 6th turn professionals might escape the beast tide if they have some treasures or items. But the elder of the shepherd family looked up and found that very few people were leaving, his eyes flashing with regret as he said, "We old folks can die, but you are still young, you are." Shepherd Jiyu wiped the demonic blood off her beautiful face and smiled, "There are no perfect eggs under a collapsed nest, the imperial capital has fallen, where can we escape to? It's true that if we run, we can survive for a while longer." Her cold eyes looked towards the residential area behind, "But what about those low-level professionals and innocent commoners? Staying here a little longer might allow a few more people to live. To die in this battle is to sacrifice for the country, and we can be honored in the Chu family's ancestral hall. If we run, how will I face my Chu family's generations of ancestors in the future?" Chu Tianxiong's eyes ignited with fiery determination. If the number 1 family in the imperial capital produces deserters, wouldn't that be a joke to others? "But you have to survive to spread the joke," the elder from the shepherd family said helplessly. Well, such good kids, bored at the wrong time. "What a beautiful scene, I'm almost moved." Ningyu stood in the corner, his eyes filled with sarcasm. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are like this, willing to sacrifice their lives for so-called fame. Not far away on the roof of an imperial capital building, a young man squatted behind 5 children, who were surrounded by more than a dozen monarch-level demonic beasts. 3 little kids curled up together, so frightened they couldn't speak. "Brother, are we going to die?" another little girl asked softly. A little boy beside her interrupted, "My big brother is amazing. He's a powerful 5-turn professional and will enter the imperial capital martial academy." Hearing the little boy's words, his previously trembling body calmed down. He forced a smile, turning to the children behind him, gently saying, "Today, Big Brother just acquired a spirit seed of fire element, its name is Yen Yen. It must be very strong." The little boy's eyes were full of admiration. "Yes. How strong is it?" The little boy took a few steps closer, asking curiously. "Close your eyes and count to 10, when you finish counting and open your eyes, you'll see its power," the young man said faintly to the dozens of terrifying monarch-level demonic beasts before him. He tremblingly formed a fire law with his hands, and a rose-red fire lotus blossomed in his palm. Even though its light was so small compared to the beasts, the young man's eyes were filled with calmness and confidence. He raised his hand, and the fire lotus flew forward. 9, 10. Screech. A magnificent figure adorned with blazing flames soared over their heads. The dozens of monarch-level demonic beasts immediately erupted into flames, starting to roar in pain. The wings covered in blazing feathers suddenly spread wide, every feather flowing with fiery red flames, and the tail feathers spread like a fan-shaped flame, trailing a fiery brilliance like a red sunset. It was so magnificent, so beautiful, so powerful. The young man had never seen such a terrifying beast control, and the face standing atop this powerful beast was surprisingly youthful. It was as if a deity descending from the heavens to save the world. Appearing in a time of crisis, illuminating all the filth in the world. "Big Brother, this move is too strong. The little boy opened his eyes, discovering that all the monarch-level demonic beasts that had surrounded them had vanished, and a beautiful firebird appeared in the sky. At once, they exclaimed, looking at the young man before them with admiration on their faces. I want to learn too. I want to awaken fire type in the future. The young man's thoughts were pulled back by the boy's shout, and a doting smile appeared on his face. Okay, but I still have to tell you, I'm not that strong. I don't believe it. My big brother is the strongest. Don't try to trick me, the boy pouted, mumbling. Sigh. He did not explain further, just quietly watching the departing dragon sparrow, the adoring gaze similar to the way the boy looked at him. Chu Ran stood atop the dragon sparrow, looking at the scene ahead, and suddenly felt as if the sky had collapsed. How could the imperial capital really be invaded? Looking at the situation below, things seemed far from optimistic. The beast vortex was right above the martial academy of the imperial capital, with beasts continuously rushing out straight towards the academy. Fortunately, there were professionals holding them back, preventing them from flooding into the residential area. A few beasts with this idea also had professionals to stop them. Chu Ran felt somewhat relieved. He had come out a bit late, but not too late. There's still hope. Since there's no fun killing inside, let's have a good time outside. Chu Ran raised his hand, and the holy Mosquito Queen flew out from the formation. In the sky, a blood-red curtain began to appear. That was the shadow-eating mosquito beast produced by the holy Mosquito Queen. Immediately, the number of beasts in the dense area started to decrease rapidly. Chu Ran flew towards the martial academy, where an extremely thick black evil energy was present. Come on, let's give it a big taste. The 8th-tier chaos-type professionals began to absorb the spiritual energy of dozens of 8th-tier professionals, injecting it into the pulse cannon. Terrifying spiritual energy shells were being generated, and the pulse cannon even seemed close to breaking apart. Just as they were about to fire. Suddenly, a gigantic object, resembling a meteor, flew down from the sky, heading straight for the demon lion. Boom! With one strike, the demon lion was sent flying. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the black meteor. A few seconds later, the meteor suddenly moved. A thick tail stretched out from the stone. That thing seems to be alive?